Welcome to Mythical Dreams, where ancient legends soothe your mind and guide you to peaceful sleep. Before we begin, I'd love for you to share where you're from and what time it is where you are. If you enjoy stories that whisk you away into the world of gods and legends, don't forget to subscribe. Now settle in, relax, and allow the gentle whispers of the past to carry you away as we embark on a journey through Greek mythology. Tonight, we'll explore the tales of demigods, those extraordinary beings born of both divine and mortal parentage. Their stories are filled with courage, wisdom, and the eternal struggle between human limitations and godly powers. So close your eyes, let the sound of rain soothe your senses, and prepare to drift into the realm of heroes and legends. In the realm of ancient Greece, where gods and mortals intertwined their fates, a hero was born whose name would echo through the ages. Perseus, son of Zeus and the mortal princess Danae, came into the world under the most extraordinary of circumstances. Danae was the daughter of King Acrisius of Argos, a man haunted by a terrible prophecy. The oracle had foretold that Acrisius would be killed by his own grandson. Gripped by fear and desperate to thwart fate, the king took drastic measures. He imprisoned his only daughter in a bronze chamber, believing that if she never bore a child, the prophecy could never come to pass. But the gods have ways of circumventing mortal plans. Zeus, the king of the gods, beheld the beautiful Danae in her confinement and was captivated. In a shower of golden rain, he descended into her chamber, and from this divine union, Perseus was conceived. When Acrisius discovered that his daughter had given birth despite his precautions, he was filled with terror and rage. Unable to defy Zeus directly by killing the infant, he devised a cruel alternative. He ordered Danae and her newborn son to be sealed in a wooden chest and cast into the sea, leaving their fate to the whims of the waves. As you listen to this tale, imagine the gentle rocking of the waves, the soothing rhythm mirroring your own breath as you relax deeper into comfort. Let the ebb and flow of the story carry you along, just as the sea carried Perseus and his mother. For days, the chest drifted on the vast expanse of the Mediterranean. Inside, Danae cradled her infant son, whispering prayers to the gods for their salvation. Her faith was rewarded when the chest finally washed ashore on the island of Seriphos. It was there that Dictys, a kindly fisherman and brother to the island's king, discovered the chest. He opened it to find Danae and Perseus alive, if weakened by their ordeal. Moved by compassion, Dictys took them into his home, offering them shelter and protection. As Perseus grew from a babe to a boy, and then from a boy to a young man, he flourished under the care of Dictys and Danae. The island of Seriphos became his world, the sea his playground, and the tales of heroes and gods his education. Perseus developed into a strong and capable youth, with a keen mind and a noble heart. He was unaware of his divine heritage, but those who knew him could sense there was something extraordinary about the boy. His eyes held a glimmer of the lightning that was his father's weapon, and his bearing was that of one destined for greatness. As you envision young Perseus, feel the warmth of the sun on your skin. Hear the distant crash of waves upon the shore. Let the peacefulness of the island seep into your own body, relaxing each muscle, easing every tension. However, the tranquility of Perseus's life was not destined to last. As he reached manhood, a shadow fell over Seriphos in the form of Polydectes, the island's king and brother to Dictys. Polydectes had set his sights on the beautiful Danae, desiring her as his wife. But Danae, still devoted to Zeus and protective of her son, spurned the king's advances. Polydectes, angered by her rejection, began to plot. He saw in Perseus a threat to his plans, recognizing the strength and potential in the young man. The king knew he had to find a way to remove Perseus from the island if he was ever to have Danae for himself. It was during a grand feast that Polydectes set his scheme in motion. He announced that he was to marry and called upon his guests to provide wedding gifts. Perseus, eager to prove himself and protect his mother from the king's unwanted attentions, boldly proclaimed that he would bring any gift the king desired, even the head of Medusa, the Gorgon. As these words left Perseus's lips, a hush fell over the gathering. The name of Medusa was one that struck fear into the hearts of all who heard it. She was a monster so terrifying that a single glance from her eyes could turn a person to stone. It was a task that seemed impossible, a certain death sentence for the young hero. Polydectes, hiding his satisfaction behind a mask of concern, accepted Perseus's offer. He knew that sending the youth on such a quest would almost certainly mean his doom, leaving the way clear for the king to pursue Danae. As Perseus left the feast, the weight of his promise heavy upon his shoulders, he was unaware that his true journey was only just beginning. The gods, who had watched over him since birth, were about to take a hand in his fate once more. That night, as Perseus pondered how he might accomplish this seemingly impossible task, two divine figures appeared before him. They were Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, and Hermes, the messenger god. These deities, half-siblings to Perseus through their father Zeus, had come to aid their mortal brother in his quest. Athena spoke first, her voice calm and reassuring. "Perseus, son of Zeus, your courage is admirable, but courage alone will not be enough to defeat Medusa. You will need divine assistance." With these words, she presented him with a polished shield, its surface gleaming like a mirror. "Use this to view Medusa's reflection," she instructed, "for to look upon her directly is to invite death." Hermes then stepped forward, a mischievous glint in his eye. "And from me, dear brother, take these winged sandals. They will bear you swiftly over land and sea." He handed Perseus the magical footwear, along with a special sack. This kibbaces will safely hold Medusa's head once you have defeated her. As you imagine this scene, feel the cool night air on your skin, the soft grass beneath you. Let the calmness of the divine presence wash over you, soothing any lingering tensions in your body. The gods were not finished with their gifts. Hermes also bestowed upon Perseus his own adamantine sword, a blade sharp enough to slice through Medusa's scales, and a cap of invisibility borrowed from Hades, lord of the underworld. With these divine tools, Perseus was now equipped for the challenges that lay ahead. Before departing, Athena imparted one final piece of wisdom. Seek out the Gree, she advised. These ancient sisters share a single eye between them. They alone know the location of the Gorgon's lair. As dawn broke over Seriphos, Perseus bid a tearful farewell to his mother. Danae, though fearful for her son, knew that this was his destiny. She embraced him, whispering a prayer to Zeus to watch over their child. With a final look at the only home he had ever known, Perseus donned the winged sandals and took to the skis, his heart full of determination and his mind set on the task ahead. And so, Perseus embarked on his heroic quest, unaware of the trials and triumphs that awaited him. As he soared over land and sea, the young hero was taking his first steps on a journey that would transform him from a simple fisherman's adopted son to one of the greatest heroes in Greek mythology. As we pause in our tale, allow yourself to drift with Perseus on his flight. Feel the freedom of soaring through the air, the worries and cares of the world falling away beneath you. Let your mind float, unburdened, as sleep gently beckons you towards its peaceful embrace. Perseus's journey to confront Medusa was a perilous one, filled with challenges that would test even the bravest of heroes. As the son of Zeus and the mortal princess Danae, Perseus was destined for greatness, but the task before him seemed insurmountable. The Gorgon Medusa was a fearsome creature, once a beautiful maiden who had been transformed by the goddess Athena as punishment for desecrating her temple. Now, Medusa's gaze could turn any living being to stone, and her hair was a writhing mass of venomous serpents. Perseus knew that to face Medusa directly would mean certain death. He needed divine assistance, and fortunately, the gods favored him. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, and Hermes, the messenger god, came to his aid. Athena gifted Perseus with a polished shield, its surface so reflective it was like a mirror. Use this, she advised, to see Medusa's reflection, for to look upon her directly is to invite your doom. Her gray eyes sparkled with wisdom as she spoke, and Perseus felt a surge of confidence. Hermes, swift and clever, presented Perseus with his own winged sandals. These will carry you over land and sea with the speed of the wind, he explained, a mischievous glint in his eye. And take this as well. He he handed Perseus a special sack, one that could safely contain Medusa's head once it was severed. But Perseus still lacked a weapon capable of slaying the Gorgon. For this, he would need to journey to the island of the Grey, 3 ancient sisters who shared a single eye between them. These crones held the secret to finding the nymphs who guarded the weapons Perseus would need. As you listen to this tale, imagine yourself floating on a gentle cloud, carried by Hermes' winged sandals. Feel the cool breeze against your skin, the worries of your day dissolving into the mist below. Let the rhythm of Perseus's journey lull you into a state of peaceful relaxation. Perseus approached the island of the Grey with caution. The 3 sisters sat in a circle, passing their single eye between them as they spoke in hushed, raspy voices. Using the stealth and speed granted by his divine gifts, Perseus snatched the eye as it passed from one sister to another. "Return our eye," they screeched in unison, their withered hands grasping at the air. Perseus, his heart pounding but his voice steady, made his demand. "Tell me where to find the nymphs who guard the weapons I seek, and I shall return your eye." Reluctantly, the Grey revealed the location of the nymphs. True to his word, Perseus returned their eye and continued on his quest. The nymphs, impressed by his cunning and bravery, bestowed upon him a curved sword of adamantine, sharp enough to cleave through Medusa's scales, and the helm of invisibility. As Perseus journeyed onwards, let yourself sink deeper into relaxation. Imagine the weight of your body melting into your bed, each breath bringing you closer to a state of tranquil peace. The hero's determination becomes a soothing mantra, guiding you towards restful slumber. At last, Perseus arrived at the lair of the Gorgons. Using the helm of invisibility, he crept silently into their domain. The cave was dark and damp, the air heavy with the scent of decay. Perseus could hear the soft hissing of the snakes that adorned Medusa's head, a chilling lullaby in the gloom. With bated breath, Perseus raised Athena's polished shield. In its reflection, he saw Medusa sleeping, her serpentine hair coiled around her face. Even in sleep, her features were twisted in a grotesque mask of rage and pain. For a moment, Perseus felt a pang of pity for the creature she had become. But he knew what had to be done. With the precision of a master swordsman, Perseus swung the adamantine blade. In one swift motion, Medusa's head was severed from her body. The snakes writhed and hissed in their death throes, but Perseus wasted no time. He quickly placed the head in the special sack provided by Hermes, careful not to look directly at it. As the head was secured, something miraculous happened. From Medusa's lifeless body sprang Pegasus, the winged horse, and Chrysaor, a giant wielding a golden sword. These beings, born from Medusa's death, would go on to have their own legendary tales. Perseus's quest was not yet complete, but he had overcome the greatest challenge. As he prepared to leave the Gorgon's lair, he felt a mix of triumph and solemnity. The weight of the severed head in his sack was a reminder of the terrible power he now possessed. As our hero embarks on his journey home, allow yourself to drift further into a state of calm. The challenges he faced melt away, replaced by a sense of accomplishment and peace. Let this feeling wash over you, carrying away any lingering tension or worry. Perseus's victory over Medusa teaches us that even the most fearsome obstacles can be overcome with wisdom, divine guidance, and courage. In your own life, remember that the challenges you face, no matter how daunting they may seem, can be conquered with the right tools and perspective. As you lie here, comfortable and safe, know that like Perseus, you have the strength within you to face whatever tomorrow may bring. Let the rhythm of your breath become as steady as the hero's determined steps, each inhale bringing you closer to the realm of dreams. And so, with Medusa's head safely secured, Perseus began his journey back, unaware of the further adventures and trials that awaited him. But those, dear listener, are tales for another night. For now, allow yourself to float in the calm sea of sleep, as peaceful as the hero after his great victory. As Perseus journeyed back from his victory over Medusa, he came upon a sight that would change his destiny forever. The kingdom of Ethiopia lay before him, its coastal cliffs rising majestically from the sea. But something was amiss in this picturesque scene. There, chained to the rocks, was a young woman of extraordinary beauty, her face a mask of fear and resignation. This was Andromeda, daughter of King Cepheus and Queen Cassiopeia of Ethiopia. Her mother's boastful claim of beauty, surpassing that of the Nereids, had angered Poseidon, god of the sea. In his wrath, he had sent a terrible sea monster to ravage the coast. The only way to appease the god's anger, according to an oracle, was to sacrifice Andromeda to the beast. Perseus, still carrying the head of Medusa in his satchel, felt his heart stir at the sight of the helpless princess. He descended from the sky, his winged sandals carrying him gently to the rock where Andromeda was chained. As he approached, she lifted her eyes, a mix of fear and wonder crossing her face. "Who are you?" Andromeda asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Have you come to mock my fate?" Perseus shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. "I am Perseus, son of Zeus and slayer of Medusa. Tell me, fair maiden, why are you bound to these cruel rocks?" As Andromeda recounted her tale, Perseus felt a surge of anger at the injustice of her situation. Here was an innocent, paying the price for her mother's vanity and a god's wounded pride. Without hesitation, he vowed to save her. "No monster shall claim your life while I draw breath." As if summoned by his words, a terrible roar echoed across the water. The sea began to churn, and from its depths rose a creature of nightmares. The monster, known as Cetus, was a behemoth of scales and teeth, its body serpentine and powerful. Its eyes, glowing with an otherworldly hunger, fixed upon Andromeda. Perseus wasted no time. He rose into the air, his winged sandals carrying him above the thrashing waves. The monster, sensing a new threat, turned its attention to the flying hero. Its massive jaws snapped at Perseus, but he was too quick, dodging each attack with grace and precision. As you listen to this tale of heroism and monster, allow the tension in your body to release. Imagine the rhythm of the waves, steady and constant, lulling you into a state of calm, even as the battle rages on in our story. Perseus circled the beast, looking for an opening. He drew his sword, a gift from the gods, its celestial bronze gleaming in the sunlight. With each pass, he struck at the monster, but its scales were too thick, deflecting his blows. The battle raged on, Perseus darting in and out of the monster's reach, his determination unwavering. But as time passed, he realized that his current strategy was futile. The beast was too large, too well armored for his sword to have any real effect. Then, as he narrowly avoided another snapping attack from the monster's jaws, an idea struck him. He had with him a weapon far more powerful than any sword, the head of Medusa, whose gaze could turn any living thing to stone. With renewed purpose, Perseus flew higher, gaining distance from the beast. He reached into his satchel, careful not to look directly at the Gorgon's head as he withdrew it. The monster, sensing victory was near, reared up from the waves, its massive body towering above the sea. "Look upon your doom, creature of Poseidon," Perseus cried, holding the head of Medusa aloft. The effect was instantaneous. The monster's roar of triumph turned to a strangled gasp as its eyes met those of Medusa. From its scaled feet upward, the beast began to turn to stone. In moments, where once there had been a living terror of the deep, now stood a massive statue, frozen in its final moment of realization. As you envision this scene of triumph, let a wave of relaxation wash over you. Feel the tension of the battle melt away, replaced by a sense of peace and resolution. Allow your breathing to slow, matching the now calm seas of our story. With the monster defeated, Perseus flew back to the cliffs where Andromeda remained chained. Landing beside her, he used his sword to break her bonds, catching her gently as she stumbled forward, weak from her ordeal. "You have saved me," Andromeda said, her eyes shining with gratitude and something more, a spark of admiration and growing affection. "How can I ever repay you?" Perseus, looking into her eyes, felt his heart swell with an emotion he had never experienced before. "Your safety is all the reward I need," he replied softly. As word of the monster's defeat spread, King Cepheus and Queen Cassiopeia rushed to the shore. They were overjoyed to see their daughter safe. and quickly offered Perseus her hand in marriage as a reward for his bravery. Perseus, already smitten with Andromeda, gladly accepted. However, their joy was short-lived as Phineus, Andromeda's uncle to whom she had previously been promised, arrived with his followers, demanding that the agreement be honored. A conflict seemed inevitable, but Perseus, wise as well as brave, saw an opportunity to avoid bloodshed. He asked all present to avert their eyes, and once again produced the head of Medusa. Phineus and his men, caught unaware, were transformed into stone statues, ending the dispute and securing Perseus and Andromeda's future together. As our tale draws to a close, imagine the peace that settles over the kingdom. The threat of the sea monster is gone, replaced by the promise of a joyous union. Let this sense of resolution and contentment seep into your own body and mind. Perseus and Andromeda's story teaches us that courage and compassion can overcome even the most daunting of challenges. It reminds us that sometimes the greatest rewards come not from seeking glory, but from following our hearts and standing up for what is right. As you lie here, drifting towards sleep, carry with you the image of Perseus and Andromeda, two souls brought together by fate and bound by love. Let their tale of triumph over adversity guide you to peaceful dreams, where you too may find the strength to face any challenge that comes your way. Remember, like Perseus, you possess hidden strengths and talents that may surprise you when the moment calls for them. And like Andromeda, even in your darkest moments, hope and rescue may be just on the horizon. Now, as we leave the shores of Ethiopia and the tale of Perseus and Andromeda, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the weight of your body melting into your bed, your mind calm and at peace. The gentle sound of rain outside your window mirrors the now tranquil seas of our story, lulling you further towards restful sleep. With Andromeda rescued and the sea monster vanquished, Perseus's journey was far from over. The young hero, now accompanied by his beautiful bride, set his sights on returning home to the island of Seriphos. As they sailed across the wine-dark sea, Perseus reflected on all that had transpired since he first set out on his perilous quest. The weight of Medusa's head, safely stored in its magical satchel, served as a constant reminder of the challenges he had overcome. Perseus knew that this grim trophy would play a crucial role in the next chapter of his story. As the shores of Seriphos came into view, he steeled himself for the confrontation that lay ahead. Upon their arrival, Perseus and Andromeda were met with a scene of chaos and despair. King Polydectes, believing Perseus to have perished on his impossible quest, had become increasingly tyrannical. The king's cruelty had reached new heights, and he now threatened Perseus's mother Danae, forcing her to become his bride. Filled with righteous anger, Perseus strode purposefully towards the palace, guards, recognizing the determined look in his eyes, wisely stepped aside. As he entered the great hall, Perseus found Polydectes hosting a lavish banquet, celebrating what he believed to be his impending marriage to Danae. The king's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Perseus standing before him, very much alive and radiating an aura of divine power. Before Polydectes could utter a word, Perseus spoke, his voice carrying the authority of one who had faced death and emerged victorious. "King Polydectes," Perseus declared, his voice echoing through the suddenly silent hall, "I have returned from my quest, bearing the prize you demanded. Behold, the head of Medusa." With these words, Perseus reached into his satchel, his hand grasping the serpent-covered head of the Gorgon. In that moment of triumph, Perseus paused, giving Polydectes one last chance at redemption. "Release my mother," he commanded, "and relinquish your unjust rule. Do this, and you may yet avoid the fate that awaits those who gaze upon Medusa's face." But Polydectes, consumed by his own arrogance and lust for power, laughed in the face of Perseus's ultimatum. "You dare threaten me, boy," the king sneered. "I am the ruler of this island, and your mother will be mine, and you will kneel before me or face death." With a heavy heart, knowing that Polydectes had sealed his own fate, Perseus withdrew Medusa's head from the satchel. "Then let your tyranny end here," he proclaimed. As the Gorgon's lifeless eyes were revealed, their power undiminished even in death, Polydectes and his sycophantic courtiers were instantly transformed into stone. In the stunned silence that followed, Perseus turned to the remaining people in the hall, servants, guards, and common folk who had suffered under Polydectes' rule. "The tyrant's reign is over," he announced. "From this day forward, Seriphos shall know justice and peace." With Polydectes defeated, Perseus set about restoring order to the island. He freed his mother from her torment and reunited her with his foster father, Dictys, the humble fisherman who had raised him. Recognizing Dictys' wisdom and kindness, Perseus named him the new ruler of Seriphos, ensuring that the island would be governed with compassion and fairness. But even as peace settled over Seriphos, Perseus knew that his destiny lay elsewhere. The young hero felt a calling to return to the land of his birth, to Argos, where his grandfather Acrisius still ruled. Despite the prophecy that had led to his exile as an infant, Perseus harbored no ill will towards Acrisius. Instead, he hoped to reconcile with his grandfather and perhaps forge a new future for both their families. And so, bidding farewell to the people of Seriphos, Perseus set sail once more, this time with Andromeda and Danae by his side. As their ship cut through the waves, Perseus contemplated the twists and turns of fate that had brought him to this moment. He had begun his journey as a boy with nothing but courage and the favor of the gods. And now he returned a hero, his name already becoming legend. Upon reaching Argos, however, Perseus discovered that Acrisius, fearing the prophecy, had fled the city. Unwilling to claim the throne through force or deception, Perseus instead traveled to Larissa, where King Demigods was holding funeral games in honor of his father. It was here, in a cruel twist of fate, that the prophecy would finally be fulfilled. As Perseus competed in the discus throw, demonstrating the strength and skill he had honed through his adventures, a gust of wind carried his discus off course. In a heart-stopping moment, the discus struck an old man in the crowd, Acrisius, who had come to the games in disguise. As he rushed to the fallen man's side, Perseus was struck by the bitter irony of the situation. Despite all his efforts to defy fate, he had unwittingly fulfilled the very prophecy that had shaped the course of his life. Acrisius, in his final moments, recognized his grandson, and with his dying breath, offered forgiveness for the years of separation. Grief-stricken by this tragic turn of events, Perseus refused to claim the throne of Argus, feeling that it was tainted by the blood of his grandfather. Instead, he arranged an exchange with his cousin, Megapens, trading the kingdom of Argus for the rule of Turins and Medea. It was in Turins that Perseus and Andromeda would make their home, raising their children, and ruling with the wisdom and compassion that Perseus had learned through his trials. Under their guidance, Turins flourished, becoming a beacon of justice and prosperity in the ancient world. As the years passed, Perseus's fame only grew. The tales of his exploits, his defeat of Medusa, his rescue of Andromeda, and his overthrow of the tyrant Polydectes, spread far and wide. He became a symbol of heroism, embodying the ideals of courage, cleverness, and compassion that the Greeks held in high esteem. But perhaps the greatest legacy of Perseus was not in his own deeds, but in the lineage he established. Among his descendants would be some of the greatest heroes of Greek mythology, including the mighty Heracles. Through his children, the divine blood that flowed in Perseus's veins would continue to shape the destiny of Greece for generations to come. As Perseus grew older, he never forgot the lessons of his youth, the importance of humility, the strength found in facing one's fears, and the power of compassion. He remained ever grateful to the gods who had aided him in his quests, particularly Athena and Hermes, and he ensured that proper respect and worship were always paid to the Olympians. In the twilight of his life, Perseus could look back on a journey that had taken him from a humble beginning to the heights of heroism. He had faced monsters, defied kings, and even grappled with fate itself. Through it all, he had remained true to his values, never allowing his fame or power to corrupt his noble heart. And so, as we draw our tale to a close, let us reflect on the life of Perseus, a hero who reminds us that true greatness lies not in the battles we win or the monsters we slay, but in the choices we make and the lives we touch. In the quiet of the night, as you drift towards sleep. May the courage of Perseus inspire your dreams and guide you towards your own heroic path. As you rest and listen to these tales, consider the journey of Perseus. His story teaches us about overcoming seemingly impossible odds through intelligence and divine guidance. In your own life, remember that challenges that appear insurmountable may be conquered through wisdom and perseverance. Let Perseus's triumph bring peace to your thoughts as you continue to relax and drift deeper into tranquility. In the realm of Greek mythology, few heroes loom as large as Heracles, known to the Romans as Hercules. Born of both divine and mortal parentage, Heracles was destined for greatness from the moment he drew his first breath. His story begins not with triumph, but with danger and intrigue, setting the stage for a life of extraordinary challenges and legendary feats. Heracles was the son of Zeus, the king of the gods, and Alcmene, a mortal woman of noble lineage. Zeus, ever the trickster, had disguised himself as Alcmene's husband, Amphitryon, to seduce her. This union would produce a child of unparalleled strength and courage, but it would also incur the wrath of Zeus's wife, Hera. As Alcmene's time drew near, Zeus boasted to the other gods that a child born on that day would rule over all those around him. Hera, consumed by jealousy and anger at her husband's infidelity, devised a plan to thwart Zeus's intentions. She convinced Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth, to delay Alcmene's labor while hastening that of another noble woman, Nisip. Thus, Eurystheus was born first, fulfilling Zeus's unwitting prophecy and becoming the rightful ruler. Heracles, born mere hours later, would be destined to serve his cousin rather than rule over him. This twist of fate would shape the course of Heracles' life and set the stage for his famous 12 labors. Despite Hera's interference, Heracles was born healthy and strong. Even as an infant, his divine heritage was evident. When he was only 8 months old, Hera sent 2 enormous serpents to kill the child in his crib. Alcmene and Amphitryon were horrified to find the baby's chamber filled with the coils of these monstrous snakes. But their fear turned to amazement as they witnessed young Heracles grasp a serpent in each hand, strangling them with ease. This incredible feat was the first sign of Heracles' superhuman strength and his ability to overcome seemingly insurmountable odds. It was a harbinger of the great deeds he would accomplish throughout his life. As Heracles grew, his strength and skills continued to develop at an astonishing rate. He was educated by the finest tutors in Greece, each specializing in different areas. Amphitryon taught him to drive a chariot. Autolycus trained him in wrestling. Eurytus instructed him in archery. Castor showed him how to fight with weapons, and Linus attempted to teach him music and letters. However, Heracles' immense strength sometimes led to tragedy. During a music lesson, Linus criticized the young hero, and in a fit of anger, Heracles struck his teacher with his own lyre, killing him instantly. This incident revealed the dangerous potential of Heracles' power when unchecked by reason or restraint. Following this unfortunate event, Amphitryon sent Heracles to tend his cattle in the mountains. It was during this time of solitude and reflection that Heracles encountered two allegorical figures at a crossroads, vice and virtue. Vice, beautiful and alluring, offered him a life of ease and pleasure. Virtue, modest but noble, promised him a life of meaning through hard work and heroic deeds. Heracles chose the path of virtue, setting himself on a course that would lead to great trials, but also to eternal glory. This decision would shape his character and influence every challenge he would face in the years to come. As a young man, Heracles quickly gained fame for his strength and courage. He embarked on his first great adventure when he answered King Creon of Thebes' call for help against the minions, who had been oppressing the city. Heracles led the Theban army to a resounding victory, defeating the minion forces and killing their king. Grateful for his service, Creon offered Heracles the hand of his daughter, Megara, in marriage. The union seemed blessed, and Heracles and Megara had several children together. For a time, it appeared that the hero might settle into a life of domestic happiness and relative peace. But Hera had not forgotten her hatred for Zeus's illegitimate son. The goddess struck Heracles with a terrible madness, causing him to see his own children as enemies. In a frenzy of violence, Heracles slew his children and Megara, committing an act that would haunt him for the rest of his life. When the madness lifted and Heracles realized what he had done, he was overwhelmed with grief and guilt. Seeking purification and atonement, he traveled to Delphi to consult the oracle. It was there that he received the prophecy that would define the next phase of his life. To atone for his crimes, he must serve King Eurystheus for 12 years and complete any task the king set before him. Thus began the famous 12 labors of Heracles, a series of seemingly impossible tasks that would test his strength, courage, and cunning to their limits. These labors would take him across the known world and beyond, pitting him against fearsome monsters, impossible odds, and even the gods themselves. As we pause in our tale of Heracles, consider the path that led him to this point. Born under the shadow of divine jealousy, gifted with incredible strength, yet burdened by its consequences, Heracles' early life was a study in contrasts. His journey reminds us that even the mightiest heroes face moments of weakness and despair. In your own life, you may sometimes feel overwhelmed by challenges that seem beyond your strength. Remember Heracles, who faced his greatest trials not with mere physical power, but with courage, perseverance, and the willingness to atone for his mistakes. As you drift towards sleep, let the story of Heracles inspire you to face your own challenges with renewed determination. In our next chapter, we will delve into the first of Heracles' legendary labors, where he will face beasts and trials that would make most men quake with fear. But for now, allow yourself to relax, to let the weight of your own daily labors fall away. Like Heracles in his moments of peace, you too deserve rest and rejuvenation. As you lie here, imagine the strength of Heracles flowing through you, not as a burden, but as a comforting presence. Feel it soothing your muscles, easing the tension from your body. With each breath, you grow calmer, more at peace. The challenges of tomorrow can wait. For now, like our hero between his great deeds, you have earned this moment of tranquility. Let the gentle rain sounds remind you of the cleansing waters of time, washing away worries and cares. As Heracles found renewal in the face of his greatest challenges, so too can you find renewal in the depths of restful sleep. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and allow yourself to drift into the realm of dreams, where heroes walk and legends are born. As we continue our journey through the legendary tales of Greek mythology, we come to the first labors of Heracles, the mightiest of all heroes. These trials would test not only his incredible strength, but also his wit and determination. The story of Heracles' labors begins with tragedy. In a fit of madness induced by the goddess Hera, Heracles killed his own wife and children. When he regained his senses, he was overcome with grief and sought purification for his terrible deed. Seeking guidance, Heracles traveled to the oracle of Delphi. There, the Pythia, Apollo's high priestess, told him that to atone for his actions, he must serve King Eurystheus of Turin's for 12 years. During this time, he would need to complete 10 seemingly impossible tasks, which would later become known as the 12 labors of Heracles. As you listen to the tale of these labors, allow the rhythm of Heracles' journey to lull you into a state of deep relaxation. Let each challenge he faces melt away your own worries and tensions, guiding you closer to peaceful slumber. The first labor assigned to Heracles was to slay the Nemean lion. This was no ordinary beast, but a monstrous creature with a hide so tough that no weapon could penetrate it. As Heracles set out for Nemea, picture yourself embarking on a journey of your own, one that leads you deeper into tranquility. Upon reaching Nemea, Heracles tracked the lion to its lair, a cave with 2 entrances. Clever and strong, he blocked one entrance and entered through the other. In the dim light of the cave, Heracles faced the fearsome lion. Imagine the cool, quiet atmosphere of the cave, letting it envelop you in a cocoon of calm. Realizing his weapons were useless against the lion's impenetrable hide, Heracles relied on his legendary strength. He grappled with the beast, eventually choking it with his bare hands. As Heracles overcame this first challenge, feel your own tensions begin to loosen, your muscles relaxing as if the hero's strength were flowing into you. With the lion defeated, Heracles discovered that its claws were sharp enough through its own hide. He used these to skin the beast, creating the iconic lion skin cloak that would become his trademark. As you picture Heracles donning this symbol of his victory, let it remind you that you too have the strength to overcome any obstacles in your path. Returning to King Eurystheus with the Nemean lion's pelt, Heracles found the king cowering in fear. From that moment on, Eurystheus would only communicate with Heracles through a herald, too afraid to face the hero directly. As you drift closer to sleep, let any fears or anxieties you hold melt away, just as Heracles' presence melted Eurystheus' bravado. For his second labor, Heracles was sent to defeat the Lernaean Hydra, a monstrous water serpent with 9 heads. This creature lived in the swamps near the city of Lerna, terrorizing the countryside. As Heracles journeyed to face this new challenge, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, your mind floating as if carried on gentle waves. The Hydra proved to be a formidable foe. Its breath was poisonous, and for each head Heracles cut off, 2 more would grow in its place. But our hero was not deterred. He called upon his nephew and charioteer Iolaus for assistance. As you listen, think of the times when you faced seemingly insurmountable problems, and how sometimes the solution comes from unexpected sources. Together, Heracles and Iolaus devised a strategy. Heracles would cut off each head, and Iolaus would immediately cauterize the wound with a torch, preventing new heads from growing. This teamwork proved effective, and slowly but surely they began to gain the upper hand against the Hydra. As you imagine this battle unfolding, let each defeated head of the Hydra represent a worry or concern in your own life. Watch as Heracles and Iolaus work together to overcome the monster, and feel your own troubles diminishing, burning away like the cauterized stumps of the Hydra's necks. Finally, Heracles reached the Hydra's immortal center head. He cut it off and buried it under a heavy rock, ensuring it could never regrow. With this action, the Lernaean Hydra was defeated, and the surrounding lands were made safe once more. As the Hydra falls, let any remaining tension in your body dissipate, sinking into the earth just as the monster's final head was buried. Having completed his second labor, Heracles dipped his arrows in the Hydra's poisonous blood, creating weapons of terrible power that would serve him in future challenges. As we pause in our tale, consider how even the most difficult experiences can provide us with tools and wisdom for the future. The third labor took Heracles to the town of Sopes, where he was tasked with capturing the Cyrenian hind. This magnificent creature was sacred to the goddess Artemis, with golden antlers and hooves of bronze. It was said to be so swift that it could outrun an arrow in flight. As Heracles began his pursuit of the hind, allow your mind to wander freely, like the graceful creature bounding through forests and meadows. Feel the gentle rhythm of your breathing, as steady and persistent as Heracles in his quest. For a full year, Heracles chased the Cyrenian hind across Greece. He tracked it tirelessly, never giving up despite the seemingly impossible nature of his task. As you listen, let the passage of time in the story blur, mimicking the hazy comfort of approaching sleep. Finally, Heracles managed to capture the hind, not through force, but through patience and cunning. He waited until the creature stopped to drink, then caught it in a net. As the hind is finally caught, feel your own thoughts slowing, becoming as calm and still as a clear forest pool. Heracles knew he had to bring the hind back alive and unharmed, as it was sacred to Artemis. As he carried it back to Eurystheus, he encountered the goddess herself. Artemis was angered that her sacred animal had been captured, but Heracles explained his situation. Impressed by his honesty and the difficulty of his labors, Artemis allowed him to continue his journey. This encounter reminds us that sometimes, even when we feel we've done something wrong, honesty and explanation can lead to understanding. As you drift closer to sleep, let this thought comfort you, releasing any lingering guilt or worry you might be holding. For his fourth labor, Heracles was sent to capture the Erymanthian boar, a monstrous creature that had been terrorizing the people of Mount Erymanthos. This massive beast was known for its terrible strength and fierce tusks that could gore a man with ease. As Heracles journeyed to Mount Erymanthos, he stopped to visit his old friend, the centaur Pholus. During his stay, Heracles opened a jar of wine, which attracted other centaurs with its strong aroma. Intoxicated and enraged, the centaurs attacked Heracles and Pholus. In the ensuing battle, Heracles was forced to use his poisoned arrows to drive the centaurs away. Tragically, Pholus accidentally dropped one of these arrows on his foot, leading to his death. This reminder of the unintended consequences of our actions serves as a poignant moment in Heracles' journey. As you contemplate this part of the story, allow any regrets or sorrows you carry to fade away. Like Heracles, we must sometimes bear the weight of unintended harm, but we can also choose to move forward and continue our journey. Resuming his quest, Heracles tracked the Erymanthian boar to its lair. Rather than confronting it directly, he used his intellect, driving the creature into deep snow where its movement was hindered. In this weakened state, Heracles was able to capture the boar alive, binding it with chains. As you picture Heracles leading the bound boar back to Eurystheus, feel your own body becoming heavier, as if sinking into soft snow. Let each step of Heracles' journey lead you further into a state of deep relaxation. Upon seeing the terrifying boar, King Eurystheus was so frightened that he hid in a large bronze jar, refusing to come out. This humorous image serves as a reminder that even those who seem powerful can have their moments of weakness and fear. As our tale of Heracles' first labors comes to a close, reflect on the challenges he has overcome. From the indestructible Nemean lion to the many-headed hydra, from the swift Cyrenian hind to the fierce Erymanthian boar, Heracles has shown strength, courage, and wisdom. These labors teach us that no challenge is truly insurmountable. With persistence, creativity, and sometimes the help of others, we can overcome even the most daunting obstacles. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you the strength and determination of Heracles, knowing that you too have the power to face whatever trials tomorrow may bring. Let the echo of these ancient tales guide you into peaceful slumber, where the realms of myth and dream intertwine. May your sleep be as deep as the forests Heracles traversed, as calm as the moments after his victories, and as refreshing as the divine ambrosia of the gods. Good night and sweet dreams. As we continue our journey through the legendary labors of Heracles, we find our hero facing ever-increasing challenges. The middle labors tested not only his strength, but also his wit and resolve. Let us delve into these trials, allowing the epic tale to wash over you like gentle waves, lulling you into a peaceful state. The fifth labor brought Heracles face to face with the Augean stables. These stables, home to thousands of cattle, had not been cleaned in 30 years. The task seemed insurmountable, but Heracles approached it with ingenuity. He diverted 2 rivers, the Alpheus and the Peneus, to flow through the stables, washing away years of filth in a single day. As you listen, imagine the rush of clear water, cleansing and renewing, much like sleep refreshes our minds each night. However, King Eurystheus was not satisfied. He claimed that since the rivers had done the work, it did not count as Heracles' labor. This setback did not deter our hero, for he knew that true strength lies not in recognition from others, but in the satisfaction of a job well done. As you rest, remember that your worth is not determined by the judgment of others, but by your own actions and integrity. The sixth labor took Heracles to the lake of Stymphallus, where man-eating birds with bronze beaks and sharp metallic feathers terrorized the land. These birds were sacred to Ares, the god of war, and their presence brought destruction to crops and danger to people. Heracles, realizing that brute force alone would not suffice, sought the aid of the goddess Athena. Athena provided Heracles with a bronze rattle, a gift from the god Hephaestus. The hero used this divine instrument to startle the birds into flight, then shot them down with his arrows. As you listen, let the steady rhythm of Heracles' actions soothe you, like a lullaby guiding you towards peaceful slumber. This labor teaches us that sometimes the solution to our problems requires a combination of divine inspiration and our own efforts. In your own life, when faced with challenges, remember that wisdom and strength often work hand in hand. The seventh labor brought Heracles to Crete, where he was tasked with capturing the Cretan bull. This magnificent creature, said to be the father of the Minotaur, was causing havoc across the island. Heracles approached the bull with respect and determination, wrestling it into submission with his bare hands. As you visualize this scene, feel the strength of Heracles flowing through you. Let the tension in your body release, much like the bull eventually yielded to the hero's firm, yet gentle grasp. Allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, knowing that even the mightiest of challenges can be overcome with patience and perseverance. After capturing the bull, Heracles brought it back to King Eurystheus, who was so terrified of the creature that he hid in a large bronze jar. This moment of humor in the midst of heroic deeds reminds us that even in the face of great trials, TAs, you drift towards sleep. Let a gentle smile play on your lips, releasing any remaining stress from your day. The eighth labor saw Heracles journeying to Thrace to capture the man-eating mares of Diones. These horses, fed on human flesh, were violent and untamed. Heracles, knowing the danger they posed, first dealt with their owner, King Diones, before turning his attention to the mares. In a twist of poetic justice, Heracles fed Diones to his own horses, breaking their cycle of violence. He then led the mares to the sea, where the salt water calmed their savage nature. As you listen, imagine the sound of gentle waves lapping at the shore, washing away the mare's violent past, just as sleep washes away the cares of your day. This labor teaches us that sometimes, to break a cycle of negativity, we must confront its source directly. In your own life, as you lay here seeking rest, consider what negative patterns you might need to address to find true peace. The ninth labor took Heracles on a different kind of quest. He was sent to retrieve the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. This task was unique, as it required diplomacy as much as strength. Hippolyta, impressed by Heracles' reputation, agreed to give him the girdle willingly. However, Hera, ever jealous of Zeus's son, spread rumors among the Amazons that Heracles intended to kidnap their queen. This led to a battle, during which Heracles reluctantly fought against the warrior women, eventually securing the girdle. As you reflect on this labor, consider how misunderstandings and miscommunication can turn potential allies into adversaries. In your own life, strive for clear and honest communication, for it can prevent unnecessary conflicts and pave the way for peaceful resolutions. The 10th labor brought Heracles to the far western edge of the known world, to the island of Erythea. There, he was to capture the cattle of the three-bodied giant Geryon. This journey was perhaps the most arduous yet, taking our hero across vast deserts and unknown lands. During this journey, Heracles erected the famous pillars of Hercules at the Strait of Gibraltar, marking the edge of the known world. As you imagine these grand pillars, let them stand in your mind as a testament to the limits you've pushed and the boundaries you've overcome in your own life. Upon reaching Erythea, Heracles faced not only Geryon, but also his two-headed dog Orthrus and his herdsman Eurytion. With his incredible strength and skill, Heracles defeated these guardians and successfully captured the cattle. This labor reminds us that sometimes reaching our goals requires us to venture into unknown territories, facing unfamiliar challenges. As you prepare for sleep, take comfort in knowing that, like Heracles, you have the strength within you to face whatever tomorrow may bring. As we conclude our exploration of Heracles' middle labors, let the weight of these mythic deeds settle over you like a warm, comforting blanket. Each labor tested Heracles in new ways, pushing him to grow not just in strength, but in wisdom and character. Allow the steady rhythm of Heracles' journey to lull you towards sleep. Like the hero resting between his labors, give yourself permission to rest now, to rejuvenate your body and mind. The night embraces you, soft and secure, promising the deep, restful sleep of legends. As your consciousness begins to drift, know that, like Heracles, you too have the power to face your challenges with courage and ingenuity. Let this knowledge bring you peace as you slip into the realm of dreams, where perhaps you'll find yourself standing alongside the great hero, ready to face whatever labors tomorrow may bring. As we continue our journey through the legendary labors of Heracles, we come to his final and most challenging tasks. These trials would push the demigod to his very limits, testing not only his strength, but his wit and resolve as well. Let us delve into these last labors, where Heracles faced creatures of myth and traversed the very boundaries of the mortal world. The ninth labor set before Heracles was to obtain the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. This was no ordinary belt, but a symbol of Hippolyta's authority, given to her by her father Ares, the god of war. Heracles sailed to the land of the Amazons, a journey fraught with its own perils. Upon reaching the Amazon kingdom, Heracles was surprised to find Hippolyta willing to give him the girdle. However, Hera, ever plotting against Heracles, disguised herself as an Amazon and spread a rumor that Heracles intended to abduct their queen. This deception led to a fierce battle between Heracles and the Amazons. In the chaos of the fight, Heracles was forced to slay Hippolyta and take the girdle. As you listen to this tale, imagine the weight of regret Heracles must have felt, forced to take a life due to Hera's machinations. Let the complexity of this myth remind you that even in our own lives, misunderstandings can lead to unforeseen consequences. For his 10th labor, Heracles was tasked with capturing the cattle of the monster Geryon. This three-headed giant lived on the island of Erythea, far in the west where the sun sets. The journey itself was a monumental task, taking Heracles to the very edges of the known world. Along the way, Heracles erected the famous pillars of Hercules at the Strait of Gibraltar, marking the edge of the ancient Mediterranean world. As you drift towards sleep, envision these massive stone columns rising from the sea, a testament to Heracles' strength and the vastness of his travels. Upon reaching Erythea, Heracles faced not only Geryon, but also his two-headed dog Orthrus and his herdsman Eurytion. With his mighty club, Heracles dispatched both Orthrus and Eurytion before confronting Geryon himself. The battle was fierce, but Heracles emerged victorious, slaying the three-headed giant with his poisoned arrows. As Heracles drove the cattle back to Greece, he faced numerous challenges. Hera sent a gadfly to scatter the herd, and various local heroes and monsters attempted to steal the cattle. Yet Heracles persevered, showcasing not just his strength, but his determination and resourcefulness. The 11th labor brought Heracles to the western edge of the world once more, this time to retrieve the golden apples of the Hesperides. These apples were wedding gifts to Hera from Gaia, the earth goddess, and were guarded by the Hesperides nymphs and the 100-headed dragon Ladon. Heracles' journey to the garden was long and arduous. Along the way, he encountered Antaeus, a giant who gained strength from contact with the earth. Heracles defeated him by lifting him off the ground and crushing him in a bear hug. Let the sound of the rain outside soothe you as you imagine Heracles' arms tightening around the giant, lifting him from his source of power. Upon reaching the garden, Heracles tricked Atlas, the Titan who held up the sky, into retrieving the apples for him. Atlas, eager to be free of his burden, agreed to get the apples if Heracles would hold the sky in his stead. Heracles accepted, taking the weight of the heavens upon his shoulders. When Atlas returned with the apples, he attempted to leave Heracles with his burden. But the clever hero asked Atlas to take the sky for just a moment while he adjusted his cloak. Once Atlas took back the sky, Heracles picked up the apples and left. As you relax deeper into your bed, consider how Heracles used his wit to overcome a challenge that pure strength could not solve. For his final labor, Heracles was given perhaps his most daunting task yet: to capture and bring back Cerberus, the three-headed guard dog of the underworld. This labor would require Heracles to journey into the realm of the dead itself, a place from which few mortals had ever returned. Before descending into the underworld, Heracles was initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries, ancient religious rites that were said to prepare one for the afterlife. As you listen, let the mysteries of sleep begin to envelop you, just as the secrets of the underworld were revealed to Heracles. Guided by Hermes and Athena, Heracles entered the underworld. He faced the spirits of the dead without fear, even encountering the Gorgon Medusa. But Heracles knew her head was but an empty shell in the land of the dead, and he passed by unharmed. When Heracles reached Hades, the god of the underworld, he asked for permission to take Cerberus. Hades agreed, but on one condition. Heracles must subdue the beast with his bare hands, without the use of weapons. This stipulation would test Heracles' strength to its very limit. Heracles approached the monstrous Cerberus, its 3 heads snarling and snapping, its serpent tail thrashing. With unwavering courage, Heracles grappled with the beast, using all his might to wrestle it into submission. The struggle was intense, but finally, Heracles managed to subdue Cerberus, wrapping his powerful arms around the creature's neck. As you lie there, feeling the weight of your own body sinking into the bed, imagine the immense strength required to hold down the massive 3-headed hound. Let the tension in your muscles release, just as Cerberus eventually yielded to Heracles' grip. With Cerberus subdued, Heracles dragged the creature out of the underworld and presented it to Eurystheus. The king, terrified by the sight of the underworld's guardian, hid in a pithos, a large storage jar, and begged Heracles to return the beast to Hades. And so, Heracles completed his 12 labors, feats of strength, courage, and cunning. That would cement his place as the greatest of Greek heroes. These labors had taken him to the farthest corners of the world, pitted him against fearsome monsters, and even led him into the realm of the dead. As we conclude this chapter of Heracles' story, reflect on the perseverance and growth he displayed throughout his trials. From the Nemean lion to Cerberus, each labor forced Heracles to adapt, to think beyond mere brute strength, and to face the consequences of his actions. Let the completion of these labors lull you towards your own rest. Like Heracles, you have faced your own challenges today, big and small. Now is the time to set them aside, to let your mind and body relax, knowing that you too have the strength to face whatever tomorrow may bring. As sleep begins to embrace you, carry with you the wisdom of Heracles' journey. Remember that even the greatest of heroes faced moments of doubt, made mistakes, and had to overcome seemingly impossible odds. Yet, through perseverance, intelligence, and sometimes the help of others, any challenge can be overcome. May the sound of the rain outside blend with the gentle waves of sleep, carrying you off to dreams of heroic deeds and mythical lands. Rest now, knowing that, like Heracles, you have the potential for greatness within you, waiting to be awakened with each new day. Having completed his 12 labors, Heracles found himself a changed man. The trials had forged him into a hero of unparalleled strength and wisdom. Yet, his adventures were far from over. The gods, it seemed, had more in store for this legendary figure. One of Heracles' most famous post-labor exploits was his participation in the quest for the Golden Fleece. Jason, the rightful heir to the throne of Iolcos, had been tasked with retrieving this magical artifact as a condition for claiming his birthright. Recognizing the need for the mightiest heroes of Greece, Jason assembled the Argonauts, and Heracles was among the first to join. As the Argo set sail, Heracles' strength proved invaluable. When the ship reached the island of Lemnos, populated only by women who had murdered their husbands, it was Heracles who urged the crew to move on, reminding them of their sacred quest. His focus and determination kept the mission on track, demonstrating that his mind had grown as strong as his body. However, fate had different plans for our hero. During a stop for fresh water in Mysia, Heracles' young companion Hylas was lured away by nymphs, never to be seen again. Consumed by grief and the need to find his friend, Heracles left the Argonauts to continue their journey without him. This moment of vulnerability reminds us that even the mightiest heroes are not immune to loss and sorrow. Heracles' journey then took him to Troy, where he encountered a city in distress. King Laomedon had angered the sea god Poseidon, who sent a fearsome sea monster to ravage the coast. The king had promised his daughter Hesione to anyone who could slay the beast, and Heracles, ever the champion, took up the challenge. With his characteristic bravery, Heracles dove into the sea to confront the monster. Armed with his trusty club and protected by a structure built by Athena, he battled the creature beneath the waves. After a fierce struggle, Heracles emerged victorious, having slain the monster and saved the princess. Yet, true to the complex nature of Greek mythology, this heroic deed did not lead to a simple, happy ending. King Laomedon, in an act of deceit, refused to honor his promise and pay Heracles the agreed-upon reward. This betrayal would have far-reaching consequences, as Heracles vowed to return and exact his revenge. Years later, Heracles made good on his promise. He returned to Troy with a fleet of ships and a band of heroes, including Telamon, father of the great Ajax. In a swift and decisive campaign, Heracles and his forces sacked the city, killing King Laomedon and all his sons save one, the young Prince Priam, who would later become the king of Troy during the famous Trojan War. This act of vengeance showcases a darker side of Heracles, reminding us that even the greatest heroes are capable of terrible deeds when driven by anger and a sense of injustice. It's a poignant reminder of the complexity of human nature, even in those we consider legendary. Another significant adventure in Heracles' later life was his role in the war against the Amazons. These fierce warrior women, led by their queen Hippolyta, were renowned for their skill in battle and their matriarchal society. Heracles joined the expedition to retrieve Hippolyta's girdle, a magical belt given to her by Ares, the god of war. The journey to the land of the Amazons was fraught with danger, but Heracles' reputation preceded him. Initially, Hippolyta was so impressed by the hero that she agreed to give him the girdle willingly. However, Hera, still harboring her grudge against Heracles, disguised herself as an Amazon and spread rumors that the Greeks intended to abduct their queen. This deception led to a great battle between the Greeks and the Amazons. Heracles, caught in the middle of the conflict he had hoped to avoid, fought with a heavy heart. His strength and skill in combat were unmatched, and eventually he emerged victorious, claiming the girdle, but at a great cost of life on both sides. This tale serves as a somber reminder of the often tragic consequences of misunderstanding and manipulation, even for a hero as mighty as Heracles. It also highlights the continuing influence of the gods in mortal affairs, showing that even after his labors, Heracles was not free from divine interference. As we near the end of Heracles' mortal life, we come to one of the most poignant chapters in his story, his second marriage and ultimate demise. After many years of wandering and adventure, Heracles married Deianira, daughter of King Oeneus of Calydon. Their life together was peaceful for a time, a well-deserved respite for the much-tested hero. However, this peace was not destined to last. During a journey, the couple came to the river Evenus, where the centaur Nessus served as a ferryman. Nessus offered to carry Deianira across while Heracles swam. But once on the other side, the centaur attempted to abduct Heracles' wife. Enraged, Heracles shot Nessus with an arrow tipped with the poisonous blood of the Hydra, one of the monsters he had slain during his labors. As Nessus lay dying, he committed one final act of malice. He told Deianira that his blood, now mixed with the Hydra's poison, would act as a love potion, ensuring Heracles' faithfulness if ever she doubted him. Years later, hearing rumors of Heracles' interest in another woman, Deianira recalled Nessus's words. She soaked a shirt in the centaur's blood and sent it to her husband as a gift. Heracles, unknowing, put on the shirt, and the poison began to burn him unendurably. In agony, Heracles built his own funeral pyre, unable to bear the pain any longer. As the flames consumed his mortal body, Zeus intervened, bringing Heracles to Mount Olympus to join the ranks of the immortals. Deianira, upon learning the terrible consequences of her actions, took her own life in grief. This tragic end to Heracles' mortal life serves as a powerful reminder of the complex interplay between fate, choice, and consequence in Greek mythology. Even the mightiest hero could not escape the intricate web of destiny woven by the fates. Yet in death and ascension, Heracles achieved a form of immortality few others could claim. On Olympus, he was reconciled with Hera, finally free from her enmity. He married Hebe, the goddess of youth, symbolizing his eternal vigor and heroic nature. Heracles' journey from a mortal beset by trials to a god among the Olympians represents the ultimate hero's journey. His story reminds us that greatness is not merely about strength or completing impossible tasks, but about perseverance in the face of adversity, growth through challenges, and ultimately transcendence of our mortal limitations. As you drift towards sleep, consider the lessons from Heracles' later adventures. Like him, We all face challenges beyond our great triumphs. We experience loss, confront the consequences of our actions, and grapple with the complex nature of justice and vengeance. Yet, through it all, we have the capacity for growth, for compassion, and for achieving a form of immortality through the legacy we leave behind. Let the story of Heracles guide you into peaceful slumber, a reminder that even the greatest heroes face trials and tribulations. But with perseverance and courage, we can overcome any obstacle that stands in our path. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and allow the mythic tale of Heracles to carry you into the realm of dreams, where perhaps you too will walk among the gods on Mount Olympus. As we reflect on the life of Heracles, we see a hero who embodied both incredible strength and profound vulnerability. His labors teach us that even the mightiest among us face trials that test our resolve and character. In your own journey through life, remember that true heroism lies not in being invincible, but in rising each time we fall. Like Heracles, we all have the potential for greatness within us, waiting to be unleashed through perseverance and courage. As you drift closer to sleep, let the strength of Heracles inspire you to face your own challenges with determination and hope. In the ancient land of Greece, where myths and legends intertwine with the very fabric of reality, there was born a hero whose name would echo through the ages. Theseus, a demigod of extraordinary courage and strength, came into the world shrouded in mystery and destined for greatness. Theseus was born to Aethra, the daughter of King Pittheus of Troezen. His father's identity, however, was a matter of some debate. For you see, on the night of his conception, Aethra had lain with both King Aegeus of Athens and the great god Poseidon. This dual parentage would shape Theseus's destiny in ways he could never have imagined. As you rest and listen to this tale, imagine the warm breeze of a Grecian summer night, carrying with it the scent of olive groves and the distant murmur of the sea. Let the gentle rhythm of my words lull you into a state of peaceful relaxation as we delve deeper into the story of Theseus. King Aegeus, desperate for an heir, had sought the counsel of the oracle at Delphi. The oracle's words were cryptic, as they often were, warning him not to open the wine skin of unmixed wine until he returned to Athens. Confused by this prophecy, Aegeus confided in his friend, King Pittheus of Troezen. Pittheus, understanding the hidden meaning in the oracle's words, arranged for his daughter Aethra to sleep with Aegeus. That same night, moved by divine will, Poseidon also visited Aethra, and so Theseus was conceived, blessed with both royal and divine blood. Before returning to Athens, Aegeus left behind a sword and a pair of sandals, hiding them beneath a great boulder. He instructed Aethra that when their son was strong enough to lift the boulder and claim these tokens, she should send him to Athens to claim his birthright. As you listen, feel the weight of that boulder in your mind. Let it represent any burdens you may be carrying. Breathe deeply and slowly, allowing each breath to lighten that load, just as Theseus would one day lift his father's boulder with ease. Theseus grew into a strong and curious young man, raised by his mother and grandfather in Trojan. He was educated in the ways of kings and heroes, learning the art of warfare, the importance of wisdom, and the value of compassion. All the while, the mystery of his father's identity burned within him, fueling his desire to prove himself worthy of his unknown heritage. As the years passed, Theseus's strength grew, as did his reputation for bravery and justice. He became known throughout Trojan for his willingness to stand up to bullies and protect the weak. The people whispered that surely this young man must have the blood of the gods flowing through his veins. Finally, on the day of his 18th birthday, Aethra decided it was time. She led Theseus to the great boulder that had stood unmoved since before his birth. With a gentle smile, she told him of his father's test and the treasures that lay beneath the stone. Theseus, his heart pounding with excitement and trepidation, approached the boulder. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, feeling the earth's strength flow up through his body. With a deep breath, he grasped the edges of the stone and began to lift. As you imagine this scene, feel your own body relaxing, sinking deeper into comfort. Let the tension in your muscles melt away, just as the years of mystery melted away for Theseus in this moment of truth. With a mighty heave, Theseus lifted the boulder, revealing the gleaming sword and sandals beneath. As he held his father's tokens in his hands, a sense of destiny washed over him. He knew then that his path lay not in Trojan, but in Athens, where his true heritage awaited. Aethra, with tears in her eyes, told Theseus the full story of his birth and the identity of his father. She explained that King Aegeus of Athens awaited him, though he knew not of Theseus's existence. The young hero's heart swelled with purpose, and he vowed to make the journey to Athens to claim his birthright. But the path to Athens was fraught with danger. The land route, known as the Sacred Way, was plagued by bandits, monsters, and other perils. Many advised Theseus to take the safer sea route, but the young hero was determined to prove his worth. As Theseus prepared for his journey, let your mind wander to thoughts of your own life's journey. What challenges have you faced? What strengths have you discovered within yourself? Allow these reflections to float gently through your consciousness, neither dwelling on them nor pushing them away. With his father's sword at his side and sandals on his feet, Theseus bid farewell to his mother and grandfather. He set out on the treacherous land route to Athens, his heart full of courage and his mind set on the trials ahead. The first leg of his journey took him through dense forests, where shadows danced between ancient trees. Theseus moved with caution, his senses alert for any sign of danger. It wasn't long before he encountered his first challenge. Periphetes, also known as Coronites, or the club bearer, was a fearsome bandit who terrorized travelers on the road to Epidaurus. He wielded a massive bronze club, using it to crush the skulls of unsuspecting victims. When he spotted Theseus, he saw only another easy target. But Theseus was no ordinary traveler. As Periphetes swung his mighty club, Theseus ducked and rolled, years of training guiding his movements. In a flash, he drew his father's sword and met the bandit's attack with a strike of his own. The clash of bronze filled the air as Theseus and Periphetes battled. The young hero's agility and skill proved a match for the bandit's brute strength. In a decisive moment, Theseus feinted left, then struck right, disarming Periphetes and claiming the bronze club as his own. With Periphetes defeated, Theseus continued on his way, the bronze club now a trophy of his first victory. This weapon would serve him well in the challenges to come, a symbol of his growing legend. As you listen to Theseus's trials, allow your own worries and concerns to fade away. Like the hero facing his challenges one by one, know that you too have the strength to overcome whatever obstacles you may face in your life. Theseus's journey continued, each step bringing him closer to Athens and his destiny. He traveled through the Isthmus of Corinth, a narrow strip of land connecting the Peloponnese to the mainland of Greece. It was here that he encountered his next great challenge. Sinis, known as the Pine Bender, was a cruel bandit with a unique and terrible method of killing his victims. He would capture travelers and bend 2 pine trees to the ground, tying his victims' limbs to each tree. When released, the trees would tear the unfortunate soul apart. As Theseus approached, Sinis attempted to overpower him, intending to subject the young hero to his grisly fate. But Theseus, now battle-hardened from his encounter with Periphetes, was ready. A fierce struggle ensued, with Theseus matching Sinis's strength and cunning with his own. In the end, Theseus turned Sinis's own method against him, using the pine trees to deliver justice to the notorious bandit. With each victory, Theseus's reputation grew. Word of a young hero cleaning the sacred way of its dangers began to spread, reaching the ears of both common folk and nobility alike. As Theseus neared the borders of Megara, he faced perhaps his strangest challenge yet. Syren, a wily bandit, had established himself on a narrow cliff path. He would force passing travelers to wash his feet, only to kick them off the cliff into the sea below, where a giant turtle would devour them. When Syren demanded Theseus wash his feet, the hero appeared to comply. But as he knelt, Theseus seized Syren's legs, and with a mighty heave, threw the bandit off his own cliff to meet the fate he had dealt to so many innocent travelers. With each of these trials, Theseus was not only proving his strength and courage, but also bringing justice and safety to the lands he passed through. His actions were those of a true hero, protecting the innocent and punishing the wicked. As you continue to relax and listen, imagine the weight of Theseus's victories settling over you like a warm, comforting blanket. Let each triumph soothe your mind, carrying you further into a state of peaceful tranquility. Theseus's final challenge before reaching Athens came in the form of Procrustes, also known as the Stretcher. This cruel host would invite travelers to rest in his iron bed. If they were too short, he would stretch them to fit. If too tall, he would cut off their limbs. Using his wit as much as his strength, Theseus tricked Procrustes into lying on his own bed. There, he delivered justice, fitting Procrustes to his own cruel device. At last, with these challenges behind him, Theseus arrived at the outskirts of Athens. He had proven himself a true hero, worthy of his divine and royal heritage. But his greatest challenges still lay ahead, for he had yet to reveal himself to his father, King Aegeus, and claim his rightful place. As we leave Theseus on the threshold of Athens, poised to step into his destiny, allow yourself to drift deeper into relaxation. Like the hero at the end of his journey, you have weathered the trials of the day and now stand at the gateway to peaceful slumber. In our next tale, we will explore Theseus's arrival in Athens and the new challenges that awaited him there, including his most famous adventure, confronting the dreaded Minotaur. But for now, let the rhythm of your breath match the gentle cadence of my words, carrying you softly towards sleep. Remember, like Theseus, you possess hidden strengths and untapped potential. As you rest, may your dreams be filled with the courage and determination of heroes, preparing you for whatever adventures tomorrow may bring. As we continue our journey through the tales of Greek heroes, we come to one of the most famous stories of all, Theseus and the Minotaur. This tale of bravery, cunning, and the power of love has echoed through the ages, captivating listeners for thousands of years. Our story begins in Athens, where the young Prince Theseus had just arrived to claim his birthright. The city was in mourning. For every 9 years, they were forced to send 7 young men and 7 young women to Crete as tribute to King Minos. These unfortunate souls were destined to be sacrificed to the terrible Minotaur, a monstrous creature with the body of a man and the head of a bull. Theseus, filled with the fire of youth and a desire to prove himself, volunteered to be one of the 14. He promised his father, King Aegeus, that if he survived, he would return with white sails instead of the usual black. As you listen, imagine the salt breeze on your face, the gentle rocking of the ship as it carries Theseus and the other Athenians to their fate. Upon arriving in Crete, Theseus caught the eye of Princess Ariadne, daughter of King Minos. Struck by his bravery and beauty, she decided to help him. In the quiet of night, picture the moonlight glinting off the palace walls as Ariadne whispered her plan to Theseus. She gave him a ball of thread and a sword, instructing him to tie the thread at the entrance of the labyrinth where the Minotaur dwelled. As you relax deeper into your comfortable position, envision Theseus entering the dark, twisting passages of the labyrinth. The air grows thick and musty, the silence broken only by his cautious footsteps and the occasional distant bellow of the Minotaur. With each turn, Theseus unravels more of Ariadne's thread, leaving a lifeline back to the entrance. Deeper and deeper he went, the passages growing narrower, the darkness more oppressive. Your own breathing may slow as you imagine the tension building, the knowledge that around any corner the dreaded Minotaur might appear. Yet Theseus pressed on, his determination unwavering. Finally, in the heart of the labyrinth, Theseus encountered the Minotaur. Picture this fearsome creature, half man, half bull, with enormous horns and eyes blazing with hunger and rage. The beast charged, but Theseus was ready. With grace and skill, he dodged the Minotaur's attacks, his own movements as fluid as water. As you sink deeper into relaxation, know that like Theseus, you have the strength within you to face your own challenges. The battle raged on, a dance of man versus monster in the shadowy depths of the maze. Theseus darted and weaved, his sword flashing in what little light penetrated the labyrinth's core. At last, seizing his moment, Theseus struck a fatal blow. The Minotaur fell, its fearsome reign finally at an end. Exhausted but victorious, Theseus followed Ariadne's thread back through the twisting passages, emerging into the cool night air a hero. But our story doesn't end there. In the dark of night, Theseus and Ariadne, along with the rescued Athenians, fled Crete on their ship. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine the quiet lapping of waves against the hull, the whisper of wind in the sails. Theseus had triumphed, yet his journey was not over. In a twist of fate that has puzzled storytellers for centuries, Theseus abandoned Ariadne on the island of Naxos during their voyage home. Some say it was the will of the gods, others that Theseus was bewitched or simply fickle. As you ponder this, let your thoughts drift like leaves on a gentle stream, not seeking answers, but simply observing. As Athens came into view, tragedy struck again. In his elation, or perhaps distraction, Theseus forgot to change the sails from black to white, as he had promised his father. King Aegeus, watching from a high cliff and seeing the black sails approach, believed his son had perished. Overcome with grief, he threw himself into the sea, which would forever after bear his name, the Aegean. Theseus returned to Athens victorious, but at a great cost. He had slain the Minotaur and freed his people from the terrible tribute, yet he had lost both Ariadne and his father. As he assumed the throne of Athens, Theseus carried with him the complex legacy of his deeds. A hero, yes, but one marked by both triumph and tragedy. As our tale draws to a close, reflect on the labyrinth that Theseus navigated. In many ways, it mirrors the journey of life itself, full of twists and turns, moments of darkness and light, challenges that seem insurmountable yet can be overcome with courage and ingenuity. Let the story of Theseus and the Minotaur settle into your mind as you drift towards sleep. Like the hero's thread in the labyrinth, may it serve as a guide through the realm of dreams, leading you to peaceful rest and gentle awakening. Remember, just as Theseus found his way through the darkness, you too have the strength to navigate life's challenges. Rest now, knowing that within you lies the power to face your own minotaurs, to unravel your own mysteries, and to emerge victorious in your own unique way. After his triumphant return from Crete, Theseus found himself heir to the throne of Athens. His father, King Aegeus, had tragically perished, believing his son to be dead. As Theseus ascended to power, he faced the daunting task of uniting a fragmented land and establishing a new era of governance. The young king's first act was to consolidate the scattered villages and towns of Attica into a single, powerful city-state. This process, known as synokismos, or dwelling together, was no small feat. Theseus traveled from settlement to settlement, using his charisma and reputation as a hero to persuade the people to join his vision of a united Athens. In each village, Theseus would speak of the benefits of unity, painting a picture of a prosperous future where all Athenians would share in the glory and protection of a great city. He promised fair representation and religious freedom, assuring the people that their local traditions would be respected within the larger Athenian identity. As you listen to this tale of unification, imagine the gentle rain outside your window as the soothing backdrop to Theseus's journey. Let each droplet represent a small village coming together to form the great sea of Athens. Theseus's efforts bore fruit, and slowly but surely the people began to rally behind his vision. He abolished the separate governments of Attica and established a single seat of power in Athens. To symbolize this new unity, Theseus built a common hall called the Prytaneum, where representatives from all parts of Attica could gather and make decisions for the good of the entire region. But Theseus was not content with merely political reforms. He understood that for true unity to take hold, the people needed to feel a sense of shared identity and purpose. To this end, he established the Panathenaea, a grand festival in honor of Athena, the patron goddess of the city. The Panathenaea became a time of great celebration, where Athenians from all walks of life would come together to honor their goddess and their city. There were athletic competitions, musical performances, and elaborate processions through the streets of Athens. The centerpiece of the festival was the presentation of a new robe, or peplos, to the ancient wooden statue of Athena housed in the Erechthion on the Acropolis. As you picture this vibrant festival in your mind, let the rhythmic patter of rain outside blend with the imagined sounds of ancient celebration. Allow the steady beat to lull you deeper into relaxation, your body sinking further into comfort with each breath. Theseus's rule was marked by innovation and forward-thinking policies. He is said to have introduced a new system of social classes in Athens, dividing the population into three groups: the Eupatridae, the nobles; the Geomori, the farmers; and the Demiurgi, the craftsmen. This system aimed to balance the power of the aristocracy with the rights of the common people, laying the groundwork for the democratic principles that would later flourish in Athens. In matters of foreign policy, Theseus sought to extend Athens's influence beyond Attica. He formed alliances with other city-states and even ventured into the realm of the Amazons, the legendary warrior women. According to myth, he either abducted or won the heart of Hippolyta, the Amazon queen, bringing her back to Athens as his bride. This union, however, was not without its consequences. The Amazons, enraged by the loss of their queen, launched an attack on Athens. The battle that ensued was fierce, with the Amazons initially gaining ground and even setting up camp on the Areopagus, the rocky hill near the Acropolis. Theseus, drawing upon his heroic skills and strategic mind, rallied the Athenians. The defenders fought valiantly, eventually driving the Amazons from the city. This victory further cemented Theseus's reputation as a protector of Athens and a king capable of facing any threat. As this tale of conflict washes over you, let it not disturb your peace. Instead, imagine the clashing of arms fading into the gentle rhythm of the rain, each drop a reminder that even the fiercest storms eventually give way to calm. Despite his many successes, Theseus's rule was not without challenges. As he aged, he faced increasing opposition from rival factions within Athens. Some were jealous of his power, others disagreed with his policies, and still others simply believed it was time for a change in leadership. One of the most significant challenges came from the Pallantidae, the sons of Pallas, who had always believed they were the rightful heirs to the Athenian throne. They plotted against Theseus, gathering a force to overthrow him. However, their plans were discovered, and Theseus was able to defeat them, further solidifying his rule. Yet, as is often the case with great heroes, Theseus's later years were marked by tragedy and decline. His marriage to Phaedra, the sister of Ariadne, whom he had abandoned on Naxos, brought strife to his household. Phaedra fell in love with Hippolytus, Theseus's son by Hippolyta, leading to a chain of events that would result in both their deaths. Burdened by these personal tragedies and facing increasing political pressure, Theseus, eventually lost the support of the Athenian people. In a twist of fate, the great unifier found himself ostracized from the very city he had brought together. Theseus went into exile on the island of Skyros, where he sought refuge with Lycomedes, the island's king. However, whether out of fear of Theseus's reputation or treacherous intent, Lycomedes is said to have led Theseus to a cliff under the pretense of showing him the extent of his lands, only to push him to his death. As we near the end of Theseus's story, let the sound of rain remind you of the ebb and flow of fortune, the rise and fall of great figures. Allow any tension in your body to release, flowing away like water over stone. Though Theseus's rule ended in exile and tragedy, his legacy lived on in Athens. He was remembered not just as a slayer of monsters and a great hero, but as the founder of their democracy, the unifier of their land, and the establisher of many of their most important traditions. Centuries later, during the Persian Wars, the Athenians were said to have seen a vision of Theseus leading them into battle, his indomitable spirit continuing to protect the city he had loved so dearly. In 475 BCE, the Athenian statesman Cimon brought what were believed to be Theseus's bones back to Athens from Skyros, finally returning the great hero to the city he had made great. As our tale of Theseus draws to a close, let his journey of triumph, rule, and ultimate fate settle in your mind. Like the gentle rain outside, let these ancient stories wash over you, cleansing away the cares of the day and preparing you for peaceful slumber. Remember, just as Theseus united the people of Attica, let this moment unite your body and mind in tranquility. Breathe deeply. Feel the weight of your body sinking into restful comfort, and allow the rhythm of the rain to guide you towards sleep. As we reflect on the life of Theseus, we see a hero who embodied both strength and wisdom. His journey from a young man proving his worth to a king, shaping a great city, reminds us that true leadership requires more than just physical prowess. It demands intelligence, compassion, and the ability to unite people towards a common goal. In your own life, consider how you can balance courage with wisdom, action with thought, to overcome the labyrinths you may face. In the realm of Greek mythology, there are few figures as captivating and tragic as Orpheus, the divine musician. His story is one of love, loss, and the transcendent power of music. As we delve into his tale, allow the gentle rhythm of the rain to lull you into a state of peaceful relaxation. Orpheus was born of the muse Calliope, and some say the god Apollo himself. From his very first breath, music flowed through his veins like divine ichor. As a child, he would hum melodies that made the birds stop their own songs to listen. The trees would bend their branches to catch every note, and even the stones seemed to soften at the sound of his voice. As Orpheus grew, so did his musical prowess. He was gifted a lyre by Apollo, and in his hands, the instrument became an extension of his very soul. When he played, the world itself seemed to hold its breath. Wild beasts would lay down their ferocity, their eyes closing in contentment. Raging rivers would calm their currents, and the wind would pause its endless journey to listen. Imagine, if you will, the sound of Orpheus's lyre mingling with the gentle patter of rain outside your window. Let the melody wash over you, carrying away the tensions of the day. Feel your breathing slow, matching the tranquil rhythm of the music. Orpheus's fame spread throughout Greece and beyond. He joined the Argonauts on their quest for the Golden Fleece, his music soothing the savage seas and lulling monsters to sleep. But it was not adventure that would define Orpheus's life. It was love. One day, while playing in a sun-dappled glade, Orpheus's eyes fell upon a nymph of incomparable beauty. Her name was Eurydice, and from the moment their gazes met, their hearts were forever entwined. Orpheus's music, once a force of nature, became a love song dedicated to Eurydice alone. Their wedding day was one of unparalleled joy. The forest itself seemed to rejoice, flowers blooming out of season to celebrate their union. Orpheus played a melody so beautiful that the gods themselves wept with happiness. It seemed that nothing could tarnish their perfect love. As you listen, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Imagine the warmth of that perfect day, the sun's gentle caress on your skin, the soft grass beneath you. Let all worries fade away, replaced by the soothing cadence of the story. But the fates are fickle, and tragedy struck swiftly. On that very day, as Eurydice danced in the meadow, she stepped upon a venomous serpent. Its bite was swift and deadly. In mere moments, the light faded from her eyes, and she slipped away to the underworld, leaving Orpheus devastated. The music that once brought joy now turned to laments of heartbreaking sorrow. Orpheus's grief was so profound that the entire world seemed to mourn with him. The skies wept endless rain, the trees drooped their branches in sympathy, and even the stones wept for his loss. But Orpheus was not one to accept defeat, even from death itself. With his lyre in hand and hope in his heart, he made a decision that would echo through eternity. He would journey to the underworld and reclaim his beloved Eurydice from the very clutches of Hades. As we pause in our tale, take a moment to reflect on the depth of Orpheus's love. Feel the gentle rise and fall of your chest as you breathe, each exhalation carrying away any lingering tension. The sound of rain continues its soothing rhythm, a reminder that even in our darkest moments, Titan Thales, Orpheus's descent into the underworld, was a journey few mortals have ever undertaken. The path was treacherous, filled with shadows and whispers of lost souls. But Orpheus had his music, and it lit his way like a beacon of hope in the darkness. At the gates of the underworld stood Cerberus, the fearsome three-headed dog. But as Orpheus began to play, the monstrous guardian's eyes grew heavy, and it lay down, allowing the musician to pass unharmed. Even in the realm of the dead, the power of Orpheus's music could not be denied. Deeper and deeper Orpheus ventured, his melody echoing through the cavernous halls of Hades' domain. The shades of the dead paused in their eternal wandering, drawn by the beauty of his song. Even the fearsome Furies, with their whips of scorpions, were moved to tears by the purity of his music. As you listen, feel yourself drifting deeper into a state of tranquil relaxation. The weight of your body seems to melt away, leaving you floating in a sea of calm. The gentle rain outside harmonizes with the story, creating a cocoon of peace around you. At last, Orpheus stood before the thrones of Hades and Persephone, rulers of the underworld. His fingers danced across the strings of his lyre, and he poured his entire heart into a song of love and loss. The melody was so pure, so full of longing, that it touched even the cold heart of Hades himself. Persephone, moved by Orpheus's devotion, leaned close to her husband and whispered words of compassion. Hades, stern ruler of the dead, found himself swayed by the power of love and music combined. In a moment unprecedented in the annals of myth, Hades agreed to release Eurydice back to the world of the living. But there was a condition, one that would test Orpheus's faith to its very limits. He could lead Eurydice back to the world above, but he must not look back at her until they had both reached the surface. If he turned to gaze upon her face before then, she would be lost to him forever. Orpheus agreed without hesitation, his heart soaring with joy at the prospect of reuniting with his beloved. With renewed hope, he began the long ascent back to the world of the living, the sound of Eurydice's footsteps following behind him. As we near the end of our tale, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away any remaining tension. Your mind is clear, your body relaxed, drifting peacefully on the edge of sleep. The story of Orpheus reminds us that even in our darkest hours, T-Titan Thales. And so, with the end of his journey in sight, Orpheus climbed the final steps towards the light of the living world, the love of his life just behind him. But what happened next? Did Orpheus's faith hold true? Or did doubt creep into his heart at the last moment? The answer to that question, dear listener, will have to wait for another night, another tale. For now, let the soothing rhythm of the rain carry you off to sleep, where perhaps you'll dream of enchanting melodies and love that transcends even death itself. Good night, and may Orpheus's song bring you peace in your slumber. Orpheus, consumed by grief over the loss of his beloved Eurydice, made a decision that few mortals would dare. He would journey to the underworld itself to plead with Hades and Persephone for his wife's return. As we continue our tale, let the gentle patter of rain outside soothe your mind, and allow yourself to be carried along on this mythical journey. Orpheus's descent into the underworld began at the entrance of a dark, foreboding cave. The air grew colder with each step, and the sounds of the living world faded away, replaced by an eerie silence. Yet Orpheus pressed on, his love for Eurydice burning brighter than any fear. As he ventured deeper into the realm of the dead, Orpheus encountered the first of many obstacles, Cerberus, the three-headed guard dog of the underworld. But Orpheus was not defenseless. He carried with him his lyre, the instrument gifted to him by Apollo himself. With trembling fingers, Orpheus began to play. The music that flowed from his lyre was unlike anything the underworld had ever heard. It was a melody of pure love and longing, so beautiful that it touched even the heart of the fearsome Cerberus. The three-headed dog's eyes began to droop, and soon all three of its massive heads lay upon the ground, fast asleep. Orpheus's music had accomplished what no hero's strength could. It had lulled the guardian of the underworld into a peaceful slumber. As you listen to this tale, imagine the power of that music. Let it wash over you, soothing away any tension or worries. Allow your own eyes to grow heavy, just as Cerberus's did, embracing the peaceful calm that Orpheus's melody brings. With Cerberus asleep, Orpheus continued his journey deeper into the underworld. He passed by the souls of the dead, their whispers a constant, haunting backdrop to his quest. Yet he did not falter, for the thought of Eurydice gave him strength. At last, Orpheus reached the throne room of Hades and Persephone. The god of the underworld sat upon his ebony throne, his dark eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. Beside him, Persephone, the queen of the underworld, watched the mortal musician with curiosity. Orpheus bowed low before the rulers of the dead, and then he began to play. Once more, his music filled the air, but this time it was a melody of such heart-wrenching beauty that it moved even the implacable Hades. The song told of Orpheus's love for Eurydice, of the joy they had shared in life, and of the crushing sorrow of their separation. It spoke of the power of love to transcend even death itself. As the last notes faded away, silence fell over the throne room. To everyone's amazement, a single tear rolled down Hades's cheek. Persephone, moved by both the music and her husband's reaction, leaned close to whisper in Hades's ear. After a moment of contemplation, Hades spoke. Orpheus, the god of the underworld, said, his voice echoing through the cavernous chamber, "Your music has touched us deeply. We will grant your request. Eurydice may return with you to the world of the living." Orpheus's heart soared with joy, but Hades raised a hand, signaling that there was more to be said. However, the god continued, "TAs, you lead Eurydice out of the underworld. You must not look back at her until you have both reached the surface. If you do, she will be lost to you forever." Orpheus readily agreed to this condition, his heart filled with hope Hades nodded, and from the shadows, the spirit of Eurydice appeared. She was as beautiful as Orpheus remembered, her form shimmering with an otherworldly light. And so began their ascent from the depths of the underworld. Orpheus led the way, his steps quick with anticipation. Behind him, he could hear the soft footfalls of Eurydice. The journey seemed to stretch on forever, each step a test of Orpheus's resolve. As you listen, imagine yourself on this journey. Feel the gradual warmth returning to the air as they near the surface. Let the tension in your body slowly release with each step they take, moving closer to the world of the living. They were almost there. Orpheus could see the faint glimmer of sunlight ahead, but doubt began to creep into his mind. What if this was all a trick? What if Eurydice wasn't really behind him? The temptation to look back grew stronger with each step. Just as they were about to step into the sunlight, Orpheus's resolve finally broke. He turned to look at his beloved Eurydice, forgetting in that moment of weakness the condition set by Hades. Their eyes met for a brief, joyous instant. Eurydice's face was filled with love, but also with deep sadness. "Farewell, my love," she whispered, and then her spirit began to fade, drawn back into the depths of the underworld. Orpheus reached out, desperate to hold on to her, but his hands grasped only empty air. In a matter of moments, Eurydice was gone, lost to him forever. Orpheus fell to his knees, overcome by grief and the knowledge that his own doubt had cost him everything. As the tale of Orpheus and Eurydice comes to its bittersweet end, reflect on the power of love and the importance of trust. Sometimes, the greatest challenges we face are not external obstacles, but our own doubts and fears. Let the sorrow of Orpheus's tale gently wash over you, knowing that even in loss, the rain continues to fall outside, a soft rhythm that mirrors the ebb and flow of life and love. Allow your mind to drift, carried along by the cadence of the falling rain. In the end, Orpheus's music remained his solace. Though he had lost Eurydice twice, the power of his art continued to move all who heard it. His melodies spoke of love, loss, and the eternal hope that someday, somehow, we might be reunited with those we have lost. As you lie here, listening to the rain and this ancient tale, know that, like Orpheus, you too possess the strength to face life's challenges. Let the gentle sound of the rain lull you towards sleep, carrying with you the echoes of Orpheus's beautiful, haunting melody. Orpheus's tale reminds us that love can transcend even death, yet the human heart remains fragile. His music moved gods and nature alike, showing the profound power of art. But his story also warns us about the perils of doubt and the importance of faith in our deepest convictions. As you drift towards sleep, reflect on the transformative power of love and art in your own life, and how they can guide you through life's darkest moments. annals of Greek mythology. Few heroes shine as brightly as Achilles, the greatest warrior of the Trojan War. His story begins long before the clash of armies on the shores of Troy, in a tale of divine prophecy and mortal ambition. Achilles was born to Peleus, a mortal king, and Thetis, a sea nymph of divine origin. Their union was one of both celebration and concern, for it had been foretold that Thetis would bear a son greater than his father. This prophecy was so powerful that it caused even the mighty Zeus to step back from pursuing Thetis, fearing that any son of his might overthrow him, just as he had overthrown his own father. And so Thetis was wed to Peleus, a mortal hero of great renown. On the day of their wedding, all the gods of Olympus gathered to celebrate, save for Eris, the goddess of discord. Angered by her exclusion, Eris cast a golden apple into the midst of the festivities, inscribed with the words, "For the fairest." This single act would set in motion events that would eventually lead to the Trojan War, in which Achilles would play a crucial role. But for now, let us return to the birth of Achilles. As he grew in his mother's womb, Thetis became increasingly concerned for his fate. She knew that as the son of a mortal, Achilles would one day face death, a fate she desperately wished to prevent. In her love and fear for her child, Thetis devised a plan to grant him immortality. When Achilles was born, Thetis took the infant to the river Styx, the boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. The waters of the Styx were said to confer invulnerability to any who bathed in them. Holding her newborn son by the heel, Thetis dipped Achilles into the dark waters, submerging every part of his body save for the heel by which she held him. As you rest and listen to this tale, imagine the scene: the rushing waters of the Styx, dark and mysterious, lapping at the shores of the underworld. Picture Thetis, her face a mixture of determination and love, carefully lowering her child into the river. Feel the cool touch of the water, imbuing young Achilles with its protective power. From that moment on, Achilles was rendered nearly invulnerable. His skin became as impenetrable as the finest armor, able to deflect the sharpest blades and the swiftest arrows. But his heel, the one part of him that had not touched the waters, remained his sole weakness, a vulnerability that would one day prove fateful. As Achilles grew from infancy to childhood, his extraordinary nature became evident. He was faster, stronger, and more skilled than any of his peers. His education was entrusted to Chiron, the wisest of the centaurs, who lived on Mount Pelion. Chiron was renowned for his knowledge of medicine, music, and the art of war, and he had tutored many of Greece's greatest heroes. Under Chiron's guidance, Achilles flourished. He learned the arts of healing, the skill of playing the lyre, and the techniques of warfare. His speed became legendary. It was said that Achilles could outrun the swiftest deer, that he could overtake a charging chariot on foot. His strength was unmatched among mortals, and his skill with weapons, particularly the spear, was unparalleled. As you continue to relax and drift deeper into tranquility, envision young Achilles on the slopes of Mount Pelion. See him racing through the forests, his feet barely touching the ground, his golden hair streaming behind him. Hear the twang of his bowstring as he practices archery, each arrow finding its mark with unerring accuracy. Feel the ground tremble as he spars with Chiron, their mock battles shaking the very earth. But even as Achilles grew in strength and skill, the shadow of his destiny loomed. Thetis, knowing the greatness and the tragedy that awaited her son, was torn between pride and fear. She knew that Achilles was destined for glory, but also for a short life. The prophecy stated that he would either live a long, unremarkable life or die young as a celebrated hero. In her attempts to protect him, Thetis tried various schemes. When Achilles was 9 years old, she disguised him as a girl and hid him on the island of Skyros, among the daughters of King Lycomedes. There, Achilles lived for several years, his true identity concealed from all but a few. Yet fate has a way of asserting itself, and Achilles could not hide from his destiny forever. When word came that Helen of Troy had been abducted, and that all the great warriors of Greece were being called to join the expedition to retrieve her, Odysseus was tasked with finding the young Achilles. Odysseus, known for his cunning, came to Skyros disguised as a merchant. He laid out his wares before the king's daughter's fine jewelry, beautiful fabrics, and amidst these, a gleaming sword and shield. While the girls admired the jewelry, Achilles instinctively reached for the weapons, thus revealing his true identity. As you listen, picture this scene unfolding. The sunlit courtyard of the palace on Skyros, the glittering array of treasures spread before the young women, and among them Achilles, his warriors' instincts betraying him even through his disguise. Feel the weight of destiny settling upon the young hero's shoulders as he grasps the hilt of the sword, sealing his fate. With his identity revealed, Achilles eagerly agreed to join the Greek forces gathering to sail for Troy. Despite his mother's protests and dire warnings, Achilles was drawn to the promise of glory and the chance to prove himself in battle. He knew that this war would be his opportunity to etch his name into the annals of history. Before departing for Troy, Achilles returned home to Phthia, where he was reunited with his close friend Patroclus. The nature of their relationship has been the subject of much debate throughout history, with some describing them as close friends, others as cousins, and still others as lovers. Whatever the true nature of their bond, it was deep and enduring, and would play a crucial role in the events to come. As Achilles prepared for war, his father Peleus gifted him with a magnificent set of armor, forged by the god Hephaestus himself. The armor was said to be impenetrable, a fitting complement to Achilles' own near invulnerability. Along with this, Achilles carried his famous ash spear, cut from a tree on Mount Pelion, and so heavy that no other Greek could wield it. And so, armed with divine weapons and blessed with near immortality, Achilles set sail for Troy, ready to meet his destiny. As he stood on the deck of his ship, watching the shores of his homeland recede into the distance, he must have felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. He was sailing towards glory, but also towards his fate, a short life, but one that would be remembered for all time. As we conclude this chapter of Achilles' story, let the gentle rocking of his ship on the waves lull you deeper into relaxation. Feel the salt spray on your face, hear the creaking of the wooden hull, and the snapping of the sails in the wind. Allow the rhythm of the sea to calm your mind, preparing you for peaceful slumber. In our next segment, we will follow Achilles to the shores of Troy, where his legendary deeds in battle will unfold. But for now, rest easy, knowing that even the greatest of heroes once stood at the threshold of their destiny, just as you stand at the threshold of dreams. As the fires of Troy burned in the distance, Achilles stood on the beach, his golden armor gleaming in the moonlight. The greatest warrior of the Greek army, he had come to this foreign shore for glory and vengeance. But the Trojan War would test him in ways he could never have imagined. The conflict had begun years earlier, when Paris, Prince of Troy, had stolen Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world, from her husband Menelaus, king of Sparta. Agamemnon, Menelaus's brother and the leader of the Greek forces, had called upon all the kings and heroes of Greece to sail to Troy and reclaim Helen. Achilles, son of the sea nymph Thetis and the mortal king Peleus, was among those who answered the call. His mother had dipped him in the river Styx as a baby, making him invulnerable everywhere except for the heel by which she held him. This gift of near invincibility, combined with his unparalleled skill in combat, made him the Greeks' greatest asset. As you lie here, imagine the sound of waves lapping against the shore, the distant clash of bronze swords, and the crackle of campfires. Let the rhythm of the story carry you deeper into relaxation, just as the tide carries ships to distant shores. The war dragged on for 10 long years, with neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. Achilles and his Myrmidons, elite warriors from his homeland, won many battles for the Greeks. His name became legendary, striking fear into the hearts of the Trojans. But Achilles was not just a weapon of war. He was a man of deep passions and complex emotions. When Agamemnon insulted him by taking away Briseis, a woman Achilles had claimed as a prize of war, the hero withdrew from the fighting in a rage. His absence nearly spelled doom for the Greek army. As you listen, feel the weight of Achilles' armor on your shoulders, the responsibility of being the greatest warrior. Let that weight slowly melt away, leaving you feeling light and at peace. It was only when his dear friend Patroclus was killed by the Trojan Prince Hector that Achilles returned to battle. His grief and anger were terrible to behold. He slaughtered Trojans by the dozens, driving them back to the walls of their city. Finally, he faced Hector in single combat. The duel between Achilles and Hector was the stuff of legend. Two of the greatest warriors the world had ever seen, clashing in a fight to the death. Achilles, with his divine speed and strength, against Hector, Troy's greatest defender. Allow the tension of this moment to wash over you, then let it ebb away like the receding tide. Your body becomes more relaxed with each breath, sinking deeper into comfort. In the end, Achilles' fury and skill proved too much for Hector. The Trojan prince fell, and in his rage, Achilles tied Hector's body to his chariot and dragged it around the walls of Troy. It was a moment of both triumph and tragedy, showing the heights of Achilles' prowess and the depths of his wrath. This act of desecration brought Hector's father, King Priam of Troy, to Achilles' tent in the dead of night. The old king begged for his son's body, and in a moment of compassion, Achilles relented. This meeting between the greatest warrior of the Greeks and the king of their enemies was a poignant reminder of the humanity that existed even in the midst of war. As you rest, consider the complexity of Achilles' character. A warrior of unparalleled skill, yet also capable of deep love and compassion. Let this reflection guide you towards understanding the multifaceted nature of your own being. The war continued, with Achilles leading the Greek forces to victory after victory. But the hero knew his fate. His mother had prophesied that he had a choice: to live a long, peaceful life at home, or to die young but achieve everlasting glory at Troy. Achilles chose glory, knowing that his time was limited. In the final days of the war, as Troy teetered on the brink of defeat, Achilles faced his greatest challenge. Paris, the prince whose actions had started the war, confronted him on the battlefield. But Paris was no warrior, and he knew he could not defeat Achilles in fair combat. Instead, guided by the god Apollo, Paris fired an arrow at Achilles' heel, the one vulnerable spot on his body. The arrow found its mark, and the greatest hero of the Greeks fell. Even in death, Achilles' legend grew. His fall marked the beginning of the end for Troy. As this tale of Achilles draws to a close, let your mind drift like a ship on calm seas. The battles are over. The heroes have found their rest. Allow yourself to sink deeper into tranquility, carried by the currents of sleep. Achilles' story teaches us about the price of glory, the power of friendship, and the complexity of the human heart. In your own life, remember that even the mightiest among us have vulnerabilities, and that true strength often lies in compassion as much as in skill. As you lie here, feel the weight of your own armor, the responsibilities and challenges you face each day slowly melt away. Like Achilles letting go of his wrath, release any tension or worries you might be holding. Allow yourself to be carried into the realm of peaceful slumber, where legends and dreams intertwine. The tale of Achilles and the Trojan War has echoed through the ages, a testament to the enduring power of myth. As you drift towards sleep, know that you too are part of this grand tapestry of stories. Each night's rest a journey into realms as vast and wondrous as those of ancient heroes. The final chapter of Achilles' story is one of both triumph and tragedy, a tale that echoes through the ages as a testament to the complex nature of heroism and fate. As we delve into this last act of the great warrior's life, allow the steady rhythm of the rain to lull you deeper into relaxation. Achilles' rage had been rekindled by the death of his dear friend Patroclus. With a fire burning in his heart that rivaled the flames of Hephaestus' forge, he donned his divine armor, crafted by the god of metallurgy himself. The gleaming bronze shone like the sun, a beacon of vengeance on the battlefield. As Achilles strode onto the blood-soaked plains of Troy, the very earth trembled beneath his feet. His presence alone was enough to send the Trojan army into disarray. They fled before him like leaves scattered by an autumn wind, for they knew that death walked among them. But there was one who did not run. Hector, the greatest of Troy's defenders, stood his ground. He knew that this confrontation was inevitable, that the threads of fate had been woven to bring him face to face with the mighty Achilles. As you listen, imagine the tension in the air, thick as the mist that often shrouds the battlefield at dawn. The two heroes circled each other, their eyes locked in a gaze that spoke volumes. In Achilles' eyes burned the pain of loss and the thirst for revenge. In Hector's, there was determination tinged with the knowledge that he faced a foe beyond mortal men. Let the sound of the rain become the pounding of your own heart, slowing as you sink deeper into tranquility. With a cry that shook the heavens, Achilles charged. His spear, a gift from his father, cut through the air with deadly precision. Hector, skilled as he was, could only deflect the blow, the force of it sending shockwaves through his shield arm. The duel that followed was a dance of death, a whirlwind of bronze and blood that left all who witnessed it in awe. As you rest, let the ebb and flow of this epic battle wash over you like gentle waves upon a shore. Feel the tension in your body release with each clash of their weapons, each near miss, each moment of breathless anticipation. Despite Hector's valor, he was no match for Achilles in his godlike fury. With a final, devastating thrust, Achilles' spear found its mark, piercing Hector's throat. The Trojan prince fell, his life ebbing away on the dusty plain. But even in death, he found the strength for one last request. With his dying breath, Hector begged Achilles to return his body to Troy for proper burial rites. But grief and rage had hardened Achilles' heart. He refused, instead tying Hector's body to his chariot. and dragging it around the walls of Troy, a grim display of his vengeance. As you lie there, allowing sleep to gently embrace you, consider the weight of grief and the power of forgiveness. For it was not until Priam, the aged king of Troy and Hector's father, came to Achilles in secret that the great warrior's heart began to soften. Priam's plea, made on bended knee, reminded Achilles of his own father, whom he would never see again. In that moment, the fire of his rage was quenched by the waters of compassion. He agreed to return Hector's body, finding in this act of mercy a measure of peace that had eluded him since Patroclus' death. Yet even as Achilles found a moment of redemption, the threads of fate continued to weave their inexorable pattern. The hero knew that his own death would soon follow Hector's, for such was the prophecy that had haunted him since birth. He had chosen glory over a long life, and now that choice was coming to fruition. As the Trojan War raged on, Achilles continued to be an unstoppable force on the battlefield. His name alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of his enemies. But as with all mortals, even the mightiest have their weakness. For Achilles, it was his heel, the one part of him that remained vulnerable. Allow your own body to relax completely now, from the crown of your head to the soles of your feet. Just as Achilles had his one point of vulnerability, let go of any tension you might be holding, surrendering to the comfort of rest. It was Paris, brother of Hector, who finally brought low the great Achilles. Guided by the god Apollo, Paris' arrow found its mark, striking Achilles in his heel. The poisoned projectile brought a swift end to the life of Greece's greatest warrior. As Achilles fell, it was said that the very gods wept, for a light had gone out of the world. Yet even in death, Achilles' legacy lived on. His name became synonymous with unparalleled skill and bravery. The tales of his deeds were sung by bards and passed down through generations, ensuring that he would never truly die as long as his story was remembered. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the lessons of Achilles' life. His story teaches us about the double-edged nature of greatness, the price of anger, and the power of compassion. It reminds us that even the mightiest among us are still human, vulnerable to the same emotions and failings as all mortals. Achilles' tale also speaks to the choices we all face in life. Do we seek a long, peaceful existence, or do we burn brightly, leaving an indelible mark on the world, even if it means our time is short? T-Titan Thales. In the centuries since the Trojan War, Achilles has remained a figure of fascination and inspiration. His name has become a byword for a fatal weakness, the Achilles heel, reminding us that even the strongest among us have their vulnerabilities. Yet it also stands for unparalleled excellence, the Achilles of any field being the very best. As the rain continues its gentle patter, imagine it washing away the centuries, carrying the story of Achilles down through time, just as it has been carried to you tonight. Let each drop be a word in this ancient tale, soothing you as it falls. In art and literature, Achilles continues to captivate our imagination. From Homer's Iliad to modern retellings, his story is constantly reimagined and reinterpreted, each generation finding new meaning in his triumphs and tragedies. Like the rain outside your window, the tale of Achilles is both constant and ever-changing. As we near the end of our time with Achilles, let his story settle in your mind like a comforting blanket. The complexity of his character, his strength and his flaws, his rage and his compassion, reminds us of our own multifaceted nature. We all have the capacity for greatness and for fault, for fury and for forgiveness. In your own life, you may not face battles with Trojan princes or have the gods meddling in your affairs, but you do face your own challenges. Like Achilles, you have your own strengths to call upon and your own vulnerabilities to protect. And like him, you have the power to choose how you will face the trials that come your way. As sleep begins to claim you, carry with you the enduring image of Achilles, not just as the invincible warrior, but as a symbol of the human experience in all its complexity. Let his story remind you that it is not just our strengths that define us, but how we handle our weaknesses, how we face our fate, and how we treat others in moments of both triumph and defeat. May the tale of Achilles, like the soft rain outside, be a lullaby that carries you into peaceful slumber. Rest now, knowing that you too are the hero of your own epic tale, one that unfolds with each new day. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with the timeless wisdom of the ancient myths. Achilles, the greatest of Greek warriors, teaches us that even the mightiest have their vulnerabilities. His story reminds us that true strength lies not in invincibility, but in embracing our human nature. As you drift towards sleep, consider how your own perceived weaknesses might be sources of hidden strength. Let Achilles' tale soothe your mind, allowing you to find peace in your own beautiful complexity. In the annals of Greek mythology, few figures have captured the imagination quite like Helen of Troy, whose beauty was said to be so extraordinary that it launched 1,000 ships and ignited the legendary Trojan War. As we delve into her story, allow the gentle patter of rain to lull you deeper into relaxation, each drop a whisper of the tale that's about to unfold. Helen's story begins long before her fateful journey to Troy. She was born of divine parentage, the daughter of Zeus himself and Leda, the queen of Sparta. Legend has it that Zeus came to Leda in the form of a swan, and from this union, Helen emerged, blessed with beauty beyond mortal comprehension. As Helen grew, her beauty blossomed like a rare and delicate flower. Her face was said to be as radiant as the sun, her eyes as deep and mesmerizing as the Aegean Sea. Her hair, golden as the fields of wheat swaying in the summer breeze, cascaded down her back like a river of pure light. Every movement she made was imbued with a grace that seemed almost otherworldly. Word of Helen's beauty spread far and wide across the ancient Greek world. Kings and princes from distant lands journeyed to Sparta, each hoping to win her hand in marriage. As you listen, imagine the grand halls of the Spartan palace, filled with noble suitors, their eyes all drawn to the luminous presence of Helen. Among these suitors was Menelaus, the brother of Agamemnon, king of Mycenae. It was Menelaus who ultimately won Helen's hand, not through displays of strength or wealth, but through the clever machinations of Odysseus, the cunning king of Ithaca. And so, Helen became the queen of Sparta, her beauty now a crown jewel in Menelaus's kingdom. For a time, all seemed well. Helen's life in Sparta was one of luxury and adoration. The people loved their beautiful queen, and Menelaus was a devoted husband. But the gods, in their infinite wisdom, or perhaps their capricious nature, had other plans for Helen. Her beauty, it seemed, was both a blessing and a curse, a gift that would shape the destiny of nations. As you rest and listen, let the soft sound of rain wash away your thoughts, allowing you to sink deeper into this ancient tale. Feel the weight of your body melting into your bed, as relaxed and still as the calm before a storm. For indeed, a storm was brewing in Helen's life, one that would shake the very foundations of the ancient world. It was during this time of peace that Paris, a prince of Troy, arrived in Sparta. Paris had been promised the love of the most beautiful woman in the world by Aphrodite, the goddess of love, as a reward for choosing her as the fairest goddess in a divine contest. When Paris laid eyes on Helen, he knew instantly that she was the fulfillment of that promise. Helen, too, felt drawn to the handsome Trojan prince. Whether it was by the will of Aphrodite or the stirrings of her own heart, Helen found herself captivated by Paris. The air between them crackled with an energy that was palpable to all who witnessed it. In these moments, even the rain outside seems to pause, as if holding its breath in anticipation of what's to come. And so, in a decision that would echo through the ages, Helen chose to leave with Paris. Some say she was abducted, others that she went willingly, seduced by the promise of a love more passionate than any she had known. As they sailed away under the cover of night, the waves lapping gently against their ship, Helen might have looked back at the shores of Sparta, not knowing that her actions would set in motion events that would reshape the world. The rain outside your window continues its steady rhythm, much like the oars of that fateful ship carrying Helen to Troy. Let it carry you deeper into a state of tranquil relaxation, your mind drifting on the currents of this ancient story. When Menelaus discovered his wife's disappearance, his grief and rage knew no bounds. He called upon his brother Agamemnon and all the kings of Greece who had once sworn an oath to protect Helen's choice of husband. This oath, made years ago when Helen's beauty first became known, now bound the greatest heroes of Greece to a common cause, to bring Helen back to Sparta. And so, the largest fleet ever assembled in the ancient world set sail for Troy. 1,000 ships, their sails billowing in the wind, all for the sake of one woman's beauty. As you picture this vast armada, feel the tension in your body release, floating away like those distant ships on the horizon. The Trojan War, one of the most famous conflicts in mythology, had begun. For 10 long years, the greatest warriors of Greece and Troy would clash beneath the walls of the city. Achilles, Hector, Odysseus, names that would become legend, all fought in this war sparked by Helen's beauty. Throughout the conflict, Helen remained in Troy, a figure of both adoration and resentment. The Trojan people marveled at her beauty, but cursed the war it had brought to their gates. Helen herself was said to watch the battles from the walls of Troy, her heart torn between her new home and the guilt of the destruction she had caused. As the war raged on, Helen's beauty remained undimmed. It was said that even the elders of Troy, upon seeing her, could understand why men would fight and die for her sake. Her presence was like a flame that both illuminated the glory of Troy and threatened to consume it. The story of Helen reminds us of the power of beauty and how it can be both a gift and a burden. As you drift closer to sleep, consider how the things we find most beautiful in life can often be the source of our greatest joys and our deepest sorrows. The rain continues its gentle song outside, a soothing backdrop to these tales of ancient passion and conflict. Allow its steady rhythm to wash away any lingering tensions, carrying you further into a state of deep, restful calm. In the end, Troy fell, not through force of arms, but through cunning. The Greeks, led by Odysseus, devised the famous Trojan horse, a strategy that finally broke the decade-long stalemate. As the city burned, Helen's fate hung in the balance. Would Menelaus, after 10 years of war, still want her back? Or would his anger demand her life as payment for the blood spilled in her name? It is said that when Menelaus finally found Helen amidst the chaos of Troy's fall, he raised his sword to strike her down. But upon seeing her face, as beautiful as the day she left, his resolve melted away. Helen's beauty, which had launched 1,000 ships and toppled a mighty city, now saved her life. Menelaus took Helen back to Sparta, where they ruled together for many years. Some versions of the myth say they lived in contentment, while others speak of a lingering unease. The ghosts of the past never fully laid to rest. But all agree that Helen's beauty remained undiminished, a living reminder of the power that resides in true, divine beauty. As our tale of Helen draws to a close, let her story settle in your mind like a beautiful dream. The rain outside continues its gentle lullaby, inviting you to sink deeper into the realms of sleep. Your body is heavy, relaxed, at peace with the world around you. Remember, like Helen, we all possess a beauty within us not necessarily of face or form, but of spirit and character. It is this inner beauty that truly has the power to change the world around us, for better or for worse. As you drift off to sleep, carry with you the warmth of this knowledge, letting it fill you with a sense of your own divine worth. The story of Helen of Troy is one that has captivated imaginations for millennia. Born of divine parentage, Helen's beauty was said to be unparalleled in all of Greece. As you listen to her tale, allow yourself to drift deeper into relaxation, imagining the golden age of heroes and gods. Helen was the daughter of Zeus and Leda, though the circumstances of her birth were unusual. It was said that Zeus, in the form of a swan, had seduced Leda, and from this union, Helen was born. From the moment she entered the world, her beauty was apparent, and it was clear that she was destined for greatness. As Helen grew, her beauty only increased. Her face was said to be so perfect that it could launch 1,000 ships, a phrase that would later prove to be more than mere poetic exaggeration. Men from all over Greece sought her hand in marriage, drawn by her incomparable beauty and the power that would come with such a union. To prevent conflict, Helen's mortal father, King Tyndareus of Sparta, devised a clever plan. He made all of Helen's suitors swear an oath to support whomever Helen chose as her husband, and to defend that man's claim to her. This oath would later prove to be the catalyst for the Trojan War. Helen eventually chose Menelaus, the brother of the powerful king Agamemnon of Mycenae, as her husband. For a time, they lived happily in Sparta, and Helen gave birth to a daughter, Hermione. But the peace was not destined to last. As you continue to relax, imagine the grand palaces of ancient Sparta, the sound of gentle waves lapping at the shores of the Peloponnese. Let the weight of your body sink deeper into your bed, feeling as though you're floating on a calm Aegean Sea. The turning point in Helen's story came with the arrival of Paris, a prince of Troy. Paris had been promised the love of the most beautiful woman in the world by Aphrodite, the goddess of love, as a reward for choosing her as the fairest goddess in a divine beauty contest. When Paris arrived in Sparta, he was immediately struck by Helen's beauty. Some say that Helen fell in love with Paris of her own accord, while others claim that Aphrodite used her divine powers to make Helen fall for the Trojan prince. Regardless of the reason, Helen left Sparta with Paris, abandoning her husband and young daughter. This act of leaving, whether voluntary or divinely influenced, set in motion one of the greatest conflicts of the ancient world. Menelaus, enraged by the abduction of his wife, called upon all the former suitors to honor their oath. The kings and heroes of Greece assembled a mighty fleet. The 1,000 ships that Helen's face was said to have launched, and set sail for Troy. As you listen, let the tension in your body continue to melt away. The wars of ancient myths are far removed from our present moment. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort and tranquility. The Trojan War lasted for 10 long years. Heroes fought and died on both sides, their names etched into legend. Achilles, Hector, Odysseus, all played their parts in this great drama, and at the center of it all was Helen, the face that had launched 1,000 ships. During the war, Helen's role was complex. Some accounts portray her as a victim of the gods' machinations, others as a willing participant in her own abduction. In Homer's Iliad, Helen is shown to feel guilt for the suffering she has caused, yet she remains in Troy, a figure of both desire and resentment. As the war raged on, Helen watched from the walls of Troy as countless men died in her name. The weight of this responsibility must have been immense, a burden as heavy as the crowns of the kings who fought for her. Let your mind drift with the ebb and flow of this ancient tale. Like the waves of the wine-dark sea Homer wrote of, let each breath carry you further into a state of deep relaxation. The war finally came to an end with the famous stratagem of the Trojan horse. The Greeks, pretending to sail away, left a giant wooden horse as a gift for the Trojans. Hidden inside were Greek warriors who emerged in the night to open the gates of Troy for their army. As Troy fell, Helen's fate hung in the balance. Menelaus, her abandoned husband, found her in the chaos of the burning city. Some versions of the myth say he was ready to kill her for her betrayal, but upon seeing her face once more, he found he could not bring himself to do it. Instead, Menelaus took Helen back to Sparta as his wife once more. Their journey home was long and filled with adventures, but eventually they returned to their kingdom. Some accounts say they lived out their days in peace, while others suggest that the shadow of Troy always hung over their relationship. Helen's story is one of beauty, desire, and the terrible power these can hold over the hearts of mortals and gods alike. It raises questions about free will and the influence of the divine in human affairs. Was Helen truly to blame for the war that bore her name, or was she merely a pawn in the games of the gods? As you ponder these ancient questions, feel the comfort of your bed beneath you. The weight of philosophical musings need not disturb your journey towards sleep. Let your thoughts drift like clouds across a peaceful sky. In some later traditions, Helen was deified after her death, becoming a goddess associated with beauty and marriage. This elevation to divine status perhaps speaks to the ancient Greek understanding of beauty as something both powerful and dangerous, a force that could shape the destinies of nations. Helen's story has been retold countless times throughout history, each version offering a different perspective on her character and motivations. She has been portrayed as a victim, a temptress, a symbol of the destructive power of beauty, and everything in between. As we near the end of Helen's tale, allow your mind to settle. The complexities of her story, like the shifting sands of time, need not trouble your thoughts. Instead, focus on the gentle rhythm of your breathing, letting each exhale carry you closer to the shores of sleep. In the end, Helen of Troy remains an enigma, a figure whose true nature is as elusive as the mists that shroud Mount Olympus. Her story reminds us of the power of beauty, the complexities of love, and the often unfathomable ways in which our lives can be shaped by forces beyond our control. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you not the turmoil of war, but the timeless beauty of Helen. Let her story be a gentle lullaby, guiding you towards peaceful dreams of ancient times and legendary figures. Helen's story reminds us of the profound impact of beauty and desire. Her face launched 1,000 ships, but also brought destruction to Troy. In our own lives, we must consider the power of attraction and its consequences. As you drift towards sleep, reflect on the balance between desire and responsibility, between following one's heart and considering the greater good. Let Helen's tale soothe you into peaceful slumber, where dreams of beauty and wisdom intertwine. In the realm of Greek mythology, few heroes shine as brightly as Jason, the legendary leader of the Argonauts. His tale is one of destiny, courage, and the relentless pursuit of a seemingly impossible goal. As we delve into Jason's story, allow the gentle patter of rain to lull you into a state of tranquil relaxation. Jason's story begins in the kingdom of Iolcos, where his father, King Æson, had been usurped by his half-brother Peleus. Fearing for the safety of his infant son, Æson entrusted Jason to the wise centaur Chiron, who raised the young prince in the secluded forests of Mount Pelion. Under Chiron's tutelage, Jason grew into a strong, skilled, and noble young man. He learned the arts of healing, hunting, and warfare, unaware of his true heritage and the destiny that awaited him. As you listen, imagine the peaceful forests where Jason spent his youth, the rustling leaves and gentle streams a backdrop to his education. When Jason reached adulthood, Chiron revealed to him the truth of his lineage. With a heart full of determination, Jason set out to reclaim his rightful throne. As he journeyed to Iolcos, he encountered an old woman struggling to cross a river. This was, in fact, the goddess Hera in disguise, testing the young hero's character. Without hesitation, Jason offered to carry the woman across. In doing so, he lost one of his sandals to the swift current. This seemingly small act of kindness would have far-reaching consequences, for it had earned him the favor of Hera, queen of the gods. Let the sound of the rain remind you of that flowing river, carrying away your worries as it carried away Jason's sandal. Upon arriving in Iolcos, Jason boldly approached King Peleus, demanding his rightful place on the throne. Peleus, a cunning and suspicious ruler, had long been haunted by a prophecy that a man wearing only one sandal would be his downfall. Seeing Jason before him, half-shod and claiming the throne, Peleus knew his time was limited. But rather than relinquish the crown, Peleus devised a clever plan. He agreed to surrender the throne, but only if Jason could complete a seemingly impossible task: to retrieve the legendary golden fleece from the distant land of Colchis. This magical artifact, the fleece of a golden ram, was said to bring prosperity and healing to any land that possessed it. Peleus believed this quest would surely lead to Jason's demise, but the young hero accepted the challenge without hesitation. As you rest, consider how often in life we face challenges that seem insurmountable. Yet, like Jason, we find the courage to face them head-on. To accomplish this monumental task, Jason knew he would need a crew of the greatest heroes in Greece. He commissioned the construction of a magnificent ship, the Argo, crafted by the master shipwright Argus with the guidance of the goddess Athena herself. The Argo was a marvel, with a magical beam of Dodonian oak that could speak and offer prophecies. As word of Jason's quest spread, heroes from all corners of Greece flocked to join him. Among them were some of the most renowned figures of myth: Hercules, the strongest of mortals, Orpheus, whose music could charm even the stones, Castor and Pollux, the inseparable twins, and many others. Each brought unique skills and powers that would prove invaluable on their perilous journey. This group of heroes became known as the Argonauts, named after their wondrous ship. As you drift deeper into relaxation, picture this band of legendary figures, each with their own stories and destinies, united under Jason's leadership. Their diversity reminds us that in life's great challenges, we often find strength in the support and abilities of those around us. With his crew assembled and the Argo ready to sail, Jason made offerings to the gods, seeking their favor for the long and dangerous voyage ahead. The goddess Hera, still favoring Jason for his earlier kindness, pledged her support, becoming the patron goddess of the expedition. As the Argo set sail from the shores of Iolcos, the Argonauts faced their first of many challenges. They encountered fierce storms, navigated treacherous waters, and faced monstrous creatures. Each trial tested not only Jason's leadership, but the unity and resolve of the entire crew. One of their early adventures took place on the island of Lemnos, inhabited only by women who had killed all the men on the island. The Argonauts' arrival brought both tension and opportunity, as the women saw a chance to repopulate their island. Jason and his crew stayed for a time, forming relationships with the Lemnian women, before the goddess Hera reminded them of their quest. As you listen to the steady rhythm of the rain, let it mirror the steady progress of the Argo through the waters of the Aegean. Each drop, like each oar stroke, brings us closer to our destination, to the completion of our journey. The Argonauts' next significant challenge came at the clashing rocks, or Symplegades. These massive cliffs would smash together, destroying any ship that attempted to pass between them. Heeding the advice of the seer Phineus, whom they had earlier helped, Jason released a dove to fly through the rocks. The bird made it through with only the loss of its tail feathers. Seizing the moment as the rocks recoiled, Jason ordered the Argonauts to row with all their might. The Argo surged forward, barely scraping through as the rocks slammed shut behind them, taking only a small piece of the stern ornament. From that day forward, the Symplegades remained fixed, no longer a threat to sailors. This episode teaches us that sometimes, to overcome our greatest obstacles, we must be willing to risk everything, to push forward with all our strength and determination. As you rest, consider the clashing rocks in your own life, and take comfort in knowing that, with courage and wisdom, even these can be overcome. The journey to Colchis was long and fraught with danger, but Jason's leadership and the combined skills of the Argonauts saw them through each challenge. They battled fierce storms, outmaneuvered hostile armies, and overcame supernatural threats, growing stronger and more united with each trial. Finally, after months of arduous travel, the Argo reached the shores of Colchis. The golden fleece was within reach, but Jason soon learned that the greatest challenges of his quest still lay ahead. King Aeates of Colchis, unwilling to part with the precious artifact, set before Jason a series of impossible tasks that he must complete before he could claim the fleece. As we pause in our tale, with Jason on the cusp of his greatest trials, take a moment to reflect on your own journey. Like Jason, you have faced challenges and overcome obstacles to reach this point. And like Jason, you possess the strength and courage to face whatever lies ahead. Let the sound of the rain wash away your worries and doubts. Feel the tension leave your body as you sink deeper into relaxation. The story of Jason and the Argonauts will continue. But for now, allow yourself to drift peacefully, carried along by the currents of sleep, just as the Argo was carried by the currents of the sea. As Jason set sail with his crew of heroes, the Argo glided smoothly across the glassy surface of the sea. The Argonauts, a band of the greatest heroes in all of Greece, had answered Jason's call for this perilous quest to retrieve the golden fleece. Among the crew were legendary figures such as Hercules, the strongest man alive, Orpheus, whose music could charm even the rocks and trees, and the twins Castor and Pollux, skilled in boxing and horsemanship. Each brought their unique talents to the voyage, united in their goal to help Jason claim his rightful throne. As you listen to the tale of their journey, imagine yourself aboard the Argo, feeling the gentle rocking of the waves beneath you. Let the rhythm of the sea lull you into a state of deep relaxation, carrying you along on this mythical adventure. The first challenge the Argonauts faced came at the Symplegades, the clashing rocks. These massive boulders would smash together, crushing any ship that dared to pass between them. But Jason, guided by the wisdom of the goddess Athena, released a dove. As the bird flew through, the rocks clashed shut, just clipping its tail feathers. In that brief moment before the rocks could fully close again, Jason steered the Argo through the narrow gap. The ship's stern was grazed, but they had made it through safely. From that day forward, the Symplegades remained fixed in place, never to clash again. As you picture this scene, feel the tension in your body release, just as the Argonauts felt relief after passing through the dangerous rocks. Let any worries or stress flow away from you, carried off by the currents of the mythical sea. The journey continued, and the Argonauts faced many more trials. They encountered the Harpies, vicious birdwomen, who tormented the blind prophet Phineus. Zetes and Calais, the winged sons of Boreas, chased the Harpies away, freeing Phineus from his curse. In gratitude, the prophet gave Jason valuable advice for the rest of their voyage. As our heroes sailed on, they passed the island of the Amazons, warrior women known for their fierce fighting skills. Though tempted to stop and test their mettle against these legendary warriors, Jason reminded his crew of their ultimate goal, the Golden Fleece. Let the steady determination of Jason and his crew inspire you. As you lie here, listening to their tale, know that you too have the strength to overcome any obstacles in your path, just as the Argonauts did. The Argo then approached the island of the Sirens, whose enchanting songs lured sailors to their doom. But Orpheus, with his divine musical gift, played a melody so beautiful that it drowned out the siren's call, allowing the ship to pass safely. As you hear of Orpheus's music, let it remind you of the power of beauty and art to overcome danger. Allow the imaginary notes of his lyre to wash over you, soothing your mind and easing you further into a state of tranquil relaxation. Next, the Argonauts faced the challenge of Talos, a giant bronze automaton that guarded the island of Crete. This mechanical marvel would hurl enormous rocks at any ship that came too close to the shore. But the sorceress Medea, who had joined the crew and fallen in love with Jason, used her magic to defeat Talos. She sang a hypnotic spell that lulled the giant to sleep, then removed the single nail in his ankle that kept the ichor, the divine fluid that gave him life, inside his body. As the ichor drained away, Talos fell, no longer a threat to the Argo or its crew. Picture the immense bronze giant swaying, then slowly toppling as sleep overtakes him. As Talos drifts off, allow yourself to sink deeper into your own restful state, your body becoming heavier and more relaxed with each breath. Throughout their long voyage, the Argonauts faced numerous other challenges. They battled against fierce storms sent by angry gods, navigated treacherous waters, filled with hidden reefs, and even had to carry their ship across a desert when they found themselves stranded inland. But through it all, Jason's leadership and the combined skills of his extraordinary crew saw them through. Each trial they faced only served to strengthen their resolve and bring them closer together as a team. As you continue to relax and drift towards sleep, think of how the Argonauts' journey mirrors our own lives. We all face challenges and obstacles, but with perseverance, teamwork, and a little bit of divine help, we can overcome anything. Finally, after their long and perilous journey, the Argo reached Colchis, the land where the golden fleece was kept. But their greatest challenges still lay ahead. King Aeates, who possessed the fleece, would not give it up without a fight. He set Jason a seemingly impossible task: to yoke 2 fire-breathing bulls with hooves of bronze, use them to plow a field, then sow it with dragon's teeth. From these teeth, an army of warriors would spring up, which Jason would have to defeat single-handedly. As our story pauses on the brink of this final challenge, let yourself hover on the edge of sleep. Like Jason, you have journeyed far, facing your own trials and obstacles throughout your day. Now, it's time to rest and gather your strength for whatever tomorrow may bring. The tale of the Argonauts reminds us that great achievements are rarely accomplished alone. Each member of the crew brought their own unique strengths to the quest, and it was only by working together that they were able to overcome the seemingly impossible challenges they faced. As you drift off to sleep, carry with you the spirit of the Argonauts. Know that you too have hidden strengths and allies to call upon in times of need. Let the gentle rocking of the Argo on the waves of myth carry you into a peaceful, restful slumber where dreams of heroic quests and fantastic voyages await. As we continue our journey through the tales of Greek heroes, we now turn to the later life of Jason, the famed leader of the Argonauts. His story takes a darker turn, intertwining with the powerful sorceress Medea. After securing the golden fleece with Medea's help, Jason returned to Iolcus. However, his triumphant homecoming was short-lived. King Pelias, who had sent Jason on the seemingly impossible quest, refused to give up the throne as promised. Medea, ever resourceful and fiercely loyal to Jason, devised a cunning plan. She convinced Pelias's daughters that she could restore their father's youth through a magical ritual. The princesses, eager to help their aging father, followed Medea's instructions to the letter. In a twist of cruel irony, Medea's rejuvenation ritual resulted in Pelias's death. The kingdom was thrown into chaos, and Jason and Medea were forced to flee. They sought refuge in Corinth, where they lived in peace for a time, raising their children and enjoying the fruits of their earlier adventures. But the tranquility was not to last. After 10 years in Corinth, Jason's ambition once again got the better of him. he arranged to marry Glauce, the daughter of King Creon of Corinth, seeing an opportunity to secure his position and power. Medea, who had sacrificed everything for Jason, was devastated and enraged by this betrayal. Her love for Jason turned to bitter hatred, and she plotted a terrible revenge. Using her formidable magical skills, Medea created a poisoned robe and golden coronet as a wedding gift for Glauce. When Glauce put on the robe and coronet, they burst into flames, consuming her. King Creon, rushing to save his daughter, also perished in the magical fire. But Medea's vengeance did not stop there. In her fury and grief, she made the most horrific decision of all. Medea killed her own children, the sons she had borne to Jason. This act was not just to punish Jason, but also to prevent any harm coming to the children in retaliation for her actions. It was a decision born of a twisted love, a desperate attempt to protect them from a world that had become cruel and unforgiving. Jason, returning to the palace after the death of his new bride, was confronted with unimaginable horror. His children were dead, and Medea, appearing in a chariot drawn by dragons sent by her grandfather Helios, taunted him with his loss before flying away to Athens. Left with nothing, Jason became a broken man. He wandered Greece, haunted by his past and the consequences of his actions. Some say he returned to the remains of the Argo, the ship that had carried him to glory in his youth. As he slept beneath its rotting timbers, the ship collapsed, crushing him and bringing his tragic life to an end. The story of Jason and Medea serves as a cautionary tale about the consequences of betrayal and the destructive power of unchecked ambition. It reminds us that even heroes can fall from grace, and that the bonds we form with others should not be taken lightly. As you reflect on this tale, consider the complexity of human relationships. How love can turn to hate, how trust once broken may never be fully repaired. Let the ebb and flow of these emotions wash over you, like gentle waves on a distant shore. Feel the weight of Jason's regret, the fire of Medea's anger slowly fatting into the cool, calming darkness of night. Allow your own worries and concerns to dissipate, carried away on the tide of sleep that gradually envelops you. Imagine yourself standing on the shore where the Argo once launched, the sand cool beneath your feet, the sea breeze carrying the whispers of ancient myths. With each breath, you sink deeper into relaxation, the troubles of the day receding like the tide. The stars above, the same stars that guided Jason and his Argonauts, now watch over you. Their soft, twinkling light soothes your mind, gently guiding you towards peaceful slumber. The rhythm of the waves matches your breathing, slow and steady. As sleep begins to embrace you, remember that even in the darkest of tales, there are lessons of wisdom and growth. Jason's story teaches us about the importance of loyalty, the dangers of unchecked ambition, and the power of facing the consequences of our actions. Let these ancient lessons settle in your mind like gentle rain, nourishing the soil of your subconscious. As you drift closer to sleep, know that you carry within you the strength to navigate your own life's journey, learning from both triumphs and mistakes. The tale of Jason and Medea, with all its passion and tragedy, now fades into the mists of time. Allow your conscious thoughts to similarly fade, giving way to the peaceful realm of dreams. Here, in this quiet space between waking and sleeping, you are safe, supported by the timeless wisdom of myth and legend. As your body relaxes further, imagine the golden light of the golden fleece, warm and comforting, enveloping you in its glow. This light protects you, shielding you from worries and cares, allowing you to rest deeply and peacefully. With each passing moment, you drift further into tranquility. The sounds of the world around you grow distant, replaced by the soothing lull of waves on a mythical shore. Your breath becomes the gentle breeze, your heartbeat the distant rhythm of oars on water. As we conclude this chapter of our mythical journey, know that you are embarking on your own voyage into the realm of restorative sleep. Like Jason setting sail on the Argo, you are venturing into a world of wonder and renewal. Let go of the waking world and allow yourself to be carried on the currents of deep, peaceful slumber. Jason's tale, like the churning seas he sailed, reminds us that life's journey is often unpredictable. His quest for the golden fleece teaches us that true heroism lies not in individual glory, but in the strength of unity and friendship. As you drift towards sleep, reflect on the power of teamwork in your own life, and how, like the Argonauts, you too can overcome seemingly insurmountable odds when surrounded by those who support you. In the annals of Greek mythology, few heroes shine as brightly as Bellerophon, the legendary tamer of Pegasus. His tale is one of courage, ambition, and the dangerous allure of hubris. As you listen, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your cares, and let the story of Bellerophon carry you to the realm of dreams. Bellerophon was born a prince of Corinth, son of King Glaucus. From an early age, he displayed extraordinary bravery and skill, catching the eye of the gods themselves. His destiny, however, was not to be a simple one. It was marked by both triumph and tragedy, a reminder of the complex nature of mortal life. As a young man, Bellerophon found himself exiled from his homeland due to an unfortunate accident. He sought refuge in the court of King Protus of Turin's, where his troubles truly began. The king's wife, Antea, became infatuated with the handsome young hero. When Bellerophon nobly rejected her advances, she turned to her husband with false accusations, claiming that Bellerophon had tried to seduce her. King Protus, unwilling to violate the sacred laws of hospitality by harming a guest directly, devised a cunning plan. He sent Bellerophon to his father-in-law, King Iobates of Lycia with a sealed letter. Unknown to Bellerophon, the letter contained instructions for his own execution. As you ponder this twist of fate, feel the weight of your own worries lifting, carried away by the soothing rhythm of the falling rain. Upon arriving in Lycia, Bellerophon was warmly welcomed by King Iobates. For 9 days, they feasted and celebrated, the king unaware of the contents of the letter he carried. On the 10th day, Iobates finally read the message from Protus. Torn between his duty to his son-in-law and the sacred laws of hospitality, Iobates decided to test Bellerophon instead of killing him outright. The king's first challenge for Bellerophon was to slay the Chimera, a fearsome monster that had been terrorizing the countryside. With the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a serpent, the Chimera was a formidable foe that breathed fire and destroyed all who dared to face it. Many brave warriors had fallen before its might, their bones scattered across the scorched landscape. Bellerophon, however, was not deterred. He knew that to defeat such a creature, he would need divine assistance. He sought the guidance of a wise seer, who advised him to sleep in the temple of Athena. As you listen, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, imagining the cool, quiet sanctuary of the temple, a place of peace and divine wisdom. In his dreams, Bellerophon was visited by the goddess Athena herself. She gifted him with a golden bridle, the key to taming the magnificent winged horse, Pegasus. Upon waking, Bellerophon found the bridle beside him, its golden surface gleaming in the morning light. With this divine gift, he set out to find Pegasus, the offspring of Poseidon and Medusa. Pegasus was a creature of incredible beauty and power, with wings that could carry it to the heavens themselves. Many had tried to capture or tame the magnificent beast, but all had failed. Bellerophon, guided by Athena's wisdom, approached Pegasus as it drank from a spring. With gentle words and a steady hand, he placed the golden bridle upon the horse's head. In that moment, a bond was formed between man and beast, a partnership that would become legendary. Pegasus allowed Bellerophon to mount him, and together they soared into the sky. As you envision this scene, feel your own spirit lifting, free from the constraints of earthly concerns. Let the image of Bellerophon and Pegasus, silhouetted against the clouds, carry you towards the peaceful realm of sleep. With Pegasus as his ally, Bellerophon felt invincible. He flew towards the lair of the Chimera, his heart steady and his resolve unshakable. From high above, he rained down arrows upon the monster, staying just out of reach of its fiery breath. The Chimera, for all its ferocity, could not touch the hero as he circled overhead on his winged steed. In a final, daring move, Bellerophon guided Pegasus into a steep dive. As they approached the Chimera, Bellerophon thrust his spear deep into the monster's throat. The force of the blow, combined with the speed of their descent, proved fatal. The Chimera fell, its reign of terror finally at an end. Bellerophon had accomplished what many thought impossible. Returning triumphant to King Iobates, Bellerophon expected to be welcomed as a hero. Instead, he found himself faced with more challenges. The king, still bound by his promise to Protus, sent Bellerophon to fight the Solymi, a warrior tribe known for their ferocity in battle. Once again, with Pegasus by his side, Bellerophon emerged victorious. Next, Iobates ordered him to defeat the Amazons, a nation of female warriors whose skills in combat were legendary. This too Bellerophon accomplished, his fame growing with each impossible task he completed. As you listen to these tales of triumph, allow your own challenges to fade away. In this moment, there are no obstacles to overcome, no battles to fight. T-Titan Tales. Finally, in a desperate attempt to be rid of Bellerophon, King Iobates set an ambush. He sent his best warriors to lie in wait and attack the hero. But Bellerophon, with his unwavering courage and the swift hooves of Pegasus, defeated them all. It was then that Iobates realized the truth. Bellerophon must be favored by the gods themselves. Humbled and impressed, Iobates welcomed Bellerophon into his family. He gave the hero his daughter's hand in marriage and named him heir to the throne of Lycia. Bellerophon had not only survived the trials set before him, but had proven himself a true hero, worthy of honor and respect. As Bellerophon settled into his new life, he might have found contentment. He had a loving wife, a kingdom to rule, and the companionship of Pegasus. But the story of Bellerophon serves as a cautionary tale, a reminder of the dangers of hubris. For in his triumph, Bellerophon began to see himself as more than mortal. His greatest desire was to visit Mount Olympus, the home of the gods. Despite warnings against such presumption, Bellerophon attempted to fly Pegasus to the sacred mountain. This act of hubris angered Zeus, the king of the gods. As Bellerophon and Pegasus ascended towards Olympus, Zeus sent a gadfly to sting the horse. Pegasus, stung and startled, reared in midair. Bellerophon, caught off guard, fell from his mount. He plummeted back to earth, surviving the fall, but left broken in body and spirit. Pegasus continued on to Olympus alone, where it was welcomed by Zeus and given a place among the stars. Bellerophon, once a great hero, spent the rest of his days as a lonely wanderer, shunned by gods and men alike. His story reminds us of the fine line between confidence and arrogance, between heroism and hubris. As you drift towards sleep, consider the lessons of Bellerophon's tale. In life, as in dreams, it is not only our triumphs that shape us, but how we handle them. Let the sound of rain wash away these ancient tales, leaving behind only a sense of peace and the gentle embrace of sleep. As Bellerophon found rest after his many trials, so too may you find tranquility in this moment. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and allow yourself to be carried away on the wings of dreams, as peaceful and swift as Pegasus itself. as we continue our journey through the realm of Greek mythology, we turn our attention to the tale of Bellerophon, a hero whose story is as tragic as it is inspiring. Having tamed the magnificent winged horse Pegasus, Bellerophon now faced his greatest challenge yet, the dreaded Chimera. The Chimera was a monstrous fire-breathing creature with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a serpent. This fearsome beast had been terrorizing the kingdom of Lycia, leaving destruction and despair in its wake. King Iobates, seeking to rid his land of this menace, tasked Bellerophon with slaying the Chimera, believing it to be an impossible feat. As you lie there, allowing the gentle patter of rain to soothe your mind, imagine Bellerophon astride Pegasus, soaring through the night sky. The cool air rushes past him, carrying the scent of distant fires, a reminder of the danger that awaits. Below, the landscape unfolds like a tapestry of shadows and moonlight, the domain of the Chimera hidden somewhere in its folds. Bellerophon's heart races with a mixture of fear and determination. He knows that this battle will test not only his strength, but also his wit and courage. As Pegasus descends towards the Chimera's lair, Bellerophon tightens his grip on his spear, a weapon he has carefully prepared for this moment. The Chimera's roar echoes through the valley, a sound that chills the blood of mortal men. But Bellerophon, with divine blood flowing through his veins, steels himself for the confrontation. As Pegasus touches down, the hero catches his first glimpse of the monstrous creature emerging from its cave. The Chimera's lion head snarls, its eyes gleaming with malevolence. The goat body tenses, ready to spring into action, while the serpent tail weaves hypnotically through the air. Bellerophon knows that a direct assault would be foolish. The Chimera's fire breath could easily reduce him and Pegasus to ashes. Instead, Bellerophon employs a clever strategy. He urges Pegasus back into the sky, circling high above the Chimera. The monster bellows in frustration, unleashing great gouts of flame that illuminate the night, but fall short of their airborne target. Bellerophon waits patiently, watching the Chimera's movements, looking for a weakness in its defenses. As you continue to relax, feeling the weight of your body sinking deeper into your bed, envision the battle unfolding like a dance of shadows and flame. Bellerophon, a dark silhouette against the star-studded sky, and the Chimera, a writhing mass of fur, scales, and fire below. Finally, Bellerophon sees his opportunity. As the Chimera rears back to unleash another blast of flame, the hero guides Pegasus into a steep dive. The wind whistles past them as they plummet towards the earth at breathtaking speed. At the last possible moment, Bellerophon levels his spear and drives it deep into the Chimera's throat. The monster's roar of triumph turns to a gurgle of pain and surprise. Bellerophon has wedged a lump of lead onto the tip of his spear, and as the Chimera breathes its fire, the lead melts, flowing down its throat and searing its insides. The chimera thrashes in agony, its movements becoming weaker and more erratic, until finally it collapses to the ground, defeated. Bellerophon's victory over the chimera cements his status as one of the greatest heroes of Greek mythology. His clever use of the monster's own power against it demonstrates that brute strength alone is not always enough to overcome life's challenges. Sometimes it is our wit and ability to adapt that lead us to success. However, as you drift closer to sleep, remember that Bellerophon's story does not end with this triumph. His defeat of the chimera, while impressive, marks the beginning of his downfall. For in the wake of his success, Bellerophon begins to believe himself equal to the gods, a dangerous notion for any mortal to entertain. Flush with pride from his victories, Bellerophon attempts to fly Pegasus to Mount Olympus, the home of the gods. He believes that his great deeds have earned him a place among the immortals. But Zeus, the king of the gods, is not pleased by this display of hubris. As Bellerophon and Pegasus near the gates of Olympus, Zeus sends a gadfly to sting the winged horse. Pegasus rears in pain and surprise, throwing Bellerophon from his back. As you imagine this scene, feel the sudden shift from triumph to terror. Bellerophon, who moments ago felt invincible, now plummets through the sky, his cries lost in the rushing wind. He falls for what seems an eternity before crashing to the earth far below. Miraculously, Bellerophon survives the fall, but he is forever changed. The impact leaves him crippled and blind, a shadow of his former self. Shunned by both gods and men, Bellerophon spends the remainder of his days wandering the earth alone, a living reminder of the dangers of excessive pride. As you lie there, feeling the comfort of your bed and the soothing rhythm of the rain, consider the lesson in Bellerophon's tale. It teaches us that while it is important to take pride in our accomplishments, we must also remain humble and respectful of forces greater than ourselves. Success can be a double-edged sword, elevating us to great heights, but also setting us up for a devastating fall if we lose perspective. In your own life, as you face challenges and achieve victories, remember Bellerophon. Celebrate your successes, but never let them blind you to your own limitations or the contributions of others. True heroism lies not just in great deeds, but in maintaining humility and gratitude in the face of achievement. Let the rise and fall of Bellerophon's story settle into your mind like gentle waves lapping at a shore. Allow it to remind you that life is a journey of balance between confidence and humility, between ambition and contentment. As you drift closer to sleep, know that by recognizing both your strengths and your limitations, you can navigate the challenges of life with wisdom and grace. The rain continues its soft patter outside, a soothing backdrop to your thoughts. Let each drop represent a moment in your own journey, each one contributing to the greater story of your life. Like Bellerophon, You will face challenges and triumphs, but unlike him, you have the wisdom of his tale to guide you. As sleep begins to envelop you, imagine yourself soaring not on Pegasus, but on the gentle currents of your dreams. Here, in this realm between waking and sleeping, you are free to explore the heights of your imagination without the risk of falling. Let the myth of Bellerophon be your last conscious thought as you glide effortlessly into the world of dreams, where new adventures await. Bellerophon's tale, like the mythical Pegasus he tamed, soars with triumph and plummets with hubris. His journey reminds us that even the greatest heroes can fall prey to their own pride. As you drift towards sleep, reflect on the delicate balance between ambition and humility, and how true wisdom lies in recognizing our own limitations. In the lush forests of ancient Greece, there lived a huntress whose speed and skill were unmatched by any mortal. Her name was Atalanta, and her story is one of determination, divine favor, and the complexities of fate. As you listen, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your cares, and let the tale of this remarkable woman carry you into a peaceful slumber. Atalanta's story begins not with glory, but with abandonment. Born to King Iasus of Arcadia, she was left exposed on a mountainside, for her father had desired only male heirs. But the gods had other plans for this child. A she-bear, sent by the goddess Artemis herself, found the infant Atalanta and suckled her, ensuring her survival against all odds. As Atalanta grew, she was discovered by a group of hunters who raised her as one of their own. Under their tutelage, and with the blessing of Artemis, she developed into a huntress of unparalleled skill. Her arrows flew true, her spear never missed its mark, and her feet carried her swifter than the wind itself. Imagine, if you will, the young Atalanta racing through the forest. Her feet barely touch the ground as she moves, her breathing steady and controlled. The world around her is a blur of green and brown, but her focus is sharp as the tip of her arrow. This is the image of freedom, of pure skill honed to perfection. As you picture this scene, feel your own body relaxing, sinking deeper into restfulness. Atalanta's fame grew, and soon tales of her exploits spread throughout Greece. She was said to be able to outrun any man, and her skill with bow and spear became legendary. But it was her participation in the Caledonian boar hunt that truly cemented her place among the heroes of myth. The Caledonian boar was a monstrous creature, sent by the goddess Artemis to ravage the land of Caledon as punishment for King Oeneus's failure to honor her in his sacrifices. This beast was no ordinary quarry. Its size was that of a bull, its tusks as sharp as swords, and its hide so tough that most weapons simply glanced off. As you listen to this tale, let the tension in your body melt away. Imagine the cool forest air, the soft earth beneath your feet. Allow yourself to be present in this moment, safe and at peace, as the story unfolds around you. The greatest heroes of Greece gathered to hunt this fearsome creature, among them Meleager, the prince of Calydon, and our swift-footed Atalanta. Many of the men scoffed at the idea of a woman joining their hunt, but Meleager welcomed her, having heard tales of her prowess. The hunt was fierce and fraught with danger. Many heroes fell before the boar's terrible onslaught, but it was Atalanta who drew first blood, her arrow finding its mark behind the beast's ear. This wound slowed the creature, allowing Meleager to deliver the final blow. In recognition of her crucial role in the hunt, Meleager awarded Atalanta the boar's hide. This act of respect and admiration would have far-reaching consequences, as it sparked jealousy among Meleager's uncles, leading to a tragic series of events. But that is a story for another time. As we pause in our tale, take a moment to focus on your breathing. Feel the rise and fall of your chest, the air flowing in and out. Just as Atalanta found her center in the midst of the hunt, find your own center now, letting go of any lingering tension or worry. Atalanta's fame continued to grow after the Caledonian boar hunt. She was even said to have sailed with Jason and the Argonauts in their quest for the Golden Fleece, though some storytellers dispute this claim. Regardless, her reputation as a fierce warrior and unbeatable runner only increased with time. Despite her prowess, or perhaps because of it, Atalanta had no desire to marry. She had taken a vow of virginity, dedicating herself to Artemis, the virgin goddess of the hunt. But as with many Greek heroes, the gods had other plans for Atalanta. Her father, King Iasus, having recognized her as his daughter and heir, now sought to have her married. But Atalanta, unwilling to be bound to any man, devised a challenge. She would marry only the suitor who could outrun her in a foot race. Those who lost would face death. As you contemplate Atalanta's challenge, feel the weight of your body sinking deeper into restfulness. The patter of rain outside is a soothing rhythm, a natural lullaby drawing you further into tranquility. Many suitors came, drawn by Atalanta's beauty and the promise of a kingdom. And many fell, unable to match her supernatural speed. It seemed that Atalanta would remain forever unwed, true to her vow to Artemis. But fate, as it often does in Greek mythology, had one more twist in store for our swift-footed heroine. A young man named Hippomenes arrived, determined to win Atalanta's hand. Unlike the other suitors, Hippomenes did not rely solely on his own speed. He sought help from Aphrodite, the goddess of love. Aphrodite, moved by Hippomenes' devotion, gifted him with 3 golden apples from the garden of the Hesperides. These were no ordinary apples, but fruits of pure gold, irresistibly beautiful to behold. As you listen, let your mind drift like a leaf on a gentle stream. Simply allow the story to wash over you, carrying you deeper into relaxation. The day of the race arrived. Atalanta, confident in her speed, took her place at the starting line. Hippomenes stood beside her, the golden apples hidden in the folds of his tunic. As the race began, Atalanta quickly took the lead, her feet barely touching the ground as she ran. But Hippomenes had his plan. At a crucial moment, he rolled one of the golden apples across Atalanta's path. Despite herself, she couldn't resist stopping to pick up the beautiful object. This allowed Hippomenes to pull ahead. Again and again, Hippomenes used the golden apples to distract Atalanta. Each time she paused, he gained ground. The onlookers watched in amazement as the race neared its end. Hippomenes and Atalanta neck and neck. With the finish line in sight, Hippomenes threw his last apple. Atalanta, her competitive spirit warring with her fascination for the golden fruit, hesitated for just a moment too long. In that instant, Hippomenes crossed the finish line, winning both the race and Atalanta's hand in marriage. As our tale draws to a close, allow yourself to drift peacefully. The story of Atalanta reminds us that even the swiftest and strongest among us can be swayed by beauty and love. In your own life, may you find the balance between strength and vulnerability, between dedication to your path and openness to unexpected joys. Let the gentle rain outside be a curtain, drawing you deeper into the realm of sleep. Here, in this peaceful space, you are safe to rest, to dream, perhaps of forest glades and golden apples, of races run and challenges overcome. Sleep now, and may your dreams be as swift and true as Atalanta's arrows. Atalanta's story now takes a turn towards romance, though not in the conventional sense. Having proven herself as a formidable huntress and warrior, Atalanta faced a new challenge, one of the heart. As word of Atalanta's beauty and skill spread throughout Greece, suitors began to arrive from far and wide, each hopping to win her hand in marriage. But Atalanta, fiercely independent and devoted to her life of adventure, had no desire for marriage. To dissuade her suitors, Atalanta devised a clever and dangerous challenge. She declared that she would only marry a man who could defeat her in a foot race. However, there was a deadly catch. Any man who lost the race would be put to death. Many suitors, blinded by Atalanta's beauty and their own pride, accepted the challenge. One by one, they raced against her, and one by one, they fell behind, meeting their tragic fate. Atalanta's speed was unmatched, her grace on the racetrack as fluid as a gazelle in flight. As you listen to this tale, imagine the soft whisper of wind across an open field, the gentle rustling of leaves in the distance. Let the rhythm of Atalanta's footsteps become a soothing lullaby, carrying you deeper into relaxation. Among the suitors was a young man named Hippomenes. Unlike the others, Hippomenes was not blinded by pride. He recognized Atalanta's extraordinary skill and knew that he could not hope to outrun her by his own abilities alone. Hippomenes prayed to Aphrodite, the goddess of love, for assistance. Moved by his devotion, Aphrodite gifted him with 3 golden apples from the garden of the Hesperides. These were no ordinary apples. They were irresistibly beautiful, capable of catching anyone's eye. As you drift closer to sleep, picture these golden apples. Their soft, warm glow is like the comforting light of a candle, soothing your mind and easing away any lingering tension in your body. The day of the race arrived. Atalanta and Hippomenes took their positions at the starting line. The crowd fell silent, the air thick with anticipation. With a signal, the race began, and Atalanta quickly took the lead, her feet barely seeming to touch the ground. But Hippomenes had his secret weapon. As Atalanta pulled ahead, he rolled one of the golden apples across her path. Despite her determination, Atalanta couldn't resist the apple's allure. She paused for a moment to pick it up, allowing Hippomenes to gain ground. As the race continued, Hippomenes used his second apple, and once again, Atalanta was momentarily distracted. The crowd watched in amazement as the gap between the 2 runners narrowed. Let the ebb and flow of this race lull you gently. With each breath, feel yourself sinking deeper into comfort, just as Atalanta and Hippomenes sink into the rhythm of their run. As they neared the finish line, Atalanta was once again in the lead. In a final desperate move, Hippomenes threw his last golden apple. This one rolled further, forcing Atalanta to run off course to retrieve it. This final distraction was enough. Hippomenes crossed the finish line first, winning the race by the narrowest of margins. The crowd erupted in cheers, amazed that someone had finally defeated the swift-footed Atalanta. Atalanta, true to her word, accepted her defeat graciously. She found herself impressed by Hippomenes' cleverness and determination. As she looked at him with new eyes, she realized that perhaps marriage to this man might not be such a terrible fate after all. As you continue to relax, consider how Atalanta's perspective shifted. Sometimes, what we resist most can become our greatest joy when approached with wisdom and an open heart. Hippomenes and Atalanta were married, their union blessed by the gods. For a time, they lived happily, their life together as exciting and adventurous as Atalanta's life had been before. However, the story of Atalanta and Hippomenes serves as a reminder that the gods' gifts should always be acknowledged. In their happiness, the couple forgot to properly thank Aphrodite for her assistance in bringing them together. Let the warmth of their love story envelop you like a soft blanket, allowing any remaining tension to melt away as you sink deeper into tranquility. Angered by their ingratitude, Aphrodite punished the couple by turning them into lions. In ancient Greek mythology, it was believed that lions could not mate with other lions, thus separating the lovers forever. Yet even in this transformation, Atalanta, who had always embodied the speed and grace of a wild creature, was now truly one with nature. Hippomenes, who had shown the cunning and courage of a lion in his pursuit of Atalanta, now wore the form that matched his spirit. As lions, Atalanta and Hippomenes roamed the forests together, their powerful forms a testament to their indomitable spirits. Though they could no longer be together as humans, they remained side by side, their love transcending their physical forms. Allow the image of these two majestic lions to fill your mind. Their golden coats shimmer in the dappled forest light, their movements as graceful and synchronized as they were in their human forms. The forest around them is peaceful, the soft sounds of nature creating a soothing lullaby. This tale of Atalanta and Hippomenes reminds us of the complex nature of love, the importance of gratitude, and the unexpected ways our lives can change. It speaks to the power of cleverness and determination, but also to the necessity of respecting the forces that shape our destinies. As you drift closer to sleep, reflect on the transformations in your own life. Like Atalanta, you may find that the challenges you face lead you to unexpected joys. Like Hippomenes, you may discover that with creativity and divine help, you can overcome seemingly impossible odds. And like both of them, remember that gratitude for the gifts we receive, whether from gods or fellow humans, is essential. In your own life, take a moment to appreciate those who have helped you along your path, those who have challenged you to grow, and those who have loved you through your own transformations. Now, as our tale of Atalanta draws to a close, allow yourself to sink even deeper into relaxation. The sound of rain outside your window blends with the imagined sounds of the forest where Atalanta and Hippomenes now roam. Let each breath carry you further into a state of peaceful calm. The races are run, the challenges met, and now it's time for rest. Like Atalanta and Hippomenes, transformed and at peace in their new forms, allow yourself to transform into your most restful self. As sleep gently approaches, know that the wisdom of these ancient tales remains with you, a soft whisper of insight in your dreams. May your night be as peaceful as a forest glade, and your dreams as golden as Aphrodite's apples. Atalanta's tale reminds us that sometimes our greatest strengths can become our downfall if we're not careful. Her speed was unmatched, yet it was this very gift that led to her transformation. In life, we too must be wary of becoming overconfident in our abilities. True wisdom lies in recognizing our limitations and understanding when to slow down and appreciate the beauty around us. As you drift towards sleep, reflect on your own strengths and how they shape your journey through life. the annals of Greek mythology, few heroes stand as tall as Aeneas, the Trojan prince whose journey would shape the destiny of nations. As you settle deeper into your comfortable position, allow the gentle patter of rain to carry you back to ancient Troy, where our story begins. Aeneas was born of divine lineage, the son of Anchises, a mortal prince of Troy, and Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. From his earliest days, Aeneas was marked for greatness, blessed with strength, courage, and a noble spirit that would serve him well in the trials to come. As a young man, Aeneas distinguished himself as a formidable warrior and a wise counselor. He fought valiantly in the Trojan War, standing shoulder to shoulder with the legendary Hector in defense of their beloved city. The gods themselves took notice of his prowess, and more than once, divine intervention saved Aeneas from certain death on the battlefield. But fate had greater plans for Aeneas than to fall defending Troy. As the city burned, sacked by the cunning Greeks and their wooden horse, Aeneas received a divine mission. The ghost of Hector appeared to him in a dream, urging him to flee the doomed city and seek a new home for the Trojan people. Imagine, if you will, the weight of responsibility settling on Aeneas's shoulders as he made his way through the burning streets of Troy. The crackle of flames, the distant cries of the conquered, and the acrid smell of smoke filled the air. Yet Aeneas moved with purpose, gathering his family and as many survivors as he could. In a moment that would be immortalized in art and literature for millennia to come, Aeneas lifted his elderly father Anchises onto his back, took his young son Ascanius by the hand, and led a group of refugees out of the fallen city. This act of filial piety and leadership would come to define Aeneas, showcasing his devotion to family and his people. As you listen to this tale of heroism and duty, allow the tension in your body to slowly melt away. Like Aeneas carrying his father to safety, let the story carry your mind to a place of peace and tranquility. Aeneas and his band of survivors set sail from the shores of Troy, embarking on a perilous journey across the Mediterranean. Their quest was guided by prophecy and divine will, yet fraught with dangers at every turn. Storms sent by vengeful gods threatened to sink their ships, while hostile lands and creatures tested their resolve. Throughout their wanderings, Aeneas demonstrated the qualities that made him a true hero. He was not just a warrior, but a leader who bore the burden of his people's future with unwavering determination. In times of hardship, it was Aeneas who rallied spirits and kept hope alive. One of the most famous episodes of Aeneas's journey was his encounter with Dido, the queen of Carthage. When storms drove the Trojan fleet to her shores, Dido welcomed Aeneas and his people with open arms. A passionate love blossomed between the two, and for a time, it seemed Aeneas might have found a new home. Yet destiny called, and the gods reminded Aeneas of his greater purpose. With a heavy heart, he left Carthage and the heartbroken Dido behind, choosing duty over personal happiness. This poignant moment in the myth reminds us of the often difficult choices that come with great responsibility. As you reflect on Aeneas's sacrifice, feel the weight of your own concerns lifting. Like the hero setting aside his personal desires for a greater good, allow yourself to let go of the day's worries and embrace the restful journey ahead. Aeneas's Odyssey eventually led him to the shores of Italy, where prophecy foretold he would establish a new kingdom. But even here, challenges awaited. The local Latin tribes, initially welcoming, soon turned hostile, and Aeneas found himself embroiled in yet another war. In a climactic duel that echoed the great battles of Troy, Aeneas faced Turnus, the leader of the Ruculi tribe. Their combat was fierce, with the fate of two peoples hanging in the balance. In the end, Aeneas emerged victorious, securing a future for his Trojan followers in their new Italian home. With peace finally achieved, Aeneas set about fulfilling his destiny. He founded the city of Lavinium, named after his wife Lavinia, and laid the groundwork for what would one day become the mighty Roman Empire. The Trojan hero's legacy would live on through his son Ascanius, also known as Aeolus, from whom the great Julian clan of Rome would claim descent. Aeneas's story is one of perseverance in the face of tremendous adversity. Through war, exile, and countless trials, he never lost sight of his purpose. His unwavering sense of duty, his compassion for his people, and his courage in the face of daunting odds made him more than just a warrior. They made him a true hero whose legacy would shape the ancient world. As our tale of Aeneas draws to a close, allow his steadfast spirit to inspire a deep sense of peace within you. Like the hero finding his long-sought home, let your mind and body settle into a state of perfect relaxation. The journey through wakefulness is ending, and the soft shores of sleep await you. Imagine the gentle waves lapping at the Italian beach where Aeneas first landed. Let each soft sound of water on sand carry you deeper into tranquility. The trials are over, the battle's won, and now is the time for rest. Just as Aeneas finally found his place of peace, so too can you drift gently into the welcoming arms of slumber. As we continue our journey through the realms of Greek mythology, we turn our attention to Aeneas, the Trojan hero whose destiny would shape the future of an empire. Having escaped the fall of Troy, Aeneas now embarks on a perilous voyage across the Mediterranean. Guided by divine prophecy and the weight of his people's future, the winds of fate carried Aeneas and his fellow Trojans away from the smoldering ruins of their beloved city. Their fleet of ships, laden with the remnants of their culture and the hopes of their people, set sail into the unknown. The gods, ever present in the lives of mortals, watched with keen interest as Aeneas began his journey. Juno, the queen of the gods, harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Trojans. She had not forgotten the slight of Paris, who had chosen Venus over her in the contest of beauty. Now, she saw an opportunity to thwart the destiny of Aeneas and his people. With a tempestuous fury, she unleashed a violent storm upon the Trojan fleet. Imagine, if you will, the churning seas beneath Aeneas's ships. The dark waves rise like mountains, then plummet into valleys of frothing water. The sky, once clear and blue, now roils with angry clouds, flashing with lightning and booming with thunder. As you picture this scene, let the steady rhythm of the rain outside your window blend with the imagined storm, creating a cocoon of sound that envelops you in the story. Aeneas, a leader tempered by war and loss, stood firm upon the deck of his ship. His voice, barely audible above the howling wind, offered words of encouragement to his beleaguered crew. "Hold fast, my friends," he cried. "We have survived the fall of Troy. We will weather this storm as well. The gods have promised us a new home, and we shall find it." As the storm raged on, Neptune, the god of the sea, became aware of Juno's interference in his domain. Though he held no particular love for the Trojans, he resented the intrusion into his realm. With a wave of his mighty trident, he calmed the seas and scattered the storm clouds. The Trojan fleet, battered but not broken, found themselves washed up on the shores of Carthage. Here, Aeneas encountered Dido, the queen of this flourishing city. Dido, herself a refugee who had fled her homeland to found a new kingdom, felt an immediate kinship with the Trojan prince. As you rest and listen, imagine the golden sands of Carthage's beaches, warmed by the African sun. Feel the gentle breeze that now caresses the sails of the Trojan ships, a stark contrast to the violent winds they had just endured. Let this sense of calm and safety wash over you, much as it did for Aeneas and his weary crew. In Carthage, Aeneas found a moment of respite from his long journey. Queen Dido, captivated by the handsome and noble Trojan, welcomed him and his people with open arms. Under the influence of Venus and Cupid, a passionate love blossomed between Aeneas and Dido. For a time, it seemed that Aeneas might have found his new home. The Trojans began to integrate with the Carthaginians, helping to build the growing city. Aeneas, content in the arms of Dido, allowed himself to forget the weight of his destiny. But the gods had other plans. Jupiter, king of the gods, sent Mercury to remind Aeneas of his true purpose. "You were not meant to settle in Carthage," Mercury told him. "Your destiny lies in Italy, where you will found a great nation that will one day rule the world. As you lie there, comfortable and at peace, consider the weight of destiny that Aeneas carried. How often in our own lives do we feel torn between the comfort of the present and the call of our greater purpose? Let Aeneas's struggle resonate within you, but do not let it disturb your tranquility. Instead, let it remind you that even in moments of rest, we are moving towards our own destinies. Aeneas, torn between his love for Dido and his duty to his people and the gods, made the painful decision to leave Carthage. Under the cover of night, he ordered his fleet to make ready for departure. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Dido awoke to find the Trojan ships sailing away. The heartbroken queen, unable to bear the pain of Aeneas's departure, built a great pyre and threw herself upon it. As the flames consumed her, she cursed Aeneas and his descendants, sowing the seeds of enmity between Carthage and the nation Aeneas would found. As Aeneas's fleet sailed towards Italy, they encountered many trials and adventures. They stopped at Sicily, where they held funeral games in honor of Aeneas's father, Anchises, who had died during their journey. Here, some of the Trojan women, weary of wandering, set fire to the ships. Though some vessels were lost, enough remained to continue the voyage. Let the gentle sound of waves lapping against the sides of Aeneas's ships soothe you. Imagine the steady rhythm of the oars as they propel the fleet forward, ever closer to their destined home. Allow this consistent, calming motion to deepen your relaxation. As they neared the shores of Italy, Aeneas sought guidance from the Sibyl of Cumae, a powerful prophetess. She led him into the underworld, where he encountered the shade of his father. Anchises showed Aeneas visions of the great future that awaited his descendants, including the founding of Rome and its eventual rise to power. Reinvigorated by this glimpse of the future, Aeneas led his people to the region of Latium. Here, he was welcomed by King Latinus, who offered Aeneas the hand of his daughter Lavinia in marriage. This union, Latinus believed, would fulfill an ancient prophecy about his kingdom's future. However, Lavinia had already been promised to Turnus, a local chieftain. Angered by Aeneas's arrival and Latinus's decision, Turnus rallied his forces and those of other Latin cities to drive out the Trojan newcomers. Once again, Aeneas found himself thrust into war. As you continue to relax, letting the story wash over you like gentle waves, consider the resilience of Aeneas. Through storm and shipwreck, love and loss, battle and peace, he persevered. Let his strength seep into your own being, a quiet reassurance that you too can weather any storm life may bring. The war between the Trojans and the Latins raged on, with great losses on both sides. Aeneas, seeking to end the bloodshed, challenged Turnus to single combat. In a fierce duel that would decide the fate of both peoples, Aeneas emerged victorious. With this victory, Aeneas finally fulfilled his destiny. He married Lavinia and founded the city of Lavinium, named in her honor. This city would become the precursor to Alba Longa, which in turn would give rise to Rome itself. As our tale of Aeneas's journey draws to a close, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. The trials and tribulations of the hero have passed, and a new era of peace has begun. Just as Aeneas found his destined home after years of wandering, so too can you find peace in this moment. Let the rhythm of your breath mimic the gentle lapping of waves on the shores of Lavinium. With each inhale, draw in the sense of accomplishment and peace that Aeneas must have felt. With each exhale, release any tension or worries, letting them drift away like leaves on a stream. Aeneas's journey reminds us that our paths are not always straight or easy, but with perseverance and faith, we can overcome any obstacle. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you the courage of Aeneas, the love of Dido, the wisdom of Anchises, and the promise of a bright future. May your dreams be filled with heroic quests and divine prophecies, safe in the knowledge that, like Aeneas, you too are destined for greatness, whatever form that may take in your life. Sleep now and awaken refreshed, ready to face your own epic journey. As the embers of Troy smoldered in the distance, Aeneas, son of Venus and Anchises, set sail with a band of survivors, carrying the weight of destiny upon his shoulders. The gods had whispered of a new home, a land where the Trojan legacy would be reborn, rising from the ashes of their fallen city. The journey was long and perilous, filled with trials that would test even the strongest of heroes. Aeneas and his followers faced treacherous storms, battled fierce creatures, and endured the wrath of vengeful deities. Yet, through it all, Aeneas remained steadfast, his resolve as unshakable as the ancient walls of Troy. Their ships first touched the shores of Carthage, where Queen Dido welcomed the weary travelers with open arms. In the bustling city, Aeneas found a moment of respite, and perhaps a flicker of love in the eyes of the Carthaginian queen. But the fates had other plans, and the whispers of destiny grew louder, urging Aeneas to continue his quest. With a heavy heart, Aeneas bid farewell to Dido and set sail once more, his eyes fixed on the horizon where his true fate awaited. The Mediterranean winds carried them to the shores of Sicily, where they paused to honor Anchises, Aeneas's father, who had passed during their journey. Here, they held grand funeral games, a testament to the strength and spirit of the Trojan people. As you listen to the tale of Aeneas, allow the gentle rhythm of the rain to wash away your worries. Let each drop be a reminder that even in the midst of life's storms, Titan Thales, the Trojans' journey continued, guided by the prophecies of the Sibyl of Cumae. She spoke of a golden bough that would grant Aeneas passage to the underworld, where he would seek counsel from his father's shade. In the realm of shadows, Anchises revealed to Aeneas the glorious future that awaited his descendants, a lineage that would shape the destiny of the world. Emboldened by this vision, Aeneas and his followers pressed on, finally reaching the shores of Latium. Here, they were welcomed by King Latinus, who saw in Aeneas the fulfillment of an ancient prophecy. The king offered his daughter Lavinia's hand in marriage, sealing an alliance between the Trojans and the Latins. But peace was not to be won so easily. Turnus, king of the Ruculi and Lavinia's former suitor, was enraged by this turn of events. He rallied neighboring tribes against the Trojans, igniting a war that would test Aeneas's leadership and valor. As you rest, imagine the clash of bronze and the thunder of hooves. Yet, let these sounds of conflict fade into the soothing patter of rain outside your window. The war raged on, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Aeneas, bearing the weight of his people's future, fought not just for victory, but for the promise of a new home. In a final, climactic duel, Aeneas faced Turnus on the battlefield. Their combat was fierce, each warrior embodying the hopes and dreams of their people. In the end, it was Aeneas who emerged victorious, his blade finding its mark. Yet, even in triumph, he showed mercy, prepared to spare Turnus's life. But the sight of the belt of Pallas, a young ally slain by Turnus, rekindled Aeneas's wrath. With a heavy heart, he delivered the final blow, fulfilling his destiny and securing peace for his people. With the war concluded, Aeneas set about the task of building a new city for his people. He named it Lavinium, in honor of his bride, and it became the first settlement of the Trojans in their new land. As you drift closer to sleep, envision the rising walls of this nascent city, each stone a promise of the greatness to come. Aeneas ruled wisely and justly for many years, laying the foundation for what would become one of the greatest empires the world had ever known. Though he himself would not live to see Rome in all its glory, his legacy lived on through his son Ascanius, also known as Aeolus, from whom the Julian clan would later claim descent. As Aeneas's life drew to a close, the gods recognized his valor and piety. Venus pleaded with Jupiter to grant her son immortality, and the king of the gods acquiesced. Aeneas was taken up to the heavens, becoming a divine spirit known as Ins, forever watching over the land and people he had fought so hard to establish. The tale of Aeneas reminds us that from the ashes of loss and destruction, new beginnings can arise. His journey from the fallen Troy to the foundations of Rome spans not just distance, but the very essence of human resilience and hope. As you lie here, allow the spirit of Aeneas to inspire you, to remind you that even in your darkest moments, a new dawn awaits. In the centuries that followed, Rome grew from a small settlement into a vast empire, fulfilling the prophecy given to Aeneas in the underworld. The Romans would look back to Aeneas as their ancestor, a bridge between their Trojan heritage and their Italian home. His story became a national epic, immortalized by the poet Virgil in the Aeneid. As our tale of Aeneas draws to a close, let the gentle rain outside lull you deeper into relaxation. Like the Tiber River that guided Aeneas to his destiny, let the sound of water carry you towards peaceful slumber, Remember, just as Rome was not built in a day, true rest comes gradually, each moment bringing you closer to rejuvenating sleep. May the courage of Aeneas inspire your dreams, and the promise of new beginnings color your thoughts as you drift off. Sleep now, knowing that, like the legendary founder of Rome, you too have the strength to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. Good night, and may the gods grant you peaceful slumber. Aeneas, a hero born of divine and mortal worlds, teaches us the power of destiny and duty. His journey from the ashes of Troy to the foundations of Rome reminds us that even in our darkest moments, we carry the seeds of future greatness. As you drift towards sleep, reflect on your own journey and the legacy you're building with each choice you make. Let Aeneas's perseverance inspire you to face life's challenges with courage and determination, knowing that your path, too, leads to greatness. In the annals of Greek mythology, few heroes shine as brightly as Odysseus, the cunning king of Ithaca. His tale is one of wit, perseverance, and the indomitable human spirit. As you settle in, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your cares, and let us journey together through the epic saga of Odysseus. Odysseus was born on the island of Ithaca, son of Laertes and Anticle. From an early age, he displayed an extraordinary intellect and resourcefulness that would become his hallmark. As a young man, Odysseus proved himself not only in matters of the mind, but also in feats of strength and skill. When the time came for him to take a wife, Odysseus set his sights on the beautiful Helen of Sparta. However, recognizing the potential for conflict that Helen's beauty might bring, he instead proposed an oath that would bind all of Helen's suitors to defend the marriage of whoever won her hand. This clever maneuver allowed him to marry Penelope, his true love, while avoiding the enmity of his rivals. As you listen to the tale of Odysseus, let the sound of the rain outside become the whisper of the Aegean Sea, lapping gently against the shores of Ithaca. Feel the tension in your body begin to ebb away, like the receding tide. Odysseus's life of peace on Ithaca was not destined to last. When Helen was abducted by Paris of Troy, all the former suitors were called upon to honor their oath. Though reluctant to leave his wife and infant son, Odysseus answered the call to war. It was here, on the battlefields of Troy, that his cunning would truly shine. For 10 long years, the Greeks laid siege to Troy, and Odysseus's strategic mind proved invaluable. He devised numerous plans and stratagems, but none more famous than the Trojan horse. This brilliant deception finally brought an end to the decade-long war, cementing Odysseus's reputation as the cleverest of all the Greek heroes. As you imagine the towering walls of Troy, feel your own walls of worry and stress begin to crumble. With each breath, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, just as Odysseus sank into the challenge of each new adventure. With Troy fallen, Odysseus and his men set sail for home, eager to return to their families after 10 years of war. Little did they know that their journey home would be fraught with even greater perils than the war itself. The gods, some favoring Odysseus and others opposing him, would play their parts in the hero's epic voyage. Their first stop was the land of the Cicons, where Odysseus's men, still in the mindset of war, raided the city. This action would set the tone for much of their journey, as the consequences of their choices would ripple outward, affecting their fate time and time again. From there, they sailed to the land of the Lotus Eaters, where some of Odysseus's men ate the intoxicating lotus fruit, forgetting their homes and their mission. It fell to Odysseus to drag them back to the ships, forcing them to leave behind the blissful oblivion of the lotus. As you listen, imagine the allure of the lotus, the temptation to forget all your troubles. But like Odysseus, recognize the importance of your journey, your goals, and let that awareness gently guide you back to the present moment. The next great challenge came in the form of the Cyclops Polyphemus, son of Poseidon. Trapped in the one-eyed giant's cave, Odysseus once again relied on his wit to save himself and his men. He cleverly told the Cyclops that his name was Nobody, and when they blinded Polyphemus to escape, the giant's cries for help against Nobody went unanswered. However, Odysseus's pride got the better of him as they sailed away. He couldn't resist revealing his true name to the blinded Cyclops, an act of hubris that would have dire consequences. Polyphemus called upon his father, Poseidon, to curse Odysseus, ensuring that his journey home would be long and arduous. As you contemplate Odysseus's moment of weakness, reflect on your own challenges. Like the hero, you too may face obstacles that seem insurmountable. But remember, it is often in our darkest moments that we find our greatest strength. The journey continued, with Odysseus and his crew facing one mythical danger after another. They narrowly escaped the cannibalistic Laestrygonians, losing all but one of their ships in the process. They found brief respite on the island of the enchantress Circe, who turned some of the men into pigs before Odysseus, with the help of the god Hermes, convinced her to restore them. It was Circe who warned Odysseus of the dangers that still lay ahead, the twin perils of Scylla and Charybdis, the allure of the sirens, and the sacred cattle of Helios. Each of these challenges would test Odysseus's leadership and his men's loyalty to their limits. As you listen to these tales of mythical creatures and supernatural dangers, let your mind drift. Like Odysseus sailing through uncharted waters, allow yourself to float on the gentle waves of storytelling, carried along by the current of imagination. The sirens posed a unique challenge, their enchanting songs luring sailors to their doom. But Odysseus, ever resourceful, had his men plug their ears with wax, while he himself was tied to the mast, allowing him to hear the siren's song without succumbing to its its fatal attraction. This experience of forbidden knowledge, of beauty too dangerous to fully embrace, would stay with Odysseus for the rest of his days. As you imagine the haunting melody of the sirens, let it blend with the sound of the rain outside. Allow the rhythm to lull you, to carry you deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation. Navigating between Scylla and Charybdis, Odysseus was forced to make an impossible choice. He chose to sail closer to Scylla, knowing he would lose some of his men, but not the entire ship, to Charybdis's whirlpool. It was a decision that weighed heavily on him, a reminder of the burdens of leadership and the cost of survival. Finally, they reached the island of Helios, where the god of the sun kept his sacred cattle. Despite Odysseus's warnings, his starving crew slaughtered and ate some of the cattle while he slept. This sacrilege would be their undoing, as Zeus destroyed their ship with a lightning bolt, leaving Odysseus as the sole survivor. As we near the end of this chapter in Odysseus's journey, take a moment to reflect on the hero's resilience. Through every challenge, every setback, he persevered. Let this be a gentle reminder of your own strength, your own ability to face life's obstacles with courage and determination. Odysseus was eventually washed ashore on the island of Aegina, where the nymph Calypso kept him as her companion for 7 long years. Despite the comfort and immortality she offered, Odysseus never stopped longing for his home, his wife Penelope, and his son Telemachus. As our tale of Odysseus draws to a close for now, allow yourself to drift with him on the waters of myth and legend. Like the hero longing for Ithaca, feel yourself gently pulled towards the shores of sleep, where peace and restoration await. Remember, just as Odysseus's journey was long and filled with challenges, so too is the journey of life. But with perseverance, wit, and a little help from the gods, we can overcome any obstacle. As you settle into sleep, carry with you the courage and resourcefulness of Odysseus, knowing that you too have the strength to face whatever adventures tomorrow may bring. The tale of the Trojan horse is perhaps one of the most famous stories from Greek mythology, a testament to the cunning and ingenuity of Odysseus, the legendary king of Ithaca. As you listen, allow the gentle patter of rain to lull you into a state of tranquil relaxation, imagining yourself transported to the ancient world of heroes and epic conflicts. Our story begins in the 10th year of the Trojan War, a conflict that had raged for a decade with no end in sight. The great city of Troy, with its impenetrable walls, had withstood the Greek assault for years. The Greek army, weary and homesick, was on the verge of giving up their long siege. It was in this moment of desperation that Odysseus, renowned for his cleverness, devised a plan so audacious it would be remembered for millennia to come. Picture, if you will, the Greek camp on the shores of Troy. The air is thick with the scent of salt and smoke, the sound of waves lapping against the beach mingling with the distant echoes of the besieged city. Odysseus stands before the assembled Greek leaders, his eyes gleaming with a mix of determination and mischief. He proposes a plan so unexpected, so seemingly absurd, that at first his fellow commanders can only stare in disbelief. Odysseus suggests building a massive wooden horse, a structure so large and impressive that it would catch the eye of any who beheld it. But this was to be no ordinary horse. It would be hollow, designed to conceal a group of Greek soldiers within its wooden belly. The plan was to present this horse as a gift to the Trojans, a supposed offering to the goddess Athena, while the rest of the Greek army would appear to sail away, leaving the horse behind on the beach. As you listen to this tale, feel the tension in your body begin to melt away. Let the rhythm of the story and the soft sound of rain outside wash over you, carrying you deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation. Imagine the Greek craftsmen working tirelessly to construct this enormous wooden horse, their hammers and chisels creating a soothing, repetitive melody. Day after day, the horse took shape. Its wooden frame rose high into the sky, towering over the Greek camp. The soldiers selected to hide inside practiced entering and exiting the horse's secret compartment, their movements careful and deliberate. All the while, the Trojans watched from their walls, curiosity and suspicion warring in their minds. Finally, the day arrived to put the plan into action. The Greek army broke camp, boarding their ships and sailing just out of sight, leaving behind the massive wooden horse and a single Greek soldier named Sinon. As the Trojan sentries reported the Greeks' departure, a wave of relief and excitement swept through the city. For 10 long years, they had been confined within their walls, and now, it seemed, the siege was finally over. The Trojans emerged from their city, cautiously at first, then with growing confidence. They approached the wooden horse, marveling at its size and craftsmanship. Sinon, playing his part perfectly, allowed himself to be captured. He spun a tale of how he had been left behind as a sacrifice, and that the horse was an offering to Athena, meant to ensure the Greeks' safe journey home. As you continue to relax, imagine the debate that raged among the Trojans. Some, like the priest Laocoon, warned against bringing the horse into the city, famously declaring, "I fear the Greeks, even when they bring gifts." But others saw the horse as a symbol of their victory, a trophy to be displayed within their walls. In the end, the desire to celebrate their apparent triumph won out. The Trojans decided to bring the horse into their city. They broke down a section of their supposedly impenetrable walls to make way for the massive structure. As you picture this scene, feel the last vestiges of tension leaving your body. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort, knowing that like the ebb and flow of this ancient tale, all things in life have their cycles of challenge and rest. Night fell over Troy, and the city erupted in joyous celebration. The Trojans, believing themselves finally free from the Greek threat, feasted and drank late into the night. As As the revelry died down and the city fell into a deep, exhausted sleep, the Greek soldiers hidden within the horse prepared for action. In the quiet hours before dawn, Odysseus and his chosen warriors silently emerged from their wooden hiding place. They moved through the sleeping city like shadows, opening the gates to allow the rest of the Greek army, which had quietly returned under cover of darkness, to enter Troy. The ensuing battle was swift and decisive. The Trojans, caught completely off guard, were unable to mount an effective defense. The impregnable city of Troy, which had withstood a decade of siege, fell in a single night thanks to Odysseus's cunning strategy. As our tale draws to a close, reflect on the ingenuity of Odysseus. His ability to think beyond conventional warfare, to use creativity and deception rather than brute force, changed the course of the war. The Trojan horse became more than just a successful military tactic. It became a symbol of clever problem-solving that endures to this day. Let the gentle rain outside blend with the echoes of this ancient story, carrying you towards peaceful slumber. As you drift off, consider how sometimes the most difficult problems in our lives require us to think creatively, to approach challenges from unexpected angles. Like Odysseus, we all have the capacity for ingenuity within us, waiting to be awakened when we need it most. And so, with the fall of Troy, Odysseus's role in the Trojan War came to an end. But his journey was far from over. The clever king of Ithaca would face many more adventures and challenges on his long journey home. Tales we'll explore in our next story. For now, allow yourself to rest, safe in the knowledge that even the greatest of obstacles can be overcome with patience, wisdom, and a touch of creative thinking. As you fall deeper into relaxation, remember that like the ebb and flow of epic tales, our lives too have their moments of challenge and triumph. Let the rhythm of the rain and the whispers of ancient myths guide you into a peaceful, restorative sleep. As we continue our mythical journey, we turn to the tale of Odysseus, the clever king of Ithaca, whose journey home from the Trojan War would become one of the most famous adventures in Greek mythology. Close your eyes and let the gentle patter of rain transport you to the ancient world of gods and heroes. After the fall of Troy, Odysseus set sail for his homeland of Ithaca, eager to return to his wife Penelope and son Telemachus. But the gods had other plans for our hero. As his fleet of 12 ships left the shores of Troy, they were caught in a storm sent by Poseidon, who harbored a grudge against Odysseus. The winds howled and the waves crashed, scattering the ships across the wine-dark sea. When the storm finally subsided, Odysseus found himself on the island of the Lotus Eaters. Here, his men encountered a people who ate the intoxicating lotus fruit, which made them forget their homes and desire only to stay and eat more lotus. Odysseus, ever vigilant, realized the danger and forcibly dragged his men back to the ships, tying them down to prevent them from returning to the shore. As you listen, feel the weight of responsibility on Odysseus's shoulders, the burden of a leader trying to guide his men home through unfamiliar and treacherous waters. Their next stop was the land of the Cyclopes, one-eyed giants known for their strength and savagery. Odysseus and a small group of his men entered the cave of Polyphemus, son of Poseidon, hoping to receive the customary gifts of hospitality. Instead, they found themselves trapped by the monstrous Cyclops, who began to devour Odysseus's men two at a time. Imagine the darkness of the cave, the fear gripping the hearts of Odysseus and his companions. But our hero's mind was already working, devising a plan to escape. He offered Polyphemus strong wine, and when the Cyclops asked for his name, Odysseus replied that he was called Nobody. As Polyphemus fell into a drunken slumber, Odysseus and his men sharpened a large wooden stake and drove it into the Cyclops' single eye, blinding him. When Polyphemus cried out in pain, his fellow Cyclops came to help, but when asked who had hurt him, he could only reply, "Nobody," causing confusion and allowing Odysseus and his remaining men to escape. As you drift deeper into relaxation, picture Odysseus's cleverness, his ability to think quickly even in the face of mortal danger. Let the rhythm of the story carry you gently towards sleep, just as the waves carried Odysseus onwards in his journey. Escaping the island of the Cyclopes, Odysseus and his men next encountered Aeolus, the keeper of the winds. Aeolus gifted Odysseus a bag containing all the winds except the one that would blow them straight to Ithaca. For 9 days, they sailed smoothly, Odysseus himself holding the helm and refusing to sleep. But as they came within sight of Ithaca, exhaustion finally overcame Odysseus, and he fell into a deep slumber. His curious crew, believing the bag might contain treasure, opened it while he slept. The released winds created a tempest that blew them far off course, back to Aeolus's island. Let Odysseus's moment of rest remind you of your own need for sleep. As you lie here, allow yourself to surrender to the peaceful embrace of slumber, knowing that, like Odysseus, you too will face your challenges refreshed and renewed. Aeolus, angered by their apparent lack of favor with the gods, refused to help them again. Odysseus and his crew were forced to row onwards, their arms aching with fatigue. After 7 days of hard labor, they reached the land of the Laestrygonians, a race of giant cannibals. These fearsome beings destroyed 11 of Odysseus's 12 ships, hurling boulders from the cliffs and spearing men like fish. Only Odysseus's own ship escaped, having been moored outside the harbor. With heavy hearts, the survivors sailed on, mourning their lost companions. As you listen to the trials of Odysseus, let any tension in your own body melt away. Like the waves lapping gently against the shore, let each breath wash away your cares and worries, carrying you deeper into a state of tranquil relaxation. The next island they encountered was Aea, home of the enchantress Circe. Odysseus split his remaining men into two groups, one led by himself and the other by his loyal friend Eurylochus. It was Eurylochus's group that first encountered Circe, who turned them all into pigs with her magic wand. Eurylochus, having stayed outside, ran back to warn Odysseus. As our hero set out alone to rescue his men, he was met by Hermes, who gave him a magical herb called moly to protect him from Circe's spells. When Circe's magic failed to work on Odysseus, she became enamored with him and agreed to return his men to human form. Odysseus and his crew ended up staying on Aea for a year, enjoying Circe's hospitality and recovering from their ordeals. This period of rest allowed them to regain their strength and prepare for the challenges that still lay ahead. Similarly, allow yourself this time of rest, letting the story wash over you like gentle waves, preparing you for peaceful, rejuvenating sleep. As our time with Odysseus draws to a close for now, we leave him and his men preparing to depart from Circe's island. The enchantress advised Odysseus that to find his way home, he must first journey to the underworld and seek the counsel of the blind prophet Tiresias. As you drift towards sleep, imagine Odysseus standing at the prow of his ship, his eyes fixed on the horizon, his heart set on home despite the long journey still ahead. Let his determination and resilience inspire you, even as you allow yourself to surrender to the peaceful embrace of slumber. Remember, like Odysseus, you too are on a journey. And just as he found moments of peace and rest amidst his trials, so too can you find tranquility in this moment, letting go of the day's concerns and allowing yourself to be carried gently into the realm of dreams. As Odysseus continued his long journey home, he faced yet another perilous challenge. The treacherous waters between Scylla and Charybdis lay ahead, a narrow strait that had claimed countless ships and sailors. Odysseus, ever the strategist, knew he had to choose between two evils. On one side lurked Scylla, a six-headed monster with razor-sharp teeth, ready to snatch sailors from the decks of passing ships. On the other side, the whirlpool Charybdis threatened to swallow entire vessels whole. With a heavy heart, Odysseus made the difficult decision to sail closer to Scylla. He reasoned that it was better to lose a few men than to risk the entire ship and crew to Charybdis' insatiable maw. As they approached the narrow passage, Odysseus instructed his men to row with all their might, hopping to pass through as quickly as possible. He himself stood at the bow, fully armed, ready to defend against Scylla's attack. The air grew thick with tension as the ship entered the strait. The roar of Charybdis could be heard in the distance, a terrifying sound that chilled the hearts of even the bravest sailors. Odysseus steeled himself, his eyes scanning the rocky cliffs for any sign of Scylla. Suddenly, without warning, Scylla struck. Her long necks shot out from the cliffside, her terrible heads each grabbing one of Odysseus' men. The sailors' screams of terror filled the air as they were lifted high above the ship, helpless in Scylla's grasp. Odysseus, though heartbroken at the loss of his men, knew he could not falter. He urged the remaining crew to row harder, to push through the strait before Scylla could strike again. The ship surged forward, the oars churning the water into white foam. As they emerged from the other side of the strait, Odysseus allowed himself a moment of relief. They had survived, though at a terrible cost. The loss of his men weighed heavily upon him, another burden to carry on his long journey home. With the dangers of Scylla and Charybdis behind them, Odysseus and his remaining crew found themselves approaching the island of Thrinacia. Unknown to them, this seemingly peaceful island would present yet another test of their resolve and loyalty. As they drew near, Odysseus recalled the warning given to him by the blind prophet Tiresias and the sorceress Circe. They had both cautioned him about the sacred cattle of the sun god Helios that grazed on this island. Under no circumstances were Odysseus and his men to harm these cattle, lest they incur the wrath of the gods. Odysseus shared this warning with his crew, stressing the importance of leaving the cattle untouched. However, fate had other plans for the weary travelers. As they approached the shore, a terrible storm arose, forcing them to seek shelter on the island. Days turned into weeks, and their supplies began to dwindle. The men grew hungry and restless, their eyes constantly drawn to the plump cattle grazing nearby. Odysseus, sensing the growing discontent among his crew, decided to explore the island alone, hoping to find an alternative source of food. It was during this absence that tragedy struck. Unable to resist the temptation any longer, and driven by desperate hunger, Odysseus' men slaughtered and feasted upon the sacred cattle of Helios. When Odysseus returned and discovered what had transpired, he was filled with dread. He knew that this act of sacrilege would not go unpunished by the gods. As if in confirmation of his fears, strange omens began to appear. The hides of the slaughtered cattle began to crawl, and the meat on the spits bellowed as if still alive. Helios, enraged by the desecration of his sacred herd, demanded that Zeus punish Odysseus and his men. The king of the gods, bound by divine law, had no choice but to comply. As Odysseus and his crew set sail from Thrinacia, Zeus unleashed a terrible storm upon them. The sky darkened, and massive waves crashed against their ship. Lightning split the air, and thunder shook the very bones of the sailors. Odysseus fought desperately to keep the ship afloat, but the fury of the storm was too great. In a final, catastrophic moment, a lightning bolt struck the ship, shattering it into pieces. Odysseus' remaining crew members were thrown into the raging sea, where they perished in the churning waters. Odysseus alone survived, clinging to a piece of the ship's wreckage. For 9 long days, he drifted at sea, at the mercy of the winds and currents. The hero who had faced monsters and defied gods was now reduced to a lone survivor, battered by the elements and plagued by the guilt of his men's fate. As consciousness began to slip away from the exhausted Odysseus, fate intervened once more. The currents carried him to the shores of Aegea, the island home of the nymph Calypso. Here, Odysseus would find both refuge and a new challenge to his long-awaited return home. Calypso, enchanted by the arrival of the legendary hero, welcomed Odysseus to her island. She tended to his wounds, provided him with food and shelter, and offered him a life of comfort and immortality if he would stay with her. For 7 long years, Odysseus remained on Aegea, torn between the allure of Calypso's offer and his deep longing for home. Each day, he would sit on the shore, gazing out at the sea, his heart aching for Ithaca, for his wife Penelope, and for his son Telemachus. Calypso, though genuinely fond of Odysseus, kept him on the island against his will. She used her divine powers to prevent him from leaving, always promising that tomorrow she would help him build a raft, but never following through. As the years passed, Odysseus never lost hope of returning home. His resilience and unwavering desire to see his family again would eventually move the gods to intervene on his behalf, setting in motion the final leg of his incredible journey. And so, dear listener, as you drift towards sleep, consider the endurance of Odysseus. Through storms and monsters, temptations and trials, he never lost sight of his goal. Let his determination inspire you, and may your own dreams be filled with the courage to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. At last, after 10 long years of wandering, Odysseus found himself on the shores of his beloved Ithaca. The island lay before him, shrouded in mist, a dream made real after countless nights of longing. But his journey was not yet complete, for the challenges that awaited him at home were perhaps the greatest he had faced. As Odysseus stepped onto the familiar soil of his homeland, he was overcome with emotion. The scent of olive groves and the distant bleating of sheep stirred memories long dormant. Yet, caution tempered his joy, for he knew not what changes a decade might have wrought. Athena, ever his patron goddess, appeared before him in the guise of a young shepherd. With divine wisdom, she counseled Odysseus to proceed with care. The goddess waved her hand, and Odysseus's appearance transformed. No longer did he resemble the great hero of Troy, but an aged beggar, weathered by time and hardship. Thus disguised, Odysseus made his way to the home of his loyal swineherd, Eumaeus. The old servant, not recognizing his master, nevertheless offered the stranger hospitality a testament to the enduring values of Greek culture. As they sat by the fire, Eumaeus shared the sorrowful state of affairs in Ithaca. He spoke of the suitors who had invaded Odysseus's home, each vying for the hand of his wife, Penelope. These men, numbering over 100, had taken up residence in the palace, consuming Odysseus's wealth and pressuring Penelope to choose among them. Yet she had remained faithful, using her cunning to delay their advances. As you listen to this tale of homecoming and fidelity, allow the tension in your body to release. Like Odysseus returning to familiar shores, let yourself sink deeper into comfort and relaxation. The journey to sleep, like the hero's journey home, is one of gradual surrender to peace. While Odysseus listened to Eumaeus's account, his heart burned with righteous anger, yet his face remained impassive. Soon, his son Telemachus arrived at the swineherd's hut, returning from his own quest for news of his father. Athena briefly lifted the disguise, allowing Odysseus to reveal himself to his son. Father and son, reunited after so many years, embraced with tears of joy. But there was little time for celebration. Together, they began to plot the downfall of the suitors and the reclamation of their home. Odysseus instructed Telemachus to return to the palace and give no sign of his father's return. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine the anticipation Odysseus must have felt, so near to his goal, yet still facing great peril. Let this reminder of perseverance soothe you, knowing that like Odysseus, you too can overcome any obstacles that life presents. The next day, still in the guise of a beggar, Odysseus made his way to his own palace. The sight of his home, once a place of warmth and love, now overrun by the arrogant suitors, filled him with grief and determination. As he entered the courtyard, he was recognized only by his faithful old dog, Argus, who wagged his tail one last time before passing away, his long vigil finally over. Inside the palace, Odysseus endured the taunts and abuse of the suitors, his patience stretched to its limits. Penelope, hearing of the arrival of a stranger who claimed to have news of Odysseus, requested an audience. Face to face with his wife for the first time in 20 years, Odysseus maintained his disguise, his heart aching with love and admiration for her unwavering loyalty. As night fell, Penelope, inspired by Athena, announced a contest. She would marry the man who could string Odysseus's great bow and shoot an arrow through 12 axe handles. The suitors, confident in their strength, eagerly agreed. Yet one by one, they failed to even string the mighty bow. Allow the rhythm of this story to lull you gently. Like the suitors attempting to string the bow, release any remaining tension in your body. With each breath, let yourself become more relaxed, more at peace. When all had failed, Odysseus, still disguised, asked for a chance to try. The suitors laughed and mocked him, but Penelope granted his request. With practiced ease, Odysseus strung the bow and loosed an arrow that flew straight through all 12 axe handles. In that moment, Athena lifted his disguise, revealing the hero in all his glory. Telemachus sprang to his father's side, and together they turned to face the stunned suitors. What followed was a battle of epic proportions, as Odysseus, with the aid of his son, loyal servants, and Athena herself, fought to reclaim his home. His arrows flew true, each finding its mark, as years of pent-up rage and justice were unleashed. When the dust settled, the suitors lay defeated, and Odysseus stood victorious in his hall once more. Yet one challenge remained, convincing Penelope that he was truly her long-lost husband. For Penelope, ever cautious and wise, feared this might be some cruel trick or divine test. As your mind drifts between wakefulness and sleep, consider the caution of Penelope. Like her, allow yourself to slowly and carefully let go of the waking world, trusting in the peace that sleep will bring. To prove his identity, Odysseus spoke of a secret known only to them, the unique construction of their marriage bed, built around a living olive tree. At this intimate knowledge, Penelope's doubts crumbled, and she rushed into her husband's arms. Their reunion was one of tears and laughter. Two hearts joined again after enduring years of separation and uncertainty. In the days that followed, Odysseus restored order to Ithaca. He reunited with his aged father, Laertes, and made peace with the families of the slain suitors. Athena herself intervened to ensure that Odysseus's rule would be long and prosperous, a fitting reward for his unparalleled perseverance and cunning. And so, the great wanderer's journey came to an end. Odysseus, who had faced monsters and gods, who had outwitted death itself, finally found rest in the arms of his beloved Penelope. His tale became legend, a testament to the power of love, loyalty, and the unyielding human spirit. As our story of Odysseus concludes, allow yourself to follow him into peaceful rest. Like the hero returning to his long-awaited bed, sink deeper into comfort and tranquility. The challenges of your day are behind you now, and ahead lies only peaceful, rejuvenating sleep. Odysseus, the man of many turns, teaches us that true strength lies not just in brawn, but in wit and wisdom. His journey reminds us that life's challenges, like the monsters he faced, can be overcome with cleverness and perseverance. As you drift towards sleep, remember that like Odysseus, you too possess the inner resources to navigate life's stormy seas and find your way home to peace and rest. In the realm of Greek mythology, few stories capture the essence of brotherly love and divine intervention quite like that of Castor and Pollux, the legendary twins known as the Dioscuri. As we delve into their tale, allow the gentle patter of rain to lull you deeper into relaxation. Each drop a whisper of this ancient legend. Born to Leda, the queen of Sparta, Castor and Pollux entered the world under extraordinary circumstances. Leda, you see, had been visited by Zeus in the form of a swan, and on the same night she lay with her mortal husband, King Tyndareus. This dual union resulted in the birth of two sets of twins, Castor and Pollux, and Helen and Clytemnestra. Castor, born of Tyndareus, was fully mortal, while Pollux, sired by Zeus, possessed the immortality of the gods. Despite their different fathers, the brothers shared an unbreakable bond from the moment they drew their first breaths. As you listen, imagine the warmth of such a connection, a love so pure it transcends the boundaries between mortal and immortal. As they grew, Castor and Pollux became renowned throughout Greece for their exceptional skills and bravery. Castor was a master horseman, his hands gentle yet firm on the reins, guiding his steed with a grace that seemed almost supernatural. Pollux, on the other hand, excelled in the art of boxing, his fists as swift and powerful as summer lightning. Together, they embarked on numerous adventures, their fame growing with each heroic deed. They sailed with Jason and the Argonauts in search of the Golden Fleece, their combined strength and wisdom proving invaluable on that perilous journey. Picture, if you will, the two brothers standing side by side on the deck of the Argo, their eyes scanning the horizon, ready to face whatever challenges the gods might send their way. The twins also participated in the Caledonian boar hunt, a gathering of heroes tasked with slaying a monstrous boar sent by Artemis to ravage the land of Caledon. In the thick of the forest, amidst the chaos of the hunt, Castor and Pollux moved as one, their actions perfectly synchronized, a testament to their unbreakable bond. But perhaps their most famous exploit was the rescue of their sister Helen, who had been abducted by Theseus, the hero of Athens. The brothers led an army to Athens, their determination fueled by familial love. They succeeded in freeing Helen, their actions cementing their reputation as protectors and champions of justice. As you sink deeper into comfort, envision the twins returning triumphant to Sparta, their sister safe between them, the cheers of the people washing over them like a warm breeze. This moment of glory, however, was but a prelude to the true test of their bond, a challenge that would push the limits of brotherly love and divine power. The pivotal moment in the story of Castor and Pollux came during a dispute with their cousins, Idas and Lynceus. The four men had captured a herd of cattle, but disagreement arose over how to divide the spoils. As tensions escalated, a fight broke out, swords flashing in the sunlight, the clash of metal ringing through the air. In the heat of battle, Idas struck Castor with a spear, the mortal twin falling to the ground, his life ebbing away. Pollux, overcome with grief and rage, slew Lynceus in retaliation. But Idas, seeking vengeance for his brother, turned on Pollux, ready to strike down the immortal twin. At that moment, Zeus intervened, hurling a thunderbolt that killed Idas, saving his son Pollux from harm. But the victory was hollow for Pollux, who knelt beside his fallen brother, cradling Castor's body in his arms. The pain of loss weighed heavily on Pollux, a burden that seemed too great to bear, even for an immortal. Unable to imagine an eternity without his beloved brother, Pollux begged Zeus to allow him to share his immortality with Castor. Moved by his son's devotion, Zeus offered Pollux a choice. He could remain immortal and live on Mount Olympus among the gods, or he could share his immortality with Castor, allowing them to split their time between Olympus and the underworld. Without hesitation, Pollux chose to share his divine gift with his twin. And so, the brothers were reunited, their bond transcending even death itself. They would spend one day among the gods on Olympus, basking in the golden light of immortality, and the next in the shadowy realm of Hades, embracing their mortal nature. This cycle of life and death, of divine and mortal existence, continued for eternity. The brothers became symbols of loyalty and sacrifice, their story a testament to the power of love, to overcome even the most insurmountable obstacles. As you lie here, allowing the gentle rhythm of the rain to wash over you, consider the depth of Pollux's sacrifice. He willingly gave up half of his immortality, choosing a more difficult path for the sake of his brother. In doing so, he demonstrated that true immortality lies not in endless life, but in the enduring bonds we forge with those we love. The Greeks honored Castor and Pollux as the Dioscuri, or sons of Zeus. They became patron deities of sailors, believed to appear as St. Elmo's fire, twin flames flickering at the masthead, guiding ships safely through storms. Imagine those ethereal lights dancing on the horizon, a beacon of hope in the darkest night, much like the unwavering love between the divine twins. In the night sky, Castor and Pollux found their eternal home as the constellation Gemini. As you drift towards sleep, picture those twin stars shining brightly above, a celestial reminder of the brothers' eternal bond. Their light, traveling across vast distances of space and time, reaches us still, a testament to the enduring nature of their story. The tale of Castor and Pollux reminds us that the most profound acts of heroism often occur not on the battlefield or in grand quests, but in the quiet moments of sacrifice we make for those we love. It teaches us that true strength lies not in individual power, but in the connections we forge with others. As you feel the weight of sleep growing heavier, let the story of the divine twins settle in your mind. Allow their tale of loyalty and love to inspire your dreams, filling your night with visions of unbreakable bonds and selfless devotion. May you find comfort in the knowledge that even in the face of mortality, love has the power to transcend all boundaries, to touch the divine. And so, as Castor and Pollux continue their eternal cycle in the heavens above, may you too find peace in the rhythms of life and rest. Let the soft patter of rain be your lullaby, each drop a whisper of ancient legends, guiding you gently into the realm of dreams. Sleep now, knowing that, like the divine twins, you too are watched over by forces of love and protection, cradled in the arms of myth and memory. As the night deepens and the gentle rain continues to fall, let us turn our attention to one of the most touching tales of brotherhood in Greek mythology, the story of Castor and Pollux, the Dioscuri. These twin brothers, born of the same mother, but with different fathers, embodied the unbreakable bond of siblinghood that transcended even the boundaries of mortality and divinity. Castor and Pollux were born to Leda, the queen of Sparta. However, their parentage was unique. Pollux was the son of Zeus, who had come to Leda in the form of a swan, while Castor was the son of Leda's mortal husband, King Tyndareus. This divine and mortal lineage would play a crucial role in their fate. As you listen to their tale, allow the steady rhythm of the rain to lull you deeper into relaxation. Imagine the warmth of brotherly love enveloping you, much like a soft, comforting blanket on a cool night. The twins grew up inseparable, their bond strengthening with each passing day. Castor became renowned as a skilled horseman and warrior, while Pollux excelled in the art of boxing. Together, they embarked on numerous adventures, joining the Argonauts in their quest for the Golden Fleece and participating in the Caledonian boar hunt. Their most famous exploit, however, came when they rescued their sister Helen after she was abducted by Theseus. This act of bravery and familial devotion earned them great renown throughout Greece. As you ponder their loyalty, feel your own tensions melting away, replaced by a sense of security and peace. But fate, as it often does in Greek mythology, had a cruel twist in store for the brothers. During a dispute over cattle with their cousins Idas and Lynceus, a fierce battle erupted. In the chaos of the fight, Castor, the mortal twin, was struck down and fatally wounded. Pollux, devastated by the loss of his brother, begged his father Zeus to allow him to share his immortality with Castor. The king of the gods, moved by his son's devotion, offered Pollux a choice. He could either live forever among the gods on Mount Olympus or share his immortality with Castor, alternating between Olympus and the underworld. Without hesitation, Pollux chose to share his immortality. His decision speaks to the depth of love between the brothers, a love so powerful it could challenge the very laws of life and death. As you reflect on this selfless act, allow any worries or concerns to fade away, replaced by a warm sense of connection and belonging. And so, the twins were transformed into the constellation Gemini, forever united in the night sky. They would spend one day among the gods on Olympus and the next in the underworld, their eternal togetherness a testament to the strength of their bond. The story of Castor and Pollux reminds us of the power of love and sacrifice. teaches us that true bonds can transcend even the greatest of obstacles, be they mortality or the vast expanse of the cosmos. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the connections in your own life, the bonds that give you strength and comfort. In some traditions, Castor and Pollux were revered as protectors of sailors, guiding lost ships safely to harbor. The appearance of their constellation was seen as a good omen, a sign of divine protection during perilous sea voyages. Let their protective presence wash over you now, creating a cocoon of safety and tranquility. Imagine, if you will, the twin stars of Gemini shining brightly in the night sky. Their light, steady and unwavering, cuts through the darkness, just as the brothers' love for each other cut through the barriers of life and death. Let this image settle in your mind, a beacon of hope and constancy in the vast expanse of the night. The tale of Castor and Pollux also speaks to the duality of human nature. Castor, born mortal, represents our earthly aspects, our physical strengths, our ties to the material world. Pollux, divine from birth, embodies our higher aspirations, our spiritual nature. Their unity reminds us that we too contain multitudes, a blend of the earthly and the divine. As you continue to relax, feeling the weight of your body sinking deeper into restfulness, consider how this duality manifests in your own life. Like Castor and Pollux, we all navigate between different aspects of ourselves, seeking balance and harmony. In Sparta, the twins were honored as patron deities of the state, symbolizing the dual kingship that governed the city. Their cult spread throughout the Greek world, with temples dedicated to their worship found as far as Rome. The endurance of their story across cultures speaks to its universal appeal, touching on themes that resonate deeply with the human experience. The brothers were often depicted in art riding brilliant white horses, symbols of their nobility and divine status. These celestial steeds were said to be a gift from Poseidon, god of the sea, further cementing the twins' connection to sailors and the maritime world. As you picture these majestic horses, let their rhythmic gallop merge with the sound of the falling rain, creating a soothing lullaby to carry you towards sleep. One particularly poignant aspect of their myth is the moment of Pollux's choice. Faced with eternal life among the gods, or sharing a divided existence with his brother, he chose love over personal gain. This selfless act elevates their story from mere myth to a powerful parable about the nature of true devotion. In your own life, you may have experienced moments that echo this choice times when you've put the needs of loved ones before your own. As you reflect on these moments, feel a sense of warmth spreading through your body, a reminder of the strength and comfort that comes from deep connections. The constellation Gemini, visible in the night sky, serves as an eternal reminder of the brothers' story. The two brightest stars, Castor and Pollux, seem to watch over us, their unwavering presence a comfort to those who know their tale. even now, as you lie here listening, imagine those stars shining down upon you. Their soft light, a blanket of protection and peace. In some versions of the myth, Castor and Pollux had sisters, Helen, whose beauty would later spark the Trojan War, and Clytemnestra, who would become the wife of Agamemnon. These familial connections weave the twins' story into the broader tapestry of Greek mythology, reminding us that even the most personal tales are part of a larger narrative. As we near the end of our time with Castor and Pollux, let their story settle in your mind like a soothing balm. Their tale of unbreakable bonds, selfless love, and the bridging of mortal and divine realms offers us much to contemplate. But now, as sleep beckons, allow these thoughts to gently fade, replaced by a deep sense of peace and contentment. The rain continues to fall outside, its gentle patter a reminder of the constancy of nature, much like the enduring love between Castor and Pollux. Let this steady rhythm guide you towards restful slumber, knowing that, like the twin stars above, you too are watched over and protected as you sleep. The tale of Castor and Pollux reminds us of the power of brotherly love and sacrifice. Their bond transcended mortality, teaching us that true devotion knows no boundaries. As you drift towards sleep, reflect on the connections in your own life. Who would you share your immortality with? Let the warmth of such love envelop you, guiding you gently into peaceful slumber. In the realm of mortals and gods, there lived a princess whose beauty was so extraordinary that it rivaled even that of Aphrodite herself. This is the tale of Psyche, whose journey from mortal to immortal would become one of the most beloved love stories in Greek mythology. Psyche was the youngest of 3 daughters born to a king and queen. From the moment of her birth, her beauty was apparent, and as she grew, her loveliness only increased. Her radiance was such that people began to whisper that she was Aphrodite herself, come down from Olympus to walk among mortals. Word of Psyche's beauty spread far and wide, and soon pilgrims were traveling from distant lands just to catch a glimpse of her. They would bow before her and offer her gifts as if she were truly a goddess. While Psyche was flattered by the attention, she found herself growing increasingly lonely. For all the adoration she received, no suitor dared to ask for her hand in marriage, believing her to be too far above them. As you listen to Psyche's story, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the weight of your body melting into your bed, just as Psyche's beauty melted the hearts of all who beheld her. Meanwhile, on Mount Olympus, Aphrodite was growing increasingly jealous of the mortal girl who was stealing her worshippers. In her anger, she summoned her son, Eros, the god of love. She commanded him to use his golden arrows to make Psyche fall in love with the most hideous creature he could find. Eros agreed to his mother's request and flew down to earth under the cover of darkness. when he laid eyes on Psyche, he was struck by her beauty. As he gazed upon her sleeping form, his hand trembled, and he accidentally pricked himself with one of his own arrows. In that instant, Eros fell deeply in love with Psyche. Let the gentle rhythm of your breathing mirror the beating of Eros's heart as he first beheld Psyche. With each breath, feel yourself drifting further into a state of peaceful tranquility. Knowing he could not carry out his mother's cruel plan, Eros decided to take matters into his own hands. He whispered to the wind, sending a message to Apollo's oracle. When Psyche's father consulted the oracle about his daughter's future, he received a chilling prophecy. Psyche was destined to marry not a mortal man, but a fearsome monster that even the gods themselves feared. Heartbroken, but unable to defy the will of the gods, Psyche's parents dressed her in funeral attire and led her to a rocky cliff. There, as instructed by the oracle, they left her to await her monstrous husband. As Psyche stood alone on the cliff, the gentle west wind, Zephyr, came and carried her away to a magnificent palace hidden in a beautiful valley. Imagine yourself being lifted gently by Zephyr, all your worries and cares left behind as you float on the soft breeze. Allow this sensation of weightlessness to carry you deeper into relaxation. In this palace, Psyche found herself surrounded by luxury beyond her wildest dreams. Invisible servants attended to her every need, and each night, under the cover of darkness, her mysterious husband would come to her. He was kind and gentle, and his voice was filled with love. But he made Psyche promise never to look upon his face or attempt to discover his identity. For a time, Psyche was content. But soon, loneliness and curiosity began to gnaw at her. She missed her family and wondered about the true nature of her husband. When she expressed her sadness, her unseen lover allowed her sisters to visit. But this would prove to be a fateful decision. As you listen, let the warmth of Psyche's contentment wash over you. Feel it spreading through your body, relaxing each muscle, each limb, until you are enveloped in a cocoon of comfort and peace. Psyche's sisters, upon seeing the wealth and luxury in which their youngest sibling lived, became consumed with jealousy. They planted seeds of doubt in Psyche's mind, convincing her that her husband must truly be a monster, just as the oracle had foretold. They urged her to look upon him while he slept, and if he was indeed a beast, to slay him. Torn between her love and her fear, Psyche finally gave in to her curiosity. One night, as her husband lay sleeping, she lit an oil lamp and approached the bed, a dagger in her hand. But what she saw took her breath away. There, bathed in the soft glow of the lamp, lay not a monster, but the most beautiful being she had ever seen, Eros himself, the god of love. In her shock and joy, Psyche's hand trembled, and a drop of hot oil fell from the lamp onto Eros's shoulder. He awoke with a start, his eyes filled with pain and betrayal. "Love cannot live without trust," he said sadly, "and and in an instant he vanished, along with the beautiful palace and all its riches. As Psyche's world dissolves around her, let any tension in your body dissolve as well. Release any thoughts or worries, allowing them to fade away, just as Eros's palace faded from Psyche's sight. Devastated by her loss and determined to regain her love, Psyche set out on a quest to find Eros. She wandered the earth, enduring hardships and facing impossible tasks set by the still jealous Aphrodite. Through it all, Psyche's love for Eros and her determination never wavered. Her perseverance touched the hearts of many, including Zeus himself. Moved by Psyche's unwavering love and the trials she had endured, the king of the gods intervened. He granted Psyche immortality and allowed her to be reunited with Eros for eternity. And so Psyche, whose name means soul in Greek, became the goddess of the soul. Her union with Eros symbolizes the eternal bond between the human soul and divine love. Their daughter, born of this union, was named Voluptas, or pleasure, a fitting child for the gods of love and the soul. As our tale of Psyche and Eros comes to a close, reflect on the power of love to transform us, to elevate us beyond our mortal limits. Like Psyche, we all face trials and moments of doubt. But with perseverance and faith, we too can overcome any obstacle. Let the story of Psyche's journey lull you gently towards sleep. As your consciousness begins to drift, imagine yourself bathed in the warm, golden light of divine love. Feel it surrounding you, protecting you, carrying you softly into the realm of dreams. May your dreams be as sweet as the love between Psyche and Eros, and may you wake renewed, your soul refreshed by the touch of myth and legend. Sleep now, dear listener, and let the whispers of the gods guide you to peaceful slumber. Psyche's journey to immortality was not an easy one. Her love for Eros, the god of love, had set her on a path filled with trials and tribulations. As we continue our tale, let us delve into the challenges that Psyche faced in her quest to prove herself worthy of divine status. After being abandoned by Eros due to her betrayal of his trust, Psyche found herself alone and desperate. She wandered the earth, searching for her lost love, her heart heavy with regret and longing. It was during this time of despair that she decided to seek help from Aphrodite, the goddess of love and Eros's mother. However, Aphrodite was not pleased with the mortal who had stolen her son's heart. The goddess, known for her beauty and her jealousy, saw Psyche as a threat. Instead of offering aid, Aphrodite devised a series of seemingly impossible tasks for Psyche to complete. These trials would either prove Psyche's worth or lead to her demise. The first task Aphrodite set before Psyche was to sort a huge pile of mixed seeds, wheat, millet, poppy, and more, separating them into neat piles by nightfall. As Psyche stood before the mountain of seeds, Her heart sank. The task seemed impossible to complete within the given time. But as you lie there, listening to this tale, imagine for a moment the patience and determination Psyche must have felt. Let her resolve wash over you, calming your mind and body as you sink deeper into relaxation. Just as all seemed lost for Psyche, a small army of ants took pity on her. They marched in long lines, diligently separating the seeds into orderly piles. Their tiny bodies moved with purpose and precision, a reminder that even the smallest creatures can accomplish great feats when working together. As the last rays of sunlight faded, Psyche found the task completed. The seeds lay in neat, sorted piles, a testament to the unexpected help she had received. Aphrodite, though surprised, was not satisfied. She immediately set a second, more dangerous task for Psyche. The goddess demanded that Psyche collect golden wool from a flock of fierce, wild sheep that grazed near a river. These were no ordinary sheep. Their wool was made of pure gold, and they were known for their violent tempers. They would surely gore anyone who approached them directly. As you continue to relax, picture the golden fleece of these sheep, shimmering in the sunlight. Let the warmth of that imaginary gold spread through your body, easing any tension you might be holding. Psyche, despairing at this new impossible task, considered ending her quest. But a gentle reed by the riverside whispered to her, sharing its wisdom. It advised Psyche to wait until the noonday sun had driven the sheep to seek shade. Then she could gather the golden wool that had snagged on the bushes and brambles. Following this advice, Psyche patiently waited by the river. As the sun reached its zenith, the sheep retreated to the cool shadows of nearby trees. Carefully, she moved among the bushes, collecting the tufts of golden wool left behind. Her gentle approach and clever strategy allowed her to complete the task without harm. Aphrodite, growing increasingly frustrated, devised a third task. She handed Psyche a crystal flask and demanded that she fill it with water from the source of the river Styx and Cocytus. These waters flowed from a tall, jagged cliff, surrounded by treacherous rocks and guarded by vicious serpents. As you listen, feel the cool, smooth surface of the crystal flask in your mind. Let its clarity bring a sense of peace and clarity to your own thoughts, washing away any lingering worries or stress. Psyche journeyed to the forbidding cliffs, her heart heavy with the weight of this seemingly impossible task. The waters roared as they cascaded down the sheer rock face, and venomous serpents hissed warnings to any who dared approach. Psyche stood at the base of the cliff, the empty flask in her hands, wondering how she could possibly succeed. But once again, help came from an unexpected source. Zeus, the king of the gods, took pity on Psyche. He sent his eagle, a majestic bird with keen eyes and powerful wings, to assist her. The eagle soared high above the dangerous waters and serpents, its wings spread wide against the sky. With grace and precision, the eagle swooped down, snatched the flask from Psyche's hands, and flew directly to the source of the sacred rivers. It filled the crystal container with the dark waters and returned it safely to Psyche. As the flask touched her hands, she felt a surge of hope and gratitude. Aphrodite, now seething with anger at Psyche's continued success, devised one final, cruel task. She handed Psyche a small box and ordered her to travel to the underworld itself. There, Psyche was to ask Persephone, queen of the underworld, to fill the box with a small portion of her beauty. As you continue to relax, imagine the weight of that small box in your hands. Feel how light it is, and let that lightness spread through your body, lifting away any remaining tension or discomfort. Psyche, realizing the gravity of this task, fell into despair. To enter the underworld was a journey from which few returned. But once more, divine intervention came to her aid. A mysterious voice instructed her on how to safely navigate the dangers of the underworld. Following these instructions, Psyche journeyed to the entrance of the underworld. She carried coins to pay Charon, the ferryman, and cakes to distract Cerberus, the three-headed guardian dog. With caution and courage, she made her way through the realm of the dead. Persephone, moved by Psyche's determination and the tale of her love for Eros, agreed to help. She filled the box with a portion of divine beauty. However, she warned Psyche not to open the box under any circumstances. As Psyche made her way back to the world of the living, curiosity began to gnaw at her. She had faced so many trials, surely a small peek inside the box wouldn't hurt. Succumbing to temptation, Psyche opened the lid just a crack. But instead of beauty, a deep, enchanted sleep poured out of the box, instantly overcoming Psyche. She fell to the ground, motionless, the open box beside her. It seemed that after all her trials, Psyche had failed at the final moment. As you listen, allow yourself to feel the deep, restful sleep that enveloped Psyche. Let it wash over you, bringing a profound sense of peace and tranquility. However, Eros, who had been watching over Psyche throughout her trials, could no longer bear to see her suffer. He flew to her side and wiped the sleep from her eyes with one of his arrows. Psyche awoke to find her beloved Eros beside her once more. Moved by Psyche's unwavering love and the trials she had endured, Eros pleaded with Zeus to grant her immortality. Zeus, seeing the true love between them, agreed. He transformed Psyche into a goddess, allowing her to be with Eros for eternity. And so, Psyche's journey came to an end. Her trials had proven her worthy not just of Eros's love, but of a place among the gods themselves. She became the goddess of the soul, embodying the very essence of human spirit and resilience. As we conclude Psyche's tale, reflect on the strength she showed throughout her trials. Like Psyche, we all face challenges in life that may seem insurmountable. But with perseverance, a little help, and love, we can overcome even the most daunting obstacles. Let Psyche's story inspire you as you drift towards sleep. May your dreams be filled with the same courage and determination that carried her through her trials, and may you wake renewed, ready to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. Psyche's journey teaches us that true love requires trust, perseverance, and personal growth. Her trials mirror our own struggles to understand ourselves and our relationships. As you drift towards sleep, reflect on how facing your fears and doubts can lead to profound transformation and unexpected rewards. Like Psyche, we all have the potential for divine love within us, waiting to be awakened through the challenges we overcome and the wisdom we gain along the way. In the annals of Greek mythology, few tales are as captivating and profound as that of Pandora, the first mortal woman. Her story is one of curiosity, consequence, and ultimately, hope. As you settle in and allow the gentle patter of rain to soothe your mind, let us journey back to the dawn of humanity and explore the creation of Pandora. Long ago, in the age when gods walked the earth, the Titan Prometheus gifted humanity with fire, stolen from Mount Olympus itself. This act of defiance angered Zeus, the king of the gods, who sought to punish both Prometheus and humankind for this transgression. Zeus, in his infinite cunning, devised a plan. He ordered Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship and fire, to create a being of exquisite beauty. This being would be the first mortal woman, designed to bring both wonder and woe to the world of men. Hephaestus set to work, molding clay with his skilled hands. He shaped a figure of breathtaking loveliness, with delicate features and graceful limbs. As the clay took form, it seemed to come alive under his touch, as if imbued with a spark of divine essence. But Zeus's plan did not end with mere physical beauty. He called upon the other gods and goddesses to bestow gifts upon this new creation. Each Olympian approached, granting unique attributes that would make her irresistible to mortal men. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, gifted her with grace and allure that would captivate all who beheld her. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, taught her the arts of weaving and crafts. Hermes, the messenger god, bestowed upon her the gift of persuasive speech and a quick mind. As you listen to this tale, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Imagine the soft clay taking shape under divine hands, transforming into a being of perfect beauty. Let the rhythmic sound of the rain outside blend with the story, creating a cocoon of tranquility around you. The Graces and Hours adorned her with necklaces of gold and crowned her with spring flowers. They draped her in silvery robes that shimmered like moonlight on water. With each gift, she became more enchanting, more irresistible. Finally, Zeus himself approached the newly formed woman. In his hands, he held a name, a destiny, and a final, fateful gift. He called her Pandora, which means all gifted, for she had received blessings from all the gods. But Zeus's gift was not one of kindness. He presented Pandora with a large jar, beautifully crafted and sealed tight. This jar, he told her, contained her dowry. She was instructed never to open it, a command laced with the irresistible allure of the forbidden. As you continue to relax, picture this scene in your mind. The radiant Pandora, adorned with divine gifts, standing before the king of the gods. The mysterious jar, its contents unknown, waiting like a seed of destiny. Let the imagery flow through your thoughts, soft and soothing as the rain outside. Zeus then sent Pandora to earth as a gift to Prometheus's brother, Epimetheus. Despite Prometheus's warnings to be wary of gifts from the gods, Epimetheus was immediately smitten by Pandora's beauty and charm. He welcomed her into his home, and soon they were married. For a time, life was blissful. Pandora brought joy and beauty to a world that had known only men. She wove intricate tapestries, sang melodies that stirred the soul, and filled the air with her laughter. But always, in the corner of her eye, sat the jar, mysterious, alluring, forbidden. As you listen, feel the weight of curiosity that Pandora must have felt. The constant presence of the unknown, just out of reach. Allow that feeling to fade into the background, replaced by the gentle rhythm of the rain and the cadence of the story. Day after day, Pandora's curiosity grew. The jar seemed to call to her, its secrets begging to be unveiled. She would find herself standing before it, hands trembling, wondering what marvels or treasures it might contain. Finally, one fateful day, her curiosity overwhelmed her. With trembling hands, Pandora lifted the heavy lid of the jar. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, suddenly, a cloud of darkness burst forth, filling the air with a terrible buzzing. From the jar flew all the evils of the world: sickness, death, sorrow, strife, jealousy, and all manner of suffering. They scattered to the far corners of the earth, infecting the once peaceful world of mortals with their poison. Pandora, horrified by what she had done, tried desperately to close the jar. But it was too late. The evils had escaped, and the damage was done. Weeping, she finally managed to seal the jar once more, trapping one final thing inside. As this part of the story unfolds, let it not disturb your peaceful state. Instead, see it as a distant tale, like storm clouds on a far horizon, while you remain safe and dry, cocooned in comfort and the soothing sound of gentle rain. In her grief and remorse, Pandora heard a tiny voice coming from the jar. She opened it once more, just a crack, and out fluttered hope. This final gift, smaller and gentler than the evils, but but infinitely more powerful, spread its wings and followed the evils into the world. Hope whispered to humanity that no matter how dark the night, dawn would always come. No matter how great the suffering, there would always be a chance for joy. It was the balm that would allow mortals to endure the hardships unleashed by Pandora's curiosity. And so, Pandora's action changed the world forever. From that day forward, humanity would know both joy and sorrow, pleasure and pain. But always, there would be hope, the eternal flame that could never be extinguished. As our tale of Pandora draws to a close, reflect on the dual nature of her legacy. She brought both suffering and hope into the world, a reminder that even in our darkest moments, Tea Titan Tales, let this story settle in your mind like a gentle mist. Allow the sound of the rain to mingle with thoughts of hope and resilience. As you continue to relax, know that like Pandora's gift, hope remains with you always, a comfort in times of need and a light in the darkness. May this tale of Pandora, the first woman and her fateful jar, guide you into peaceful dreams. Remember that even in a world acquainted with sorrow, hope endures, eternal and unbreakable. Rest now, safe in the knowledge that dawn always follows the night, and that every story, no matter how dark, carries within it the seed of hope. As we continue our journey through the realm of Greek mythology, we come to the story of Pandora and her infamous box. This tale, like the gentle rain outside your window, carries with it both sorrow and hope. Pandora, whose name means all gifted, was the first mortal woman created by the gods. She was crafted by Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, at the command of Zeus himself. Each god bestowed upon her a unique gift: beauty from Aphrodite, musical talent from Apollo, and persuasive charm from Hermes. But Pandora's creation was not born of benevolence. Zeus, still angered by Prometheus's theft of fire for mankind, sought to punish humanity. He presented Pandora as a gift to Prometheus's brother, Epimetheus, knowing that curiosity would lead to their downfall. Imagine, if you will, Pandora arriving on Earth. Her beauty was breathtaking, her voice as melodious as a spring breeze, and her presence captivating to all who beheld her. Epimetheus, despite his brother's warnings never to accept gifts from the gods, was immediately smitten. With Pandora came a large, ornate box. Zeus had instructed her never to open it, knowing full well that this command would only fuel her divinely gifted curiosity. As you lie there, feeling the weight of your own curiosity, remember that sometimes the unknown is best left undiscovered. For a time, Pandora resisted the urge to open the box. She and Epimetheus lived in harmony, enjoying the blissful ignorance of a world untouched by hardship. But like the steady drip of water that eventually wears away stone, Pandora's curiosity grew stronger with each passing day. One fateful night, as Epimetheus slept, Pandora could resist no longer With trembling hands, she approached the box. The moonlight glinted off its polished surface, almost beckoning her to unlock its secrets. Take a deep breath now and feel the anticipation that must have coursed through Pandora's veins. As she lifted the lid, just a crack, a great whoosh filled the air. From the box erupted a swarm of dark shapes: misery, death, disease, and all manner of evils that had never before existed in the world. They poured forth like a torrent, filling the night sky and spreading to every corner of the earth. Pandora, horrified by what she had done, quickly slammed the lid shut. But it was too late. The evils had escaped, and the world would never be the same. Humanity, which had known only peace and prosperity, would now face hardship and strife. As you rest there, let the gentle sound of rain remind you that even in our darkest moments, T4 at the bottom of Pandora's box, after all the evils had escaped, there remained one final gift: hope. Hope, a small, fluttering thing, emerged last from the box. It was the gods' one kindness, a balm to soothe the wounds inflicted by the escaped evils. With hope, humanity could face the hardships that now plagued their world, finding strength in the belief that better days would come. Pandora's story teaches us that curiosity, while a powerful and often beneficial trait, can sometimes lead to unforeseen consequences. Yet, it also reminds us that even in our darkest hours, hope remains. It is the light that guides us through our troubles, the force that helps us persevere. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the duality of Pandora's legacy. She brought both sorrow and hope into the world, much like the rain outside that may dampen the earth, but also nourishes new growth. In your own life, remember that challenges often come hand in hand with opportunities for growth and renewal. The myth of Pandora also speaks to the resilience of the human spirit. Despite unleashing great evils upon the world, Pandora did not give up. She closed the box, preserving hope for humanity. In your own moments of despair, remember that hope is always there, waiting to be embraced. Visualize now a small, warm light within you. This is your own personal hope, a gift from Pandora's box that resides in each of us. Let it grow, filling you with a sense of peace and possibility. As you face your own challenges, big or small, know that this light will always be there to guide you. The rain continues to fall outside, a soothing rhythm that mirrors the ebb and flow of life's joys and sorrows. Like Pandora's box, each raindrop contains within it the potential for both destruction and nourishment. Yet, without the rain, how would flowers bloom or rivers flow? In Greek mythology, Pandora's name literally means all gifted or all giving. While her actions brought hardship, she also gave humanity the tools to endure. Beauty, music, persuasion, and ultimately hope, these were her gifts to the world. As you rest, consider the gifts you bring to those around you. The story of Pandora reminds us that knowledge and progress often come at a price. The fire stolen by Prometheus brought warmth and technology, but also led to Pandora's creation and the release of evils. Yet, without these challenges, would humanity have grown and evolved as it has? As your mind gently wanders through these mythical realms, allow yourself to release any burdens you may be carrying. Like Pandora closing the box, you have the power to contain your worries and preserve your hope. Breathe deeply, feeling lighter with each exhale. In many ways, we are all like Pandora. We face choices every day, some of which may have unforeseen consequences. But we also carry within us the resilience to face those consequences and the hope to envision a better tomorrow. Let this thought comfort you as you drift closer to sleep. The rain outside continues its gentle patter, a reminder of the world's constant renewal. Just as the rain cleanses the earth, let this story wash away your cares, leaving you refreshed and at peace. The night embraces you, a soft blanket of tranquility settling over your resting form. As we near the end of Pandora's tale, remember that her story is not just one of caution, but of empowerment. She teaches us that even when we make mistakes, we have the strength to face their consequences and the hope to move forward. In your own life, embrace both the lessons of your past and the possibilities of your future. The sound of rain mingles with your slow, steady breathing. Like hope emerging from Pandora's box, let peaceful dreams rise from the depths of your subconscious. Each raindrop is a tiny world of possibility, just as each new day brings fresh opportunities for joy and growth. As sleep gently calls to you, know that like Pandora, you too are all gifted. You possess the strength to face life's challenges, the wisdom to learn from them, and the hope to envision a brighter tomorrow. Rest now, cradled in the timeless wisdom of myth and the soothing embrace of the night. As our journey through the tales of Greek demigods comes to a close, let us reflect on the timeless wisdom these stories have imparted. For thousands of years, these legends have endured, speaking to the very core of human experience. From Perseus to Pandora, each demigod we've encountered represents the intricate tapestry of human nature. They embody our divine potential and mortal limitations, our strengths and our flaws. In their triumphs and failures, we see reflections of our own struggles and aspirations. Consider Perseus, whose courage and cleverness allowed him to overcome seemingly insurmountable odds. His story reminds us that with determination and ingenuity, we too can face our own metaphorical Medusas. Recall Heracles, whose legendary strength was matched only by his very human flaws. His labors teach us that true heroism lies not in perfection, but in perseverance and the willingness to atone for our mistakes. Remember Theseus, who ventured into the labyrinth to face the Minotaur. His tale reminds us that sometimes we must confront our inner demons to emerge stronger and wiser. Think of Orpheus, whose music could move even the rulers of the underworld. His story shows us the transcendent power of art and love, but also the consequences of doubt, and looking back when we should move forward. Reflect on Achilles, whose name became synonymous with both greatness and vulnerability. He teaches us that even the mightiest among us have their weaknesses, and true strength often lies in acknowledging them. Consider Helen of Troy, whose beauty launched 1,000 ships. Her story reminds us of the power of desire and the far-reaching consequences our choices can have on others. Remember Jason and his Argonauts, whose quest for the golden fleece speaks to the power of teamwork and the importance of surrounding ourselves with those who complement our skills. Recall Atalanta, the swift huntress who challenged societal norms and proved that determination and skill know no gender. Her tale encourages us to pursue our passions, regardless of the obstacles we may face. As you lie here, allowing these ancient tales to settle in your mind like gentle rain, washing away the concerns of the day, remember that you, like these heroes of old, possess both strength and vulnerability, wisdom and folly, the capacity for both greatness and peace. In your own life, you may not face hydras or minotaurs, but you will encounter challenges that test your resolve. Like Perseus, you have the power to outsmart your problems. Like Heracles, you have the strength to endure. Like Theseus, you can navigate the labyrinths of your own making. These stories remind us that the journey of life is not about achieving perfection, but about growth, learning, and the courage to face whatever comes our way. They teach us that even in our darkest moments, Tea-Titan Tales, as you drift towards sleep, carry with you the wisdom of these ancient tales. Let them inspire you to face your own challenges with the courage of a hero, the wisdom of a god, and the compassion of a true human being. Rest now, knowing that you are part of this grand tapestry of human experience. Like the demigods of old, you too have the power to shape your destiny, to leave your mark on the world, and to find peace within yourself. And so, dear listeners, our journey through the realms of Greek mythology comes to a close. May these timeless tales of heroes and gods linger in your dreams, inspiring courage and wisdom. As you drift into slumber, remember that within you lies the strength of Heracles, the cunning of Odysseus, and the resilience of Perseus. Let the gentle rain outside wash away your cares, carrying you to peaceful shores of sleep. Until we meet again in the land of myths and legends, may the gods grant you restful nights and golden dreams. Sleep well, brave traveler.